illegal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being refreshed!
That's too much, man!
Come on! What?
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
I'm staying in the race.
Put your drum up.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
A what now?
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Aren't I a good guy?
Welcome to the resistance.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
I see that you know your judo.
Oh, it never occurred to me.
Interesting.
That's crazy enough to work.
Yeah.
Climate and everything are the same word.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought. Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Come on!
So hot right now.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
Cyclone cheetah.
Precision of language. Clean.
Break now.
Winter is coming.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Jesus, I say that.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the retrace.
Consequences.
Arithmetic.
China. I have to have my China.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
Get rid of the Second Amendment?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I got boxes full of Pepe.
Well, here we are again. What has it been? An entire 24 hours since we saw each other last. But here we still find ourselves floating somewhere between Earth and space. When will gravity right itself? Well, I don't have an answer to that question, but maybe I've got an answer to some other ones. Got a lot to talk about here today, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, space fams, don't forget to buckle those seatbelts, as these space flights can be treacherous. Well, here we are. We got everybody in chat. Sasha G, Bad Lefty, and Moanoip123 in the YouTube chat. Bob Carmody, a very close fourth. The Anti-Corporatist is here. May Wormy, Tamara Chance, Pitchforks Dragon. I saw Pitchforks Dragon became a galactic individual. It's a great choice. Really appreciate your patronage. Who else is here? Let's see if I can remember who I've said. Charlie Jinmir, I see you. Aaron W. Did I say Aaron W? I don't know. I think I did, but maybe not. Either way, I see you. Who else do we got? McGoggles. Atticus Among Us. Even Nightbot is here. Scared Crow. I think that's it. I think I got all of you. Wait, what is happening? Oh, I'm not live over here. Okay, great, perfect. Fixed it. I made a huge, tiny mistake. Well, it's Sunday Funday, so we are going to attempt to have a little bit of fun here today, more than usual. You know, I know I try to bring the valuetainment on a regular basis, but of course Sunday Fundays, I'm even more obligated to attempt to bring you some fun. So, hopefully I'll be able to achieve that tonight. With no further ado, let's go to the old US of A. Let's talk about a very my brain just broke already. This is good. I'm barely awake. What was I saying? I was saying things about stuff. I had a plan for this. Oh, yes. Yes, we are going to the United States to talk about a bird-based situation.
We turn now to the alleged egg heist in Pennsylvania. As prices soar, Elizabeth Schulze spoke exclusively with the CEO of a company who says he had about 100,000 eggs stolen. Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning, Rebecca. The CEO
Shit,
of
it's
Pete
quiet.
Eggs tells us that
wait.
they are fully cooperating with law enforcement.
I screwed all of you. The volume is low. You can't hear it. You can't hear it, and that's my fault.
We turn now to the alleged egg heist in Pennsylvania. As prices soar, Elizabeth Schulze spoke exclusively with the CEO of a company who says he had about 100,000 eggs stolen. Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning, Rebecca. The CEO of Pete and Jerry's Eggs tells us that they are fully cooperating with law enforcement as authorities try to unravel the mystery of how nearly 100,000 eggs disappeared from the back of a trailer.
What? This morning, the CEO of Pete and Jerry's Organic Eggs speaking out in a GMA exclusive, telling us the company is beefing up security in the wake of that brazen heist of nearly 100,000 eggs worth $40,000 at one of its facilities in Pennsylvania.
If it happened once, it could happen again, so we are putting additional measures in place.
What might that look like?
It's additional security on the ground. It's making sure that we have better lighting in our facilities, maybe some additional cameras.
The theft happened just before 9 p.m. Saturday night. 8,000 cartons of a dozen eggs stolen from the back of a distribution trailer in Greencastle, Pennsylvania.
It is where eggs come in from our farms, the network of farms that we have in that area, and they're processed there, graded, checked for quality, packaged, and then shipped out to our customers.
6 days after the heist, state police are still struggling to crack the case. now digging through surveillance video and asking the public for leads on any suspects. The motive, police say, could be the extreme increased price of eggs. Someone may have thought they could sell them.
We're finding the consumer interest for our product is greater than it's ever been, and we only expect it to continue.
Now, Pete & Jerry's organic eggs typically retail for about $7 a dozen. The CEO says with lower grade eggs topping that price now, a lot of customers are finding their premium eggs are a good deal. A lot of big unanswered questions in this investigation. What did the thieves do with these stolen eggs, guys? And how did they manage to keep them refrigerated if they were transporting them? That's how eggs are supposed to be while they're on the move, guys.
I can barely get a carton of eggs home.
Exactly.
That's right, people. A very, very serious, heisty situation. Donald Trump comes to office, promising to lower egg prices. They do not come down. And what happens 3 weeks in? One of the greatest egg heists in history. Was it led by Danny Ocean? Who can say? But all that we can say is that this clucking situation has not been solved yet. Okay. Okay, I figured we'd start off with that story just for a little bit of fun. I'm sure we'll... I'm actually not sure if we'll hear more about this, but I feel like we're going to have to try and come back and talk about this here egg heist that happened. Okay, maybe Brad Pitt will show up and he'll explain what happened to us. See what the audience saw, but no one else saw. You know, type of deal. You know, all right. We're not done. We're not done having fun. Let's go to this. We didn't cover it when it happened because it was at the beginning of the week, and it felt too fun to really talk about. I mean, well, maybe we did. We did it in a different way, though, where I sort of juxtaposed it against the California fires. But, you know, I figured we'd take a quick look back at the Grammys. See what happened there. That look from Beyonce.
Beyonce celebrating with husband Jay-Z and daughter Blue Ivy in the audience.
Wow, I really was not expecting this.
Just moments after entering the Crypto.com arena, Cowboy Carter herself shared a hug with Billie Eilish and Cynthia Erivo, then made her way to the stage.
Okay. Pretty sure if I play any more of that, I'm definitely going to get copyright struck. But there you go. There's one of the things that happened at the Grammys. Beyonce shocked, perhaps shocking the world with her win by Best Country Album. Something I was not expecting Beyonce to even do. It was never on my list of things Beyonce was planning, getting into the country genre. Shocking the world. Even her husband. That wow from Jay-Z. Yes, indeed. A cry most foul? Don't you mean F-O-W-L, Bob? See what I did there? It was a bird joke. Never mind. That's too many bird jokes for one show. I'm definitely overplaying my hand. Now, other people won Grammys. Let's see some of those people. Oh, Kendrick Lamar also winning an award. And I mean, yeah, somebody said it in chat. Drippy AF. that Diamond Jesus chain is out of control. I know they got some good lights over there at the Grammys, but holy shit, that thing is blinging. All right, now let's go to a familiar show who covered another artist who won an award. What's this called? The Majority Rapport.
This was really encouraging. Now I know you're a fan. Like I I know you've talked about Chappelle Roan.
Would you like me to take this, Sam? Because it's
Yes.
not. You didn't even know. You've already messed up.
I didn't recognize the name.
Dave Chappelle Roan.
And I was like, wait a second. He did he win a Grammy too?
No.
Didn't Chappelle?
For his trans
comedy one?
material.
I think he did.
But okay, well, for
I got confused.
not best new artist. Dave's been around the block, and Chappell also on the red carpet was saying how much trans people deserve our support. So she's not like Dave in more ways.
Well, wait,
than one.
what was the controversy with her a couple months ago? Because
she basically had said that she's not going to endorse Kamala Harris, but she's going to vote for her, and this caused the entire resistance liberal ecosystem to freak out on the week that I was supposed to go see her in New York City, and she canceled her show. So I hold them all. I hold them all directly responsible for this because I had been looking forward to
I didn't
it
realize
months.
that she A, canceled her show, and B, it does turn out that Dave Chappelle
trip.
coincidentally did win a comedy Grammy this year.
Well, there you go. But Chappell is just like such an exciting artist in so many ways. One, because, you know, she comes from like small town America, does not come from wealth. I think she grew up in like an evangelical background, but she's a lesbian and she speaks out about LGBTQ issues quite a bit, and is just like supremely talented and uses her platform regularly to stand up for people who are marginalized, but also workers just generally. And when she was accepting her very deserved award last night for Best New Artist, she decided to talk about how labels exploit artists and called them out to their faces, which was very sad. Picks up her Grammy off the floor. Pretty awesome.
Sorry, Emma, I forgot to edit the...
Forgot to edit the Taylor Swift out. It's okay. It's okay. But yeah, I think it's important for more artists like Chappell Roan to speak out about things like that, use their platforms for good things rather than just for enriching themselves, or in the case of some of the other people we'll be talking about, just ruining society, just being shitty. You know, we're not there yet. I think everybody knows what I'm talking about here, or maybe you don't have a lot of context to it yet. But I think the thumbnail probably gave some hints on that. But maybe getting past that part of it, I just do think that we need more celebrities who have large platforms, who have, you know, a diverse audience, perhaps, you know, large reach, to use that for good. Okay. No Super Bowl for Swifties. Yes, we'll be talking about what happened at the Super Bowl, even though obviously, I think we talked about it a couple of times. I did not watch any of the Super Bowl, did not attend any Super Bowl events in space or on Earth, because I was boycotting for a particular reason. But we're getting way ahead of ourselves. We're talking about a bunch of stuff that I'm not ready for, okay? I'm not ready for that. You're all getting ahead of me. Because we're still talking about artists, not the Grammys. I figured we'd talk about an Academy Award from long, long ago. Let's go hear CBS Colorado from 6 days ago.
Well, this month we are elevating Black voices as part of Black History Month.
And this morning we're introducing you to a woman who made history in 1940 as the first Black person to ever be nominated for and win an Academy Award. Your Northern Colorado reporter Dylan Thomas tells us more about Hattie McDaniel.
In the heart of Old Town Fort Collins, the historic Armstrong Hotel tells a story of history itself.
Everywhere that she traveled, she's made some kind of a mark.
On this wall of famous Fort Collins residents,
I'm finding out just a plethora of things about her that still boggle my mind.
Kevin John Goff can't help but to admire his great-grand aunt, Hattie McDaniel.
Hattie was the youngest of 13 siblings.
Before stardom, Hattie McDaniel called Denver and Fort Collins home.
That was a decision made by their father, Henry, because he was trying to find a better life, make a better living for the family.
Early photos of Hattie show she was one of the only black children in her entire community. But as she grew up, it wasn't her skin color that made her stand out. It was her talent.
Denver and Fort Collins was like her training ground for entertainment.
While researching Hattie for a book he's writing about her, Goff said he quickly learned she was not only a radio personality, but a performer of all sorts, from acting to the drums. So she headed west.
In the early 1930s, she went to Hollywood, and the rest is history.
She continued to thrive.
Hattie had a show on CBS, and she worked as a domestic. So those roles that she played on TV, she actually knew those in real life. She did that work. But if you look at Hattie's roles, even though she's playing domestics, if you look at her lines and her delivery, she doesn't deliver them in a subservient way. She's confrontational. Mm-hmm. She's given her energy as an equal. So I think that's what made her stand out.
But in the late 1930s, everything changed.
Finally, the opportunity for Gone with the Wind came, and that was a game changer. Every actor, actress, didn't matter what color you were, wanted to be in that film.
Hattie landed the role of Mammy in the hit film.
She had something in her spirit that just jumped off the screen.
A film she couldn't even attend the premiere of.
Remember, this is the Jim Crow era. Christ. And so she couldn't go to the premiere in Atlanta.
But she broke barriers when she became the first black person to ever be invited to the Oscars as a guest.
First black nominee and first winner.
For Hattie McDaniel.
This is one of the happiest moments of my life, and I shall always hold it as a beacon for anything that I may be able to do in the future. I sincerely hope I shall always be a credit to my race and to the motion picture industry. My heart is too full to tell you just how I feel, and may I say thank you, and God bless you.
Decades later, her family and Fort Collins community continue to recognize her place in history, not just at the Armstrong, but also outside her childhood home, where a plaque reminds people of her story. Goff says Hattie overcame racism before and after stardom and proved how the black community belonged.
Even in your most challenging moments, keep your integrity and don't give up. And that spells her to a T. She's...
Yeah, yeah, you know, in a way I would almost like call her like a female Sidney Poitier in a way. Although, you know, unfortunately, you know, she was typecast quite a lot during her career. Like he mentioned, she played domestics or, you know, house servants of white folk, and it's just it's unfortunate that she wasn't able to do more, because she was a great actress, and you know, but she wasn't just an actress, she also sang, and it's just, you know, it's just one of those things about that time where Hollywood was doing that it was just on the regular. It wasn't even, there was no questions about it. Where else would you cast black people in a movie? You know, and just felt like something to discuss while we are discussing artists receiving awards, but also because of the fact it's Black History Month. And if you don't recall what happened like a week ago, Donald Trump banned observances of Black History Month in the Pentagon. I think I can't remember if there was other agencies affected by this, but it's just, you know, this is where we're at right now.
We're following breaking news from Washington, where as part of President Trump's pushback on diversity and inclusion initiatives, NBC News has learned that the Defense Intelligence Agency has ordered a pause on all events related to MLK Day or Black History Month, which we should note begins tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Joining us now with more, NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell, Atlantic staff writer Ashley Parker, and Aaron Haynes, editor-in-chief at the 19th. So, Kelly, this follows a string of anti-DEI initiatives and messaging from the White House. What's this one about?
Well, certainly what we're seeing is that in this particular agency, the Defense Intelligence Agency, there is a memo that has been distributed to staff members making clear that the agency will not support any celebration, commemoration, events associated with Black History Month, Martin Luther King Day, and so forth. Now, Martin Luther King Day is enshrined in federal law as a federal holiday, so it's unclear what that means in terms of how that would be observed. Federal workers do not have to come to work on a federal holiday, to state the obvious. So one of the questions we hope to learn more about is how widespread is this approach? President Trump has been very clear in his public statements and in his use of various instruments with a pen, meaning a memo or an executive order or the various things that we've been seeing him sign since he came into office, very clearly saying that he wants to root out DEI programming and hiring-related practices and so forth. And
now I have my own criticisms of history months, if you will, but the fact is, if you get rid of Black History Month, all the other history months and observances of diverse groups and people, figures throughout history, right? You get rid of DEI from workplaces and federal hiring and whatever else, right? And then you also, if you combine that stuff with this sort of CRT hysteria that the Republicans have been going on and on about for years now, right? You start removing things, and of course we could go into how CRT isn't actually taught in public schools, but it's just a ruse. I think they're fully aware. At least the people who are pushing it, they know that it's not taught in schools and in public middle schools and things like that. But but that's just a ruse to say, oh, all discussion of things that might even be tangentially related to CRT, just the discussion of, say, slavery, slave owners, right, emancipation, whatever else needs to be taken out because it all makes America look bad, then what are we left with exactly? What because these things were done, these to attempt to right the wrongs of the past, right, and to at least create a present where we are inclusive, and observing, at least at the very, very, very least. And it really is, in many ways, the least that we can do. If we get rid of all of that, then what are we left with? I don't know. And it's very it's very disturbing to me. And now I don't know if this is illegal, but we're gonna keep talking about Black History Month in contravention of Donald Trump's desires.
Every February, the United States and Canada recognize Black History Month, but its founder hoped for a different future for Black history. Carter G. Woodson, the Harvard-educated historian who established Black History Month, hoped Black history would become so ingrained in American history that Black History Month would be unnecessary. But in 1926, when he began Negro History Week, the second week in February, he had two objectives: to prove to white America that blacks had played important roles in the creation of America and deserved to be treated equally as citizens, and second, to increase the visibility of Black life and history, at a time when the media was portraying the Black community negatively with anti-Black racist imagery, like Black caricatures, blackface minstrel shows, and films like the 1927 hit The Jazz Singer.
Illegal.
In 1976, Woodson's Association for the Study of American Life and History, which sets the annual theme for every Black History Month, lobbied for Black History Week to become a month, and got President Gerald Ford to make the first proclamation. Every president since then, except for Donald Trump, has proclaimed the new theme annually. Congress officially recognized Black History Month in 1986. Black History Month is often controversial, with calls for Whiteness History Month or Confederate History Month, to others, including some Black people, saying it's outlived its usefulness or that it's antithetical to American values. But despite the official designation, there are no federal requirements for teaching Black history in school curriculums. And on an average, less than 9% of history class is spent on Black history. In some states, it's completely ignored.
That's what I was going to point out. Unfortunately, in contravention of Carter Woodson's desires, it has not become prevalent enough to say, you know what, we don't need Black History Month anymore, right? So we're going to continue celebrating it until that becomes the case. All right, now we're going to move away from that. We're going to talk about the Super Bowl, all right? We're not going to celebrate it. We're going to talk about it, all right? I know some people here probably are celebrating for those Eagles fans. If you haven't heard, the Eagles defeated the Kansas City Chiefs. Travis Kelce and I can't think of her, Taylor Swift. Oh my God. They're gonna have to go home to their mansion and cry a little bit, I guess. I really don't care. I just don't care about football. It's one of my least favorite sports. I'm sorry. But, you know who does care about football? Donald Trump. The reason for my intentional boycotting of this event this year. There you go. There is Donald Trump heading to New Orleans for the Super Bowl. We found out earlier in the week that he would be attending by way of a Kristi Noem DHS announcement, if I'm not mistaken. And upon hearing that, I decided, I'm good. I'm good on it. I'm usually pretty much good on it, unless somebody invites me to go to something. But this year I made the resolute decision to just say fuck it to all of this. Let's go here, talk about the Super Bowl frenzy. Oh, frenzy. It's a frenzy. Oh, God. Really?
The band is warming up. The table is set. The merch is out. The Wienermobile is doing whatever it does. And a city with a long history of organized chaos and decadence is primed and ready.
Crazy good, Liam.
Crazy
what do you think?
fun,
It's been fun. Yeah, it's been fun.
Birds fans, go Birds!
Liam doesn't give a
It's
shit.
gonna be amazing. I mean, the vibe, all the people. We've already ran into some Eagles fans, so everybody's been great.
Over 1 million tourists have crowded into New Orleans for Sunday's game, but only 80,000 people actually have tickets to the Superdome. So everywhere you hear the same question. Did you get into the game?
Yes.
How did you do that?
We spent a lot of money.
Can I ask how much?
No.
No, it's a lot. Too much to
the
say.
game just this
Gonna
week,
get robbed.
He paid $4,000 each for he and his son, and their hotel is a 2-hour drive from New Orleans. Is it worth it, you think?
Oh, it's totally worth it. Once in a lifetime, kind of a YOLO thing for us. We decided just to do it at the last minute. Only time we'll probably ever do it.
For the people who run the city's famous shops and restaurants, this weekend is a jackpot. The Blue Bayou will make about $20,000 more each day this weekend than during the
money printer on.
It's exciting for the city, for especially all our small businesses, because it brings a lot of tourists to the city, a lot of new faces we get to meet and serve.
Oh, and there is an actual game this weekend.
Oh, wait, what?
Will the Philadelphia Eagles star running back Saquon Barkley slice and dice through the Kansas City Chiefs defense? Or will the Chiefs' magician of a quarterback, number 15,
He's a magician.
Patrick Mahomes, once again craft seemingly impossible plays
Mahomes
out of
the
thin
magician.
air? Other big questions. How often will the television cameras cut to pop star Taylor Swift, the girlfriend of Chiefs star tight end Travis Kelce?
So many questions. Questions we already know the answers to. But one thing I was wondering to myself, will the galactic boycott be effective at, cutting down on the economic success of the Super Bowl? With such a small reach, what can we do? Now, I'm not going to say this next story is at all related to the galactic boycott, even though I'm thinking it. Let's go here to the Associated Press.
As of Friday afternoon, the get-in price for this year's Super Bowl is hovering right around $2,600. Compared to last year, which was the most expensive Super Bowl in history on StubHub, that's actually down 56%, making this Super Bowl much more approachable, don't want to say affordable, when compared to last year. A lot more tickets availability, and look, these fans have been to the Super Bowl before. There was a lot, they understand when the best time to buy is, and it's moved a little bit closer to Super Bowl Sunday. Earlier in the week, we had about 21% of our sales coming from the state of Pennsylvania, compared to only 10% from Kansas and Missouri. Over the past 24 hours, we actually saw Kansas City Chiefs fans purchase an increase of 14%, so that gap now is about 15% from Pennsylvania and about 9% from Kansas and Missouri. So it's still leaning towards the Eagles.
Well, there you go. Now, it could be the galactic boycott that caused ticket prices to drop 50% from last year's Super Bowl. But I'm not going to take credit for it. In fact, I'm going to give credit to Donald Trump. You know why? All these tariffs, shutting down of federal payments, agencies, and all of that, I think that's probably what actually did it. People were like, can I afford to spend $5,000 to $10,000 or whatever it might be for a goddamn Super Bowl ticket right now? You know what? I don't even know if I'm gonna get if I'm gonna get my Social Security check next month. Better hold off. And so that's my actual take. I would love to think that the galactic boycott actually did something, but that is incredibly self-important of me to say. So I'm gonna be real with you. I do think it was that. People were just like, it's just not. Is it worth it right now to spend thousands of dollars on watching an event I can watch from my home, for potentially for free, depending on how resourceful you might be, and just decided to forego it. 50% cut in prices on Super Bowl tickets is pretty massive. But you know what? Maybe it was this, stuff like this, too. And I'm not talking about... well, whatever. Let's go to this.
There's been anger during the LA fires at State Farm Insurance after it was revealed that last year it had dropped policies for a large number of California property owners. Now comes this. State Farm just canceled its planned Super Bowl commercial, a follow-up to last year's ad featuring Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito that was voted most popular.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm is there.
State Farm has just announced it's pulled its new Super Bowl commercial due to the devastating Los Angeles fires.
I don't see it. Where is State Farm?
Featuring actors Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger, who plays an insurance agent saving pets from a family's home that's going
Arnold,
up in
why
flames.
did you not save the puppies?
State Farm is there. Today, State Farm announced, our focus is firmly on providing support to the people of Los Angeles. We will not be advertising during the game as originally planned. The insurance giant faced criticism last year after it declined to renew 72,000 policies in California due to the wildfire risk. It now says it will offer policy renewals to thousands of people impacted by the fires.
So nice
there's a
of
new
them.
threat in
I love that. Once the houses are burned down, we'll insure your non-existent property. How's that sound? Does this sound good? Would you like insurance on your not house, on your pile of ash? How's that sound? Good? Is that good for you?
Los Angeles. This hillside home
You like that?
survived the devastating Pacific Palisades fire, only to be split in half by a landslide.
Incredibly, the house made it through the fire, but now has been completely destroyed by a landslide.
Okay, we're not going to watch the rest of this because this was old coverage. I just wanted for that one piece talking about how State Farm canceled their advertisements in the Super Bowl. A very much unexpected move potentially, but like I was saying when we first heard about this, is I think this is purely PR. It had nothing to do with focusing on customers. It was their hope that a lack of a State Farm commercial would avoid some difficult, maybe awkward conversations about State Farm's practices around dinner tables around the nation. They don't want people to start talking about, actually State Farm canceled all those policies in LA before all those houses burned down. It's just not a good look. Let's go here. This might be the other reason why some people decided to forego it. Who's to say? Who wants to be in the stands with Donald Trump?
Immediately, if not sooner.
Is that Ivanka? If she wasn't my daughter, I'd hit that. She's very beautiful, reminds me of her mother. In a sexual way. Or whatever he said. Why is he always doing this? Why is Donald Trump not a normal human being? Why? What is happening, dude? This is multiple times. This guy has no idea when to salute and when to put his hand over his heart. How many times have we seen him do this? Everybody else, hand over their heart. Donald Trump, I gotta salute. I gotta do it. Gotta do the salute. Okay, let's go to some other stories here. Let's go all the way to New York City, where a rally was held earlier this weekend.
Other news tonight, a show of solidarity for the transgender community today with a big rally out at Union Square.
Who protects us? We protect us. Who protects us? We protect us.
The rally, titled Rise Up for Trans Youth, comes just days after President Trump signed an executive order banning transgender athletes from competing in women's sports. A separate executive order aims to cut federal support for gender-affirming care for people under 19 years old.
We will stand in solidarity with our trans youth. We will not comply. We will defy these executive orders.
New York Attorney General Letitia James says hospitals that refuse to provide gender-affirming care would be in violation of state anti-discrimination laws.
Illegal.
Well, good to see people standing up for theirs and others' rights in this incredibly horrifying moment which we find ourselves living through. Now let's go to some of the horrors that have beset our country. A certain group of people have seemingly been incredibly emboldened by Donald Trump and some of his cronies' behavior and return to power. People like, what do you call them? Oh, right, Nazis. Nazis have been feeling emboldened.
Next tonight, a disturbing scene in an Ohio suburb. A hate group dressed in all black and some waving Nazi flags gathering on an overpass in the Cincinnati area. They were confronted by residents of a historically black community. Here's ABC's Perry Russell.
Tonight, the clash above a highway near Cincinnati, Ohio. Neighbors confronting neo-Nazis dressed in black, waving swastika flags on an overpass north of the city.
In this neighborhood, we do stand for something. This here turf is golden soil, and it won't be tarnished with things like that.
At least one neo-Nazi seen holding a long gun. Police shutting down the overpass, trying to keep everyone apart. The neo-Nazis taking off in a U-Haul. One person seen running down the road, throwing something against the side of the truck. A swastika flag ripped away and set on fire.
Need you, Lord, now to come in the midst of.
A minister from a nearby Baptist church holding a prayer service, calming tensions.
People are afraid, they're scared, they're angry.
These neo-Nazis were wearing similar clothes and face coverings to the neo-Nazis who marched through downtown Columbus, Ohio in November. Black community leaders later making the same march as a counter-protest. Tonight, the mayor of Cincinnati says messages of hate have no place in the region, writing, "This is not what we stand for, and it will never be what we stand for."
Well, you know, I don't know how many times I've heard people say stuff like, "We defeated the Nazis," stuff like that. You know, we saved you know, the world from fascism. Until, you know, because the fact is doing this in Germany will get you arrested by the same, you know, by police rather than here in the United States, where being a Nazi gets you police protection. And until we stop protecting Nazis to be Nazis, then we haven't defeated Nazis. We haven't defeated fascism. We haven't done anything. All right. And until we make it illegal to do that, or at least make it legal to kill Nazis, who are threatening the public with their fucking insane ideologies, then I'm gonna say we haven't defeated fascism. We haven't defeated Nazis, and World War II is still going on here on our own soil. Hot take. Now to sort of wash off that filth.
Who am I?
Let's just go here for fun.
Why am I here?
Are you a racist? Do you hate Mexicans?
I am black. I am gay. I am disabled.
Jesus fucking Christ.
We're not ashamed to admit that I'm a Christian.
I'm not ashamed to say that I believe in God and I believe in His Word.
And I just love the idea of exploring the unknown. And then there's other things that we just haven't figured out or discovered yet. To think about so much that's out there that we still have to learn. Like, I love that.
I will lead the country through tumultuous events. That's what I believe I can do, because I learned how to do it when I was governor of the
Please
state
clap.
of Florida.
I know you can.
Please clap.
Everyone
I wish everyone was as perfect as you, Pete.
I couldn't imagine somebody like Osama bin Laden understanding the joy of Hanukkah.
I don't know who created Pokemon Go.
Oh, God.
But I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
Shut up.
I believe these words came from the Pokemon movie.
So many Pokemon. Why?
The media pointed that out.
This is a simple meme that you would find on the internet, but this meme is very real. The Green New Deal, surprise, serves China and China only.
Two things.
That's
if you're
not
gonna date
China's
one of my daughters,
flag.
respect.
She's so goddamn dumb. Where's my sound? I need space lasers immediately. Space laser, Marjorie.
Appreciation for the Second Amendment, sir.
But he's also an amazing dad. Ron loves playing with the kids.
So
Build
great.
the wall.
He reads stories.
Then Mr. Trump said, "You're fired."
The way that Ron is, I feel like Ron is sort of the dad who does their kids' homework for them. You know what I mean? I mean, of course, his daughter is a little too young here in this particular video to have homework. But just the vibes.
But he's also an amazing dad. Ron loves playing with the kids.
Build the wall.
You notice how it completely changed?
Then Mr. Trump.
Do you see what I'm talking about? We have to watch it again. Look at this pile of bricks, and then suddenly...
Loves playing with the kids.
Build the wall.
Nope. No, it's different now.
Then Mr. Trump said, "You're fired." I love that part.
God, you can't trust your own kids to build the wall, Ron? What kind of father are you?
He's teaching Madison to talk.
Make America great again.
You might not, I want to tell you this. I was in Israel, and I was talking to some Israeli and Palestinian peacemakers. And I said, I'm telling you the truth. I said, well, you know, the Great Mother doesn't choose sides. According to Avatar, the Great Mother doesn't choose sides. She's there to protect balance.
Yes.
She doesn't pick a winner. She
the
protects
Great Mother
balance.
of Avatar.
And do you know what the Palestinian and the Israelis in the room, do you know their reaction?
What'd they say? They thought about it.
They
That's
nodded.
good.
And I think it was because some of them had seen Avatar.
Even James Cameron is confused.
Trump is investigated because they're scared that he's running, and he will win again.
And today, we greet the President of United Earth. Madam President. Madam President, welcome.
There's no video of President Trump sucking a ding-dong.
Huh?
And so what if there was? That's World War III, Owen.
Jesus, I say that.
I never sucked any ding-dongs. Kansas doesn't have
Shut up, Eric. We all hate you. All right, we're moving on. I just figured we put in some no context politics for you on this Sunday Funday. I told you, I'd promise you, extra valuetainment than normal. And I think I'm doing an okay job. Not to toot my own horn. Maybe I'm the one who's being valuetained at this point, but you know, I can't make everybody happy, okay? I am not Jesus. All right, I'm not Gary. I cannot just make things happen magically. I have to use regular Earth and space skills, which I've acquired over the years. All right, let's go back. Talking about current events. Students in Los Angeles earlier in the week protested Donald Trump's immigration policies. There you go. It's good to see people at least attempting to resist all of this horrifying stuff Donald Trump has been trying to put into place around here. Now, let's go back to that rally we were watching yesterday. Here's Walter Masterson. This is the other half of the video.
Election, would you like to see a national abortion ban?
It'd be very difficult to achieve because even Trump seems to be the guy who's like, well...
Sorry, this is a little bit behind where I wanted to start.
Yesterday. Oh, is Trump pardoned her?
Yeah, Trump pardoned her. So.
No, wait, I actually don't know anything about it. All I know is the other people that he got...
Oh, yeah, Trump... Apparently, you're going to have to read the news because I just learned about it. And
Okay.
you see, that's why I wrote the deed. But anyways, she Yeah, she would enter abortion clinics with a rose and phone numbers. About,
Private.
To allow these women another choice, right?
Private
A
businesses.
peaceful protest, and her and a lot of her fellow protesters were arrested.
And then Trump, that was one of the first things he did.
Yeah, it's separate from the 1,500 that were.
Oh no, that's
a different part.
That's J6.
Yes, right. So separate from the J6, I guess.
There's the conversation that pro-life people don't care about the baby once it's born. There are a bunch of people.
I don't
that
want
believe
reality.
that. But I wanted to find the people that don't believe that. We have a petition here to support universal school lunch and universal child care. We just think people should have access to this, and we thought the best place to get signatures for this petition are the March for Life. This is the place where everyone cares about life. Would you like to sign the petition?
I don't really appreciate being ambushed on camera.
She's being ambushed on camera.
But I do know that there are a ton.
I love that. A woman out in public with a sign claiming to be ambushed. You're in a public space. You're in a goddamn public space right now, trying to, you could say, ambush people on the streets with your opinions and your sign, right? But she's very upset. She's being ambushed by being asked a question. Now, if she really was being ambushed, she could, of course, have walked away at any point, right? He's standing here for quite a while. Look at that, 20, 30 seconds. Yeah, she's standing and reading, and then she's like, "Oh, I've been ambushed." When she figures out what he's asking her, oh, it makes me so uncomfortable.
Help! I'm being repressed. Ambushed on camera, but I do know that there are a ton of people down there that would definitely be willing to sign this.
No, I actually don't believe.
I'm not going to sign it.
Everybody gets lunch.
Oh.
It's up to the individual and the parents.
Oh.
Universal school lunch and universal child care, and we're trying to get people to sign.
Look at that! What was that look?
We care about babies when they're out of the womb. Would you like to sign the petition?
Like Vance said, I'd have to look it up.
I'd have to look it up.
I'd rather read about it first.
Okay, it's school lunch.
That's gotta read about it.
Nothing
He
crazy.
just explained it in full.
We're just trying to show that it's
That look from this dude.
Lunch.
Oh my god, he's trying to figure out how to respond to this. I love this look from this man. He's like, God, how do I make myself not sound like a evil douchebag while saying, no, I don't think the government should be giving people, specifically babies who I want to be born, to have food. I want to force women to have those babies, and then I can't figure out what we do with them afterwards, but they need to be born.
We're just trying to show that it's universal school lunch is bipartisan and that universal pre-K is bipartisan. Very divided country, but we want to show the public that there's some unity there.
If the big hand of government gets
not the big hand of government.
They tend to
God.
manipulate preconditions that would necessarily
preconditions for babies.
For universal.
This guy's talking here. He's got a big hand of preconditions, babies. I want them to be born, but if they have conditions, we can't take care of those. Come on. Just let them die.
School lunch. We have another petition for universal child care. We wanted to show that this is a group that cares about children. Are you interested in signing the petition?
We're trying to meet the rest of our group.
We're trying to meet
It's a petition for universal school lunch.
Now, he had time. We actually watched this, part of this yesterday, where he was interviewing the same guy. They stood there for multiple minutes talking about how he wanted to have forced births for women who've been raped. I mean, look at his sign, right? Delivered in rape. He's claiming that his mother was raped and that she was forced to have the baby. So everybody should be forced to have babies. And they stood there here talking for quite some time about that. And then all of a sudden he's like, actually, I got to meet the rest of our group. Sorry, this is awkward. I definitely support it, but I can't sign it because gloves. I'm wearing, well, not the gloves. I just got to get going.
We wanted to show that this is a group that cares about children. Are you interested in signing the petition?
We're trying to meet the rest of our group.
Oh, you got to get to your group. Oh, okay.
So So I appreciate.
It's a petition for universal school lunch and universal child care.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nobody signed it yet?
No, nobody signed it yet. You were the first person.
Why?
Congratulations. So you're the first signature of the day. Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Donald Trump.
There you go.
You think Donald Trump is going to support universal child care, universal
I
school
mean,
lunches?
listen, if
Why not?
If
Why not?
enough, if
This
you know,
guy is
if
just
enough of
this guy is a walking idiot. This guy is just a massive idiot. You know, he clearly doesn't spend any time actually really assessing the politicians he supports. I mean, look at this man. He's wearing a Trump hat. So he clearly is a Trump supporter. But he does not understand that Donald Trump doesn't want to do any of that shit. And it's very strange. It's very strange to me.
his constituency pushes for that. You know, I feel like that could be something that's like bipartisan.
I mean, we want them to be born, and we want them to be happy in school and get fed. You know.
Yeah.
I always had a hot meal.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great
Thank
point.
you for that.
That's a great point. Uh-oh, not this guy. High
You can
vis
say
hat.
yes or you can say no.
I'm going to say no, but I'm going to explain why.
Oh, thank God, we're
I don't
getting an
wanna be like,
explanation.
I don't care about kids.
Yeah, exactly.
I believe in trying to
Wouldn't want us to think
make
you don't
change
care.
in society and culture
Oh.
so where we can have that happen, and
Right.
it's not something the government has
Society.
to
So we're
and
doing
culture.
a petition.
Society and culture. I have no idea what he means. Maybe he means government. Maybe society and government will, you know, somehow coalesce. It's very, very strange. Because almost, you know, who was it? Steve Bannon who said, well, I can't remember the fucking quote now, but it's fascinating. He doesn't seem to think that society has anything to do with government. This is such a weird group of people.
For universal school lunch and universal child care.
Oh, okay.
Would you like to sign this petition?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think everyone should live abundantly, right? Like, you know, it's not, I'm not just for like, yes, child born, and therefore, you know, good
What?
luck, fend for yourself. No,
What did
like
she
everyone
just
should
say?
have
What?
a chance
Wait.
to live abundantly.
What the fuck did she just say?
Like to sign this petition?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think everyone should live abundantly, right? Like, you know, it's not, I'm not just for like, yes, child born, and therefore, you know, good luck, fend for yourself.
born.
No, like
Child
everyone should have
born.
a chance
Thank
to live
God.
abundantly, right? You know, to what extent is up to the law, of course.
But you know what I think the problem is?
Yeah.
The politicians that are representing the pro-life movement don't think that.
No, they don't.
No,
they
they
do
don't.
not. They don't.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
nice
you
to
for
meet
saying that. Universal school lunch to feed children and universal child care
Spider-Man looks a little uncomfortable.
to make sure.
Funded by individual states or by the
Oh,
federal
the
government?
states or the
It's a
federal
valid
government?
question. What's your personal opinion on that?
So I know in Maryland, especially during COVID, they had free lunches and all that. And I noticed, especially
These people's obsession with states running everything is wild. If you know, if we're gonna let states run everything, then why have a union, right? Because that's what the U in United States, in USA stands for, united, right? A union of a grouping of states, all of them, right? But if we're all just gonna have our own state laws, the second you move over a border, everything's gonna fucking change drastically. What's the point of the union? Why have it?
even myself, we abused that ability. We would go in and get more.
All right, that's enough. That's enough of this nonsense. By the way, he only gets 4 signatures over the entire time of being here, going through all of these people. 4 people. That should give you some sort of representation of just how much anti-abortion activists care about human life. Only a teeny tiny bit, so far as once has left a woman's vagina, then it's up to its own resources and whatever else. Merits, I guess. All right. Let's watch a little bit more of this interview we watched yesterday. Sorry, people.
I think that we
gotta
can
do it.
often underestimate that there are real pleasures in offering people being part of the best country in the world, the country that is able to dominate others, being part of the group in that country that is most protected, that is most loved. And that is what he is able to offer. I mean, he's not going to be lowering the price of eggs, not threatening tariffs on everybody. I mean, he's actually going to cause prices to soar with his policies, and he'll blame everybody else.
Baby bootstraps.
But we should not underestimate the...
It's horrifying. Do little baby booties even have straps? I'm trying to think. It's been a while since I wore baby booties. But yeah, I guess those babies just gotta pull themselves up by their little baby booty straps.
The power of these mythical stories. I mean, they've worked in the past, and I think that they're I think it's precisely because of those other real emergencies that I was referencing earlier that things are getting worse because the crises are real, whether it's the climate crisis, whether it's the fact that our economy is just a precariousness machine and people are having to work harder and harder. So what can he offer, right? And he can offer this sort of being part of strength. And that's what, I think it's sad because for the billionaires who he's really serving, they really are protected. Their wealth really does protect them. And, this is what we're seeing when we see how angry they were for having to open a DEI HR office, or having to put pronoun, allow their workers to use their preferred pronouns or whatever minor concession they had to make. Every one of them pained them so much because they truly believe, I think, that their wealth means that they get to play by another set of rules. And Trump is offering them that. And so, they also get what do you see?
They also get to pretend to be victims, Naomi. There was a great moment in the inauguration where Trump talked, and I think he went off script. I don't know if this was in the actual speech, when he talked about the wildfires. And then he goes, some people are in this room, rich people, and they lost their homes too. And it's like, no, they didn't. Bezos did not lose his home. Zuckerberg did not lose their home. What are you talking about? And if they have lost their homes, who cares? Thousands of people lost their homes. Why should we care about billionaires losing their homes? But it goes back to your point about being protected.
Yeah, people like Larry Ellison. I think Larry might have been, I can't remember if he made it to that. But Larry Ellison technically did lose some homes in the Malibu beach fires because he owns at least 15 properties that people are aware of. I'm sure he may very well have even more because he owns a bunch of shell companies to hide his assets. But don't ever forget, Larry Ellison owns the entire island of Lanai in Hawaii. So, it's not like he's homeless. He can just go be the Lord of Lanai. No matter how many of his homes burn down on the continental United States, dude's going to be fine.
Idea that they have been able to erect castles and moats and just cut themselves off as much as possible. But even with climate change, no one is really immune, not even the richest people in the world. So now you've got this idea of everyone wanting to go into space. It's no coincidence, is it, Naomi, that Bezos and Musk and Thiel and all these people are obsessed with creating the new frontiers and new civilizations and Star Trek style, going where no person has gone before. That feels not coincidental. That feels partly ideological.
It's ideological, and it's also there's, even though it sort of presents as being idealistic and this is a new dream, it's actually incredibly pessimistic. If you dig into what the Silicon Valley ideology, this thing called long-termism, right? They've already written off Earth. When Jeff Bezos came back from space, he was like, well, he actually said, this is a good place to put our garbage. He's like, we're running out of space on Earth, so we can throw our garbage into space. So, I think that that Musk, he used to be a green energy guy, right? He used to be very focused on the climate crisis. Now he doesn't talk about it because he's already given up, right? And I personally believe that Trump knows that the climate crisis is real. He sort of has to, because Mar-a-Lago is very vulnerable. But as you say, they're all going to be fine. And they've all calculated that they're going to be fine. And of course, Thiel is like the original billionaire prepper. He's got land in New Zealand. So in a way, I think space it's really just a kind of clunky metaphor for what they're doing down here, which is building their escape hatches. And, they really think that they're going to be okay and that it's going to be other people who are not. You know, and this is, I think,
and everything can burn down, right? It doesn't matter if.
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, that's where it's at. The billionaires are continuing to enrich themselves as fast as they possibly can, try and bring about AGI, you know, AI that can replace humans, so that they can go live in a bunker or whatever, move to Mars or something like that. At least that's what's going on in their minds. They think that you know, that's a feasible, good future for everybody. Well, by everybody, they mean them. Fuck everybody else in their minds. And it's just fucked. It's just fucked. These are the people who are not only, you know, the most like powerful just by means of their wealth, but are now being given government jobs like Elon Musk. Stuff like that. Now, one thing I will say is I'm not sure that Donald Trump believes that climate change exists. You know, I get what Benny's trying to say. Like, he lives, Mar-a-Lago's right there on the coast. But I think there's plenty of people in Florida who just don't believe climate change exists, regardless of Helene, Milton, Ian, whatever else. Like, it just does not, nothing changes. I feel like nothing changes their minds on this particular topic. They've just been sucking up a bunch of oil industry lies that were created decades ago. And somehow those lies have continued to work on most of those people to this day. And so I just don't know if Donald Trump even believes that it exists. I really don't. If he does, then he's trying to bring about the end of the world, literally. Right? Because, you know, like, why else would you start drilling for oil if you believe in climate change? You know?
Burns down, because it's either not going to affect them in the short term or the long term. And when I say burn down, by the name, we're not just talking about like fires burning down forests. Bannon style, they want to destroy the government. When Musk is saying, hey guys, we take a buyout, or whatever phrase you want to use, not a buyout, but leave the government, which is what they're offering this week. Get rid of federal government employees. That is all. Part of me thinks that they think, even if we can't get away with it fully, even if we only partly dismantle the government, when the Democrats come back, they're not going to have the guts to rebuild it or rehire the people we've gotten rid of. They will have moved that Overton window in such a way that the damage will be done. And again, they don't care what happens in the long run, because as you say, they've written off the planet, they've written off society, they're all about their bottom line. And I just wonder, you've written about the shock doctrine in the context of neoliberalism and, you know, shock therapy, privatization. You've written about it in the context of the Iraq War. In this context, when we talk about the shock doctrine being employed here, is it just this idea, I wonder, to smash stuff, break stuff as much as you can in whatever limited time you have on the base, grab stuff on the way out, and also the assumption ideologically that the next bunch, even if the Democrats win back the House and Senate in 26, or even if they win back the presidency in 28, they're not going to be able to rebuild what we've broken.
I think that's part of it. And I think there's a really deep libertarian streak at work, whether or not that's true of Trump personally. I mean, it's always strange to talk about what he thinks. You know, it's just a series of grudges, you know, and appetites.
Impulses.
Yeah. But somebody like Peter Thiel or Elon Musk, I mean, I think the appeal of crypto for them is that it is a currency that doesn't rely on the nation state, right? I mean, they're obsessed with this idea of kind of secession from Earth, even without outer space, right? But space is part.
Yeah, at least seceding from, I guess, everyone who they deem as undesirable. That seems like a fair estimation. All right, we're going to move on from Naomi and Mehdi. Where am I in my list? Oh, yeah. I don't know if anybody here heard about this, but we talked about it very briefly yesterday. We're going to get into it again today, because apparently Donald Trump not only named himself chairman of the Kennedy Center, but he's also fired the entire board of trustees and members of the Kennedy Center, performing arts related government institution, something I feel like Donald Trump knows basically nothing about.
President Trump is firing members of the board for the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C., and naming himself as chairman. The president wrote on Truth Social, quote, "At my direction, we are going to make the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. great again." The Kennedy Center says it has received no official communications from the White House, but acknowledged some members of the board had received termination notices. Trump also suggested in his post he would end certain performances, including drag shows. No word on who may have received notices, but current board members include TV producer Shonda Rhimes, a former Obama advisor, and Biden's White House.
Wow. So yeah, Donald Trump is planning on canceling all of the DEI, all of the drag shows, whatever else. I mean, he hasn't specifically made a list, but I think we can all assume what else you might cancel. Perhaps stuff like this. We didn't watch this on the day, but it's still technically Lunar New Year celebrations until I think it's the 15th. So let's go here. This was at the Kennedy Center on the 25th of January. Oh, right. Emotional support characters. Uh-oh. Where's the dice? Where's the dice? Ah, found it. Found it. So yeah, maybe this is one of the sort of performances that will be cut, you know? Too much diversity. Too much diversity here. Yeah, I just figured we would tune in to some of this as a way of maybe demonstrating what might be getting cut. I guess Norm Macdonald and who else is going to get awards now for best comedy? Mark Twain prizes. I guess Donald Trump, without any members of... Donald Trump's the sole member of the Kennedy Center, the sole chairman of the Kennedy Center. What does that mean? Does that mean he's just going to decide unilaterally what to celebrate? I think it is. I think it is what it means. I think that is what it means. It means that Donald Trump will have, sole authority to decide who gets the Mark Twain prize, whatever else. It's insane. It is insane. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I have to use the galactic bathroom. Please give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. Sorry about the delays. All right. Now, let's go to talking about some of the crazy shit that's been going on in government. Well, not go to. We've already been doing that. What am I talking about? Let's start here. This was from a little bit earlier. I think this was from the beginning of this week. Repost from the Majority Report. Actually, I don't want to watch this whole thing. I just want to watch part of it. I think around here. I can't remember. My brain.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. You got to go all the way back to the start, right? So like that's also part of the chaos, and that's the entire point of all of this. It's succeeding in creating chaos. It's succeeding in creating an environment where people do not know what's going to happen tomorrow, and that means some of the stuff will fall through the cracks.
And
right?
I mean, frankly, it is all about making a hostile work environment for everybody associated with the federal, for America. I mean, really, like, from every entity that relies in some fashion on the federal government operating as it should, which is, really everybody. And, short of like, there are some very wealthy people who operate outside of those things, and all the aspects of the federal government are largely encumbrances, except for their, the FAA, and so that they can fly into their private airports and whatnot. Let me just, the way that I deal with this is to,
drink.
Hide my drink, as you know. We've spent a little time doing that in the past. But drink and then over intellectualize as a way of separating myself from my emotions. So when you talk about and again, this is hypothetical, but tomorrow they could just actually no, we rescind our rescission, and they just could do this like every day, every other day, Tuesdays and Thursdays we have cut funding. Monday, Wednesday, Friday we haven't. When you worry about that decision that on its face would appear to stop Trump from doing something like this, but basically plants a seed or further cultivates some vine or growth essentially within the law as to debilitate the federal government down the line, what does that look like?
Well, it looks like a situation where the Democrats, should they ever get their heads out of their ass and be able to win another election, it creates a situation where the Democrats cannot undo by executive order all the stuff that Trump did do by executive order. You see, if Trump's spaghetti at the wall, feces at the wall, just like a monkey's just throwing stuff, right? And it's going to be incumbent, if he ever loses power, if the Democrats ever take power, to undo a bunch of the stuff that he did, right? But if the court says, because we stopped, policies A, C, and 18 from Trump, that means we can stop all policies from whoever, Gavin Newsom. You see,
it's a power grab by the Supreme Court, because they're not necessarily
to preserve the parts of Trumpism they like, but get rid of the parts of Trumpism they don't like, and debilitate the ability of Democrats to go back in and undo it all. But again, even that kind of worry is incumbent upon the Democrats, being allowed to have a free and fair election again, which I'm not sure that we will. The Democrats being allowed to win a free and fair election again, which I'm not sure we'll be allowed to do. And then the Democrat who wins the free and fair election sometime in the future actually doing something, and actually spending all of their time using their power maximally to undo the Trump crap. I am still, it's funny, we're talking about the firing of the NLRB guy and the EEOC guy. Maybe I'm fighting the last war, but Joe Biden got in and we didn't fire anybody, right? We didn't fire Chris Wray. We didn't fire Louis DeJoy. We didn't fire anybody.
Mm-hmm.
But Trump is out here
I don't want reality.
firing people who didn't even do anything wrong, just because they represent something that he doesn't like, he's firing people left and right. Whereas when the Democrats come in, it's all about turning the page and looking forward, not backward, and twirling. Like, that's all we freaking do.
Right.
And so at some level, as much as I hate what I'm seeing with Trump, as much as I despise him and his entire, I hate him as a man, as a record label, and as an institution. Like,
hey, thanks, Narwhal.
This is what it looks like to use power maximally.
Thank you for the super chat. Have a fun Sunday, everyone. Good night. Good to see you, Narwhal. Appreciate the Sunday fun day. Well wishes. Hope your Sunday is going well.
And if Democrats ever have the opportunity to have power again, they better use it maximally.
Yep. And I guess it just, on that Supreme Court thing, the very sort of like ham-fisted version of this is, just as we said Trump could not infringe upon the Empowerment and Control Act, we can't also, this court also decides that Medicare for all, that is not, you can't have that.
Right.
By the same hocus pocus.
Right. You can't have Medicare for all. You can't have, we basically have gotten rid of the Commerce Clause. And remember, and you can't enforce the Civil Rights Act, because it'll be, if you can end DEI by executive order, but now if you're trying to push it back through by executive order, no, that violates the civil, that's unconstitutional, because the 14th Amendment actually is there for white people,
and that's what'll happen
first and foremost. Like
that is what he's absolutely right about this. That's why we keep saying that you can destroy the government pretty easily from within, but building it back up just to where it was before that takes a lot more effort.
There's a myriad of ways of them basically forming that as a protective shield and making sure that this stuff never comes back.
Right. So it's just, I've already been warning Democrats, when the Supreme Court starts releasing these decisions, especially the ones that go against Trump, read them very carefully.
Because they're laying seeds for preventing any type of
even
institution of this
Trump,
stuff.
Never forget that the court is not on your side.
Ellie?
Yeah, it's been 10 days.
I was going to say, I didn't think we would get to this point for another at least 65 days or so, but here we are.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Hope springs eternal.
I mean, look, people spring eternal, right? Like, I keep coming back to this. White people voted for this. A majority of white people voted for this, and large minorities of Latinos, and other racial and ethnic groups voted for this. A third of people stayed home and didn't vote at all. And so now people are getting what they asked for, and I hope they don't like it. I hope they don't like it.
I worry that we don't really have a connection, that there hasn't been enough done by, Chuck Schumer gets up and says, you're defunding the police. I feel like that's a little bit insufficient for the moment. Maybe there's a reason why, if the leader of the Democratic Party, right? He's the leader of the Democratic Party right now. He's the most senior Democratic leader we have, is not explaining to people the relationship between government operating and things that impact them on a daily basis, except for the police.
Democrats really have to wean themselves off of wordplay as if that is good politics, right? They have to really get over themselves that turning them around on them doesn't freaking matter. Nobody cares that you're now using one of their lines against them. They care that Trump is using power and Democrats seem powerless to stop him. It's Chuck Schumer saying, now you're defunding the police.
What
it's
percentage?
Hakeem Jeffrey saying, but God is still on the throne. Really? Is he? I can't see him. We've got to stop with these word games and start with actual resistance games, right? So one of the things that I keep saying, and we've seen this from a lawsuit from the Quakers, actually, with ICE going into churches, Quakers saying that is a violation of their First Amendment rights. I don't want Chuck Schumer standing on the Senate floor talking about, well, this thing with birthright citizenship, that's really bad. I want Chuck Schumer standing in the National Cathedral with 100 undocumented migrants behind him and saying, come get me. Come get me. Come arrest me, Trump, and we'll have our little court case. That's the kind of fight that I want to see from Senate Democrats and elected officials, not word games where we play gotcha with their own, turning their own words and phrases back on them.
Ellie is very, very, very much right about that one. I've been talking about how since all this has started going on, just how ineffective Democrats have been on the Senate floor, even talking about all of this, right? You know, Chris Coons and whoever else we saw out there, Dick Durbin, just sort of putting everybody to sleep from the Senate. You know, not actually taking this as seriously as I would like them to. And, you know, to keep talking about that, I say we go and talk about this, which I'm pretty sure most of you have heard about at least. But the Department of Education, Elon Musk went there to shut it down, to block Democrats, anybody he doesn't like, from entering the building.
Illegal.
Okay, we're coming in. We're coming in.
We're coming in. We're coming in.
We're coming in. Who are you?
That door opens, you grab that door. That right there was a missed opportunity. Okay? They let this man close the door behind him. They should have grabbed this fucking door and ripped it from its hinges.
We're coming in. Who are you?
You're not coming in.
Who are you?
Who under whose orders?
Who are you? Who are you?
Who are you, sir? Do you have business here?
Yes.
I have sent the secretary. I've sent the assistant secretary a letter alerting her that we would be here today, and we've asked her for a meeting. Yeah, I don't know that that's been accepted. So until that's accepted,
Who are you? And what do you do here?
What do you do here? Security responsibility.
Get out of the way.
I have a security responsibility.
We pay for your
What the fuck, dude?
We pay you.
We're members
of We pay you.
We're members of Congress.
Now, I don't know if anybody notices something here. This guy's wearing a brown shirt. Okay? And he's acting like a brown shirt. Okay? And the fact that Democrats are here just sort of whining, rather than forcefully entering the building, pushing this idiot out of the fucking way, not grabbing the door that was open to get into the building which they have a right to be in. In fact, I think most American citizens, if I'm not mistaken, have the right to be in this building. They're going to just let this go on. I mean, sure, they're making a fuss outside of the building, but they're not. There's no action being taken here.
Nobody has accepted a meeting.
You are.
We haven't heard that from the secretary. We haven't heard that from the spokesman. I'm relaying that. You are not the spokesman for the department. You are a security guard.
Can you
We're members of Congress.
Where's your badge? Where's your badge?
So they stand here. At least this video is at least about 12 minutes long, and at no point do they attempt to actually enter the building. They just stand here talking to this skinhead. I mean, I don't think we should ignore the symbolism here. We have a literal skinhead, what appears to be, wearing a brown shirt. Okay? If that image is somehow lost on you, you know, time to do some assessing, because this is what we're facing now. I am getting to the point where I genuinely believe that we are already sort of entering some sort of, you know, fascist moment, right? They're essentially doing what the Nazis did like in the wake of the Reichstag fire, right? Without the fire. They're just, I mean, unless you want to call the LA fires that, I mean, I don't know. But I guess my point is that, you know, after that, you know, the Nazis went around basically destroying all of the other institutions, right? And that's what it feels like it's happening right now. We have the richest man on earth now being the dictator of all of our, you know, independent government organizations, putting, you know, skinhead brown shirts at the door, and Democrats are just sort of whining outside of the door rather than taking as some kind of action. Like Ellie Mistal just said, you know, he would rather see Chuck Schumer in a church with a dozen migrants behind him or whatever, saying, come arrest me, I'm protecting these people, right? Like we can't have any more of this, you know, inadequate politics from these people. Because if they can't manage to do what needs to be done to stop all this stuff, you know, or to at least put up an actual fight against this, then what comes next is, well, it's concerning, I think.
We're going to talk about the Department of Education and how politicians are blocked from entering the Department of Education right now by some guy, just one guy. Here it is. This is what's going on currently this morning. They're blocking members of Congress from entering the Department of Education. Elon is allowed in and not the people. Illegal. And I said, remembering what the Korean politicians did when the president tried to use special forces to block them from entering the National Assembly. It's just one guy.
He's not a federal.
They have no right to do this. They don't have the right to do this. Like, this guy with this weird ass band-aid has no right to block people. Classic Democrat resistance. State the obvious, do absolutely nothing, demand applause. Yeah. Hi. We really need better politicians, man. We really need better politicians. And we just need younger politicians in general. Like, no disrespect, not to be ageist or whatever, but like, this is...
I mean, I don't know. Maxwell Frost is out there. He's one of the youngest politicians in our government right now. So I don't know.
Byproduct of all the top leadership in the Democratic Party being 800 years old.
He's standing here today, blocking the door, and he can't give us a good reason why he's blocking this door.
Make sure they see right here, all access entrance.
Well, and I think it should be clear to parents in the United States.
Thanks, Maxwell. Thanks for pointing at that. Really appreciate it. We can't read.
If you want to advocate on behalf of your children, you are not allowed to come into this building where you pay taxes. Parents who have children who are disabled, access is being blocked. You voted for members of Congress to advocate on behalf of your children. Children with disabilities, for young women who have been victims of sexual assault in our classrooms, on our school grounds. Members of OCR are fighting for your children. We are not allowed in the building to talk to them. We are not allowed to advocate on behalf of America's children.
Someone in chat is saying they should call the police. As you can see here, there are DHS, Department of Homeland Security.
We are not allowed.
You see this police, DHS. So Kristi Noem brought the DHS police here. At least I believe that's what this is referring to here. I could be wrong, but so calling the police might be an option, but they appear to be blocking the building themselves.
Advocate on behalf of America's children. America, we have a problem. Now, everybody stand.
Like, even with Greg, he would become instant legend status if he just like said, hey man, you have no authority here. I'm just going in. There's not really much you can do about it. And then what? Okay, the cops arrested him. All right, so what? What do you think will happen? Like, what do you, this is how you're supposed to obstruct. Like, this is what you're supposed to do. Yeah, people are saying, oh, all right, there's cops inside. Okay, It is an illegal action. It is an unenforceable illegal detention. Yes, there are going to be some penalties in the process. What are we talking about? Okay, yeah, you get arrested. First of all, as an elected representative, if you get arrested in that process for doing something that is within your rights, doing something at the behest of the public, instead of sitting there and trying to say like, oh, look at this, this is so unacceptable. Yeah, you're actually getting a lot of momentum and more attention to your cause. It's a part of how you're supposed to do this. You would instantly shoot up within, you would shoot up in popularity instantaneously, okay? If that's a part of political theater, then yeah, do some political theater. Do better political theater, because this kind of political theater is silly.
The fact is, there's enough people in this group here to overwhelm this man physically, okay? He is doing something illegal, and these people are supposed to be the representatives of the people. And, you know, he's just standing there unaccosted. And I think that's a bad choice from them. You know, Maxwell, he's got his back right now. He could, you know, he could absolutely put this guy in a chokehold. Just put him out, 10, 15 seconds.
Political theater. Do better political theater, because this kind of political theater is silly. It's not enough.
I'd like to speak with someone who works here.
So what are you going to do? You're going to beat us up if we go in?
I mean, you're going to,
we want you to move out of the way. We're not steamrolling you. Get out of the way.
This says all access
entrance.
that we can't stand aside, sir.
This says all access entrance.
Please stand aside, sir.
I'm not standing aside.
Why not?
Because my role is to make sure that...
What authority do you have to block members of Congress from the oversight? We all have oversight responsibilities. By what authority can you deny members of Congress their oversight role?
If you don't have a business reason to be here,
you do not have authority, sir. You do not have authority.
Access entrance.
There is no authority for you to deny members of Congress their oversight responsibility.
Bro, you're a member of Congress. You are an elected representative in the United States of America. That's just a guy. What is going on? Like, that's just some guy. What are we doing? Do you know how powerful you are? Did you guys forget? Did the Democrats genuinely forget what this looks like? Like, when you take a step, you are not just taking a step on your own. You are taking a step for all of your constituents. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I want to see some momentum here. I want to see some motion here. I want to see Democrats push back. This stooge of the DOE door has the same power over Dems as a Senate parliamentarian does. Yeah, it's just, it doesn't make sense. This is political theater, but it's bad political theater. Going inside would be good political theater. Getting arrested would be great political theater. That's all.
That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, and they were too afraid. They were too afraid to, take drastic action when clearly drastic action is already being taken by the other side, right? They're not meeting the moment. For what it is. We're seeing a fascist takeover of our government, an illegal one, something that's being declared certainly unconstitutional by a number of federal courts. But they're sitting around here, playing political theater in a way that's not at all helpful, like Hassan suggested. And rather than taking drastic action that at least meets with the drastic actions being taken by Elon Musk and Donald Trump, they're just sort of sitting here, like I said, just kind of whining. And it's just not effective. It's real frustrating to me. All right, we're going to keep talking about all this insanity that Donald Trump and his cronies, the brown shirts, have been doing.
Thank you. Representative Bynum up here. All yours. All right, greetings from Portland, Oregon. Now, I just started this job, and they already got me out here in the cold. We fly 3,000 miles twice a week to put up with this foolishness. I'm not happy.
Say it again.
My baby said, "Mama, you leaving again?" See, yeah, baby, I'm a patriot. I'm a patriot. They never told me I could be a patriot, but I'm a patriot. And you're a patriot. And you're a patriot. And you're a patriot. Because I grew up here in D.C. I was a little girl. I was a little girl that rode the 50 line to Brightwood Elementary School. And they always told us the British had come to storm the city. They always reminded us the British had come and they burned everything down, and we could never let that happen again. They told us, and here we are, Trump and his billionaire boy band. They're not British this time, this one's South African, but they came back. And we're here to say bye-bye. 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 Now, Trump, I done already sued you one time when y'all came to Portland and y'all were body snatching, and that had to stop. But I'm here today to tell you we're showing up. We are all patriots. They're going to take their hands out of our piggy banks. We're going to shut it down. We're going to tell Elon Musk, now listen to me, get your hands out my pockets. Say it with me. Get your hands out my pockets. Get your hands out my pockets.
Well, there we go. Portland's, oh God. I think she's the representative from, I don't remember her name right now. But yeah, attempting to get people to fight back against Elon Musk and the government. I don't know what she means when she said that they're going to shut it down. I do hope that they do shut it down. Not a lot of specifics in that and all that, and still felt like not enough. We need more action, less words. Also, thank you, Nadia, for the super chat. All right, now let's go on to the Humanist Report. Mike did a little video here on the state of American democracy.
They say I can't run again. That's the expression. Sure. Then somebody said, I don't think you can. Oh.
Those were comments Donald Trump made at the National Prayer Breakfast, where he once again floated the idea of staying in power beyond what is allowed by the 22nd Amendment. So to say that he has no regard for the Constitution would be an understatement. He also tried to end birthright citizenship via executive order, which is codified in the 14th Amendment. He is considering sending incarcerated U.S. citizens to El Salvadoran prisons in direct violation of the 8th Amendment. He's sending immigrants to concentration camps as we speak in Gitmo to deprive them of their 5th Amendment rights, which everybody is entitled to, by the way, regardless of citizenship status. His Attorney General, Pam Bondi, is criminally investigating companies that have DEI initiatives, which is a brazen violation of the First Amendment. And he's reportedly drafting an executive order to abolish or dismantle, we don't know how far it's going to go, the Department of Education, which requires an act of Congress. Now, on top of that, he's letting Elon Musk illegally gain access to our government agencies, which now includes the NIH, the Department of Education, and probably more as I record this. He's also gained access to Medicaid and Medicare computers. He is trying to line item veto payments appropriated by Congress at the U.S. Treasury. And that's obviously illegal, but what's crazy, or not so crazy, depending on, what you know about politics, is that Republican senators have willingly ceded that power to Elon Musk despite its illegality. And as this Notice headline put it, Musk's actions may be unconstitutional, but, quote, nobody should bellyache about that, Senator Tom Tillis said. Right. So in other words, this is a constitutional crisis, and nobody's acting like it. But even that doesn't sufficiently describe the danger of this moment, and I think that Jamel Bowie put it best, writing for the New York Times, quote, to describe the current situation in the executive branch as merely a constitutional crisis is to understate the significance of what we're experiencing. Constitutional crisis does not even begin to capture the radicalism of what is unfolding in the federal bureaucracy and of what Congress's decision to not act may liquidate in terms of constitutional meaning. Together, Trump and Musk are trying to rewrite the rules of the American system. They are trying to instantiate an anti-constitutional theory of executive power that would make the president supreme over all other branches of government. If Trump, Musk, and their allies succeed, then the question of American politics won't be if they'll win the next election, but whether the Constitution as we know it is still in effect. And that's what we're contending with right now, in this moment. Donald Trump is in the process of fundamentally transforming our entire system of governance and consolidating power so rapidly that there might not actually be any going back when it's all said and done. We're talking about an informal dictatorship or an explicitly illiberal system of governance, if not de facto regime change altogether. And it doesn't take long to dismantle democratic institutions. In a piece published in The Atlantic by historian Timothy Ryback, he describes how Hitler was able to do it in just 53 days. And the parallels between then and now are truly striking. But we're going to revisit that article in a bit. The point is that it's not too early to start having serious conversations about contingency plans if Trump chooses to go full Hitler. Senator Chris Murphy urged Democrats to act like democracy is weeks away from disintegrating, because it is. And given the speed with which Trump is moving, I'm afraid he could be right. And on a recent episode of Secular Talk, Kyle Kulinski encouraged Democrats to take some pretty extreme steps.
Yeah, and I totally agree with Mike on his estimation of all this. I think I'm sort of saying very similar stuff, thinking very similar stuff right now. Just, been having some rough days and nights thinking about just how quickly this is all just unraveling before our eyes, what it is we're supposed to do about it as a society, certainly as people who object to what's going on, and more specifically, what I'm supposed to do about it as a spacecaster. What it is I should say. There are times where I feel like I have to hold my tongue about what I think needs to be done because I'm not even going to go into it. The point is it's just, oh my God, it's so weird. I can click this. But yeah, it's all very much disturbing in this moment.
Admittedly, but they're necessary.
I really hope the Democrats are smart enough right now to be making alliances which might be necessary for the future. And what I mean by that is you got to get the National Guard on your side. You got to get police departments on your side. You got to try to peel away some generals from the Trump administration, because the fact of the matter is, what is stopping these guys? What's stopping Elon and what's stopping Trump from... The courts are going to say, and this isn't a maybe they'll say this, they are definitely going to say, Elon's got to stop. They got to stop. What's to stop them from Trump to come out and say, no, I disagree. I want to keep going. I'm the president. My word stands. That's beyond a constitutional crisis. That is literally just a fascist coup. That's what that is. Where it's like, hey, you can't do this. This is in brazen, flagrant contravention of the law. And they go, agree to disagree. What do you do then? What do you do then? If you are not making alliances with muscle right now, and all the muscle is on the side of Trump and Elon, then they literally get to do whatever they want. The law is whatever the fuck they say it is at that point. I mean, these are literally the conversations we have to start having.
And I totally agree. With everything that we've already seen, it's not too early to start having that conversation. And I would rather over-prepare than be under-prepared. And the reason why Democrats should prepare for that scenario is because the judiciary, which is still a check on Trump to an extent at least, doesn't have a way to enforce their decisions. So while Congress won't hold him accountable, well, the judiciary might, but they don't have a police force, right? They simply interpret the Constitution and they say what is or isn't permissible. So if they say that Trump can't send U.S. citizens to El Salvador, for example, he can technically just do it anyway, and they'd have no way to enforce their decision. There's no way to stop him, essentially. They can't arrest him, and the Supreme Court already granted him near absolute immunity, so Trump could just threaten to ignore the Constitution and then ignore the Constitution, and absolutely nothing could be done about it. And we're clearly building towards that moment. And Republicans also know that it's getting to that point because they're feeling pressure to let us know that this isn't what it looks like. For example, Senator Mike Lee asked, name a fascist dictator whose agenda entailed limiting the size, cost, and power of government.
Look at this, the spin from this guy. Wow. Name a fascist dictator. This is hilarious. Oh, God. This is great. Nadia, thank you for the super chat. A little pessimistic, but I do see what you're saying. It's very making me sad.
Just dictator whose agenda entailed limiting the size, cost, and power of government. I can name one. Hitler. The Adolf Hitler. And one of the more popular replies to that by SDL pointed out this excerpt from Jerma Bell, who explained how the Nazis pursued privatization to win over support from big industries and business leaders. In other words, they outsourced public services to private industries. And that is exactly what Trump is doing. In fact, he already won over the business industry, right? I mean, the Broligarchs showed up to his inauguration, the richest people in the world, with an estimated net worth of nearly $1 trillion, were sitting shoulder to shoulder at his inauguration. And this notion that Trump is limiting the size of government because of some ideological commitment to anarcho-capitalism or something is bullshit, and Mike Lee knows it's bullshit. Trump is specifically hollowing out the administrative state in order to consolidate his own power and eliminate checks and balances. That's the extent to which...
Yeah, is the you know, that's exactly right. Because Mike Lee is, once again, he was trying to obfuscate and suggest, oh, by shutting down all these organizations, government has less power. Depends on how you want to define government. And of course, you know, Mike Lee hates, you know, the institutions, aside from the ones that, you know, serve big business or whatever else. And, you know, Donald Trump is consolidating power in the White House. You know, that's like, and it's so insane that Republicans are trying to play this dance, pretending like that's not what's happening, as if there isn't this massive consolidation of power going on in front of our eyes, where the president is essentially making himself a dictator. He made himself a dictator on day one, and now he's staying a dictator indefinitely. Everything he's doing is straight up authoritarian. And, you know, this is just the kind of, you know, concerning shit I was hoping we wouldn't have to be talking about right now in 2025.
He's committed to shrinking government. He wants the government to be so small that he is effectively the government. And he has the first and last say on everything because he is a fascist who aspires to be a dictator. And Mike Lee knows it, which is why he felt like he needed to address that, because it is exactly what it looks like. And it's easy to be alarmed by the most blatant things that he's doing that's driving the constitutional crisis that we're in. But him and his cronies are also making other more subtle changes that are either dubious in their illegality, disastrous, or just straight up Hitlerian, literally. Case in point.
I don't want reality. The governor of New Jersey, Phil Murphy, basically admitted that he knew somebody that didn't have full documentation, that he was hiding over his garage. Then we have Tom Tillis, senator from North Carolina, saying that people should have the right to sue sanctuary cities and states that aid and abet in lawbreaking. Your comment on all of that?
Well, I think the governor's pretty foolish saying what he said, because I got note of it, won't let it go, we'll look into it. And if he's knowingly knowingly harboring, concealing an illegal alien, that's a violation of Title 8 United States Code 1324. I would seek prosecution, or the Secretary would seek prosecution.
Just to be clear, Tom Homan, Donald Trump's border czar, is threatening to prosecute and arrest a governor for harboring and concealing immigrants.
And it's just this is all, I feel like, just sort of a preview of the chaos we're going to be dealing with if something isn't done to stop all of this. Am I holding out on you? Is Gary a rollover character? Yes. Gary was a rollover character from yesterday. We achieved over 70 likes. But nobody noticed during the stream, including myself.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
But noticed it after the fact, and so I decided to grace you all with a rollover emotional support character. And you're saying you have 50, so I guess we have to do another roll. That's not how you roll a dice. Okay, that's JBB. All right. Well, I'm afraid it's time for us to talk about this. We've already gotten there. Wait, I'm wrong. It's not time. You know what time it is?
Phrasing?
Whoops, not what I meant to hit. It's this time. Time for a space break. Of course, we have to take one every 2 hours throughout these streams. So I would recommend to you to take this moment to like and subscribe on the stream, and don't forget to hit the alert button, little bell icon, so that you can get all of the latest notifications. Otherwise, you won't know when all the galactic content is happening. And while you're doing those things, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers like yourself. That's right, without you, the Galactic News Network would cease to exist. Of course, there are so many great ways to support us on YouTube, on Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, and of course Patreon, where you can get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars. Just count them, $3 a month. And you can get access to so many benefits, I'm not even going to name them. I'm just going to recommend that you go on the website by clicking the link in the chat or in my bio. And you can read all the benefits on the different tiers yourself. But you know, one thing that I realized recently with our increased subscriber numbers is if everyone who subscribed to the YouTube channel, let alone on the Twitch, were to donate just $2 a month, we would have no space financial problems whatsoever. So do consider supporting your favorite space stream. Alright, chat, enjoy this short galactic intermission. Grab yourselves a drink, perhaps a snack, and I'll be right back. All right, chat. I'm back. You know what that means. Time for you to get back to your seats, otherwise you're gonna miss all of that galactic content. Okay, now let's go on to this disturbing story. Perhaps not that unexpected, but it is just fucking disgusting. This guy has gone so far off the rails at this point. It's been breaking me inside a little bit. You know, there was a time long ago where I actually had respect for this man. But that has since receded over the last decade. One Kanye West, otherwise now known as just Ye. That's right. He's been doing some more very horrifying things. Tweeting up a storm. A hate storm. The worst kind of storm there is.
Also, speaking of athleisure and streetwear, the guy that played a pretty big role on top of Virgil Abloh in mass producing athleisure and streetwear is very clearly crashing out once again on the timeline. Everybody knew he was a Nazi already, but he's going full Nazi mode once again in an effort to desperately get people to pay attention to him. But it seems like in that process, he's gotten one of his collabs pulled. Numerous famous celebrities have finally unfollowed him. And Kai Cenat, who was supposed to do a collab with him, said this.
I'm going to go ahead and address the elephant in the room. I seen the tweets, my nigga. I seen the tweets, bro. I seen the tweets. I don't know what's going on, bro.
You don't know what's going on? What are you talking about, Guy?
What do you mean you don't know what's going on? He did this before, you know?
Hey,
my guy, where have you been?
I think it is GG's. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I think, bro, it's crazy, bro. I don't know, bro. It's crazy. It's just back to back to back. I don't know. I think it's GG's. It's GG's, bro.
Yeah, I mean, of course it's GG's. And the thing is, I have a different approach to it. I do think that like his mental illness certainly played a major role in making him vulnerable and more susceptible to Nazi influence. Candace Owens played a big role in, I think, Kanye West's like neo-Nazi radicalization. Having said that, however, this is the second go at it. And I think at this point, it's fairly obvious that it's not because of just like the mania that comes in and out of Kanye West's life, but also he's doing it for attention. Like a child that needs attention and cries and poops in his diapers. That's what he's doing. Like he's just very clearly trying to sell some product. And if you can't do it because of your creative skills, what do? You go for the lowest common denominator. That's it. The lowest common denominator is saying that people will pay attention to negatively. Okay. 14-year-old kids do this exact same thing all the time. Like literally this exact same thing, screaming the racially charged racist ass. He's like an angry baby. He hit every part of the political spectrum. I will say nothing bad or against China. They always showed me love. When Americans turned their backs on me, I'm a Nazi. Who's your top?
And the fact is it's shocking that people have been banned from X, from Twitter, for posting things about Elon or whatever else. But this flies. This is no big deal. Elon's fine with all this sort of stuff.
Have baddest bitches of all time. My wife, my wife, my wife, my wife. My wife demoralizes bitches. I change my mind when I feel like it. If you see anyone around me, know that they are providing a service. Friends are for kids. I used to be broke. Now I can't relate to brokenness and don't want to. All white people are racist. I'm happily out of cut. Gerard Carmichael is funnier than Dave Chappelle. I miss you, family, and I'm sorry if I ever said any gay jokes in front of you, not knowing you was gay. You are one of the most brilliant people. And yes, I said I miss you, knowing people will try to flip that. He's finally crossed the line. He's selling this now? What is this? Okay,
Jesus
dude.
Christ.
I've wanted to make this t-shirt for years. My greatest performance art piece thus far. This has 89,000 likes. Twitter is so cooked.
Wow.
Yeah, HH Heil Hitler 01. Dude, let me explain something to you, okay? Let me explain something to you. This is 1,000,000% someone who is unimaginably desperate for attention. Okay?
Yeah. Also, someone who just doesn't give a shit about what they do for that attention, even if it's incredibly psychotic and problematic. You know, and that's something that we gotta, in terms of just society, rewarding this sort of problematic behavior, right? And yet, you know, this guy is still walking the streets, you know, even though he's selling Nazi merch on X. His account hasn't been taken down, even though he's selling Nazi merch and saying a bunch of Nazi stuff, even though Elon says he's not an anti-Semite. He loves the Jews. I don't do Hitler salutes. That was me giving my heart out to people. I'm just, I just repost stuff like that, or, I'm speaking from the perspective of Elon. But like, that's just, this is where we're at right now. It's out of control. It's out of control. Like, in Germany, you go to jail for this stuff, right? If you do this sort of shit in Germany, you go to jail. It's just a fact. It is illegal.
Illegal.
And yet here in the United States, we're allowing this to continue on. Nazis walking the streets with guns, being protected by police officers. Not arrested by police officers, as they should be. And, we're coming. I think we're at a reckoning moment right now. I hate to say it. We are at a reckoning moment. And what comes next? Oh, those in power who've been allowing this stuff to go on are the ones responsible.
He said, "Hail Elon." Kanye is not being a contrarian. If he was, he would be a communist. The ultimate contrarian under a capitalist system. Being a Nazi and spewing Nazi views just reinforces what capitalist fascist collaborators want to do. Dude, no, I don't think you understand. He is just simply doing what he thinks is the edgiest thing you can do. This is his perspective on what he believes is edgy. It's a desperate ploy for attention from an old man who is nearing 50 years old, who unfortunately for many of his fans and himself has not contributed to the culture in meaningful and relevant ways in quite a while at this point. And I think that bricked his brain. He already was like very obviously not all there, and surrounded by sycophants who lean into his worst motivations, who allow him to go crazy like this. He's just basically popping off, desperately trying to garner as much attention as he possibly can, and we're kind of giving it to him, but not in the way that he wants it to happen. That's it. Can you explain how Candace Owens played a role in this? In Kanye West's most vulnerable moments, Candace Owens was literally constantly stuck to his ass cheeks, okay? A lot of people don't remember this. This was all the way back in like 2018, if I'm not mistaken. It was the first time he had a crash out. Van Lathan, I forget how to say his name, I'm sorry. Famously had that TMZ argument with him where he was saying like slavery is a mindset, where he was basically unwinding, where he first started doing the Maga. That was when he was linked up with Candace Owens. And Candace Owens was non-stop pumping his brain with, like, at first some Hotep stuff, and then later directly neo-Nazi. Okay, I remember talking about this at the time because I can't reveal my sources, but I also had some people that, especially when he went to Africa, when he did his Africa tour, I know some people that were there with him, and they explained to me how shocking it was and how much more that he's openly saying now, he was saying 7 years ago. He was saying all this stuff behind closed doors, and then he's now voluntarily revealing this stuff now. The reality of the matter is, this is kind of the trajectory that Kanye West has been on for almost the past decade. I used to be woke too. I like that being woke now is just saying being anti-Nazi. Like, that's what wokeness has gotten
That's the
to.
wokeness.
Cancel culture is now when you want to say that, like...
And that's the thing, right? Like, people... Republicans and Democrats alike have been talking about, you know, just America has been talking about how we defeated the Nazis in World War II. It was all us. Nobody helped. You know, Germany didn't make any mistakes by, say, I don't know, invading their former ally Russia, at the time Soviet Union. You know, you know, we've been saying over and over, America saved the world from Nazis. You know, but now it's just woke to say that you don't like Nazis. And that's how far we've come, which is why I'm no longer accepting that premise anymore. Until we defeat Nazis at home, until we make it illegal for Nazis to walk on the streets, we haven't defeated them yet. Sorry.
Wokeness has gotten to. Cancel culture is now when you want to say that, like, a federal government employee shouldn't be on the timeline talking about, you know, deporting every Indian. That's cancel culture.
That's cancel
culture.
culture.
If you say, hey, this like 19, 20-year-old was tweeting about how we should deport every Indian and we should normalize Indian hate, okay? 2 weeks before assuming the role of controlling the treasury, right? Like, maybe that's not the best possible person to hire for the job. That's cancel culture. And
Yeah,
now
come on.
woke is when you're like, say no to Nazis. You know what the worst part is? The album gonna suck? Yeah, 100%. If he could rest on his laurels, he wouldn't be doing that anyway. What do hacky ass comedians do when they don't have good material? When they feel like they're
I just
out
gotta
of
say,
touch? What?
That comment is really lacking. What's the word? Any consideration for context, because honestly, Kanye's music has been going downhill for a long time. I mean, when I was a kid, you know, late registration, all that stuff was coming out, and so I definitely listened to Kanye. But in the last 10 years, barely any of Kanye's music has spoken to me, you know. And of course, the next album is gonna suck. If anybody's sitting around waiting for the next Kanye album, we got a problem.
They do. They hit the exact same button. They try to be as edgy as possible because that drives reactions. If you're desperate for attention, you can always hit that cancel culture vein. You can always say like edgy. To be honest, this is incredibly sad, bro. His kids. Yeah, that's the other side of the story, which is like he's 50 years old. He has children at this point who can see him doing this kind of stuff. And it's just like, it's so lame. It's so corny. It's so sad. I don't know. I mean, he is just actively manic posting on the timeline up and down. He's about to be 50 soon, and he's still doing this stuff. Yeah, there's not really much else I can say about it. Yesterday, the White Lives Matter tee sold the most. They'll buy all this Louis Vuitton owned by a French dude, but y'all mad. Now, the thing that's also, I guess, like, if I were to do some
By the way,
systemic analysis here, some systemic...
You know, I did not even know about is that. Yeah, I mean, I knew that Ye and Kim had split, right? I did not know they'd gotten remarried to a Kim Kardashian clone, just a slightly smaller one. She's much shorter than Kim, if I'm not mistaken. But am I losing my mind, or does this woman look like just like a younger version of Kim Kardashian? Honestly, I saw this picture, and for a while, I was like, wait, is that Kim? She lost a lot of weight. And I was like, wait a second, that's not Kim. That's not Kim. What the fuck is happening? Because I don't keep up with them anymore, right? At all. You know, not keeping up with the Kardashians in the slightest. But I was looking at pictures thinking that this was Kim for like a minute. And I was like, wait, she's too short. What's happening? And I had to like look it up. I was like, oh my God. He found a Kim Kardashian. He CRISPR'd up a wife. You know, you know, he genetic edited some woman to look as much like Kim Kardashian as possible. It's kind of horrifying. I wonder what Kim thinks about that.
I think one of the major issues with this kind of hog behavior is that it does have a tendency to normalize other people coming out this way, because there are plenty of people who want clout. There are plenty of people who want attention. So they go, oh, well, Kanye's doing it, I'm going to do it too. And then there's also plenty of people who personally agree with this kind of attitude, and they see that as a perfect way to come out and actively try to make this more of a normal attitude to have. The way this works is like when Elon Musk hits that Sig Heil, and there's a lot of discourse, and he gets no punishments, no penalties for it, as the wealthiest, most powerful person on the planet, that creates an environment where a lot more people will feel comfortable doing this kind of thing. And guess what? Kanye also contributes to that and has contributed to that. And that's precisely what's happening. Hassan, thank you for not feeding the narrative that Kanye's acting like this due to bipolar 1 disorder. I was diagnosed with it in 2017. No, the only thing that contributes to it is like, it obviously, when you're bipolar, yes, you are more vulnerable, more susceptible to outside influences like this, but it's still him doing it. You know what I mean? He's like, not everyone with bipolar disorder that goes out and becomes a Nazi. Okay,
no kidding.
Actively work to control their urges, and
I think that should be evident to everyone, and yet somehow it's not. Probably because most people don't have a very, clear understanding of personality disorders and things like that, and so it's easy for people to just blame it on that. But being bipolar doesn't make you a Nazi, okay? Pretty much none of the personality disorders, from my understanding, my sort of shallow understanding of personality disorders, are made Nazis by their personality disorders, right? That has to do with internal stuff going on outside of all that. It's maybe you say stuff that you shouldn't say, but you were thinking it, right? That has nothing to do with the actual disorder itself, I don't think. Also, thank you, Nadia, for the sweet, sweet super chat. Cops are IDF trained. Yeah, I remember. Did we talk about it on the stream? I don't think we did, but that's a real thing. It's a real thing. National Guard and other armed services full of right-wing religious extremists. Yeah, we're in troubling times right now. We really are.
I think that Kanye West, especially given the media...
Are you a hobbit? Oh my god, I remember that episode. Are you a hobbit, though?
Out that he engaged in his
now I
spiraling
real bad.
In the past. Like, this is not the first time he's doing it. This is the second time he's doing it very publicly, okay? And the stakes are constantly raised. So obviously there is a separate narcissistic tendency here where he obviously wants to garner attention by doing this. It's not because he's bipolar, although that feeds into him being vulnerable, I think, especially alongside his narcissism and his tendency to push away people that are like criticizing him or critical of him in his own orbit, that try to reach out to him and preserve his mental sanity. But it's clear that, especially considering the times where he hasn't behaved like this prominently, and the suspicious nature of how he came out recently again and started popping off like this again right before he decides to like release an album or sell some merchandise or whatever, it shows me that he's doing this for a very specific, very deliberate, very nefarious purpose, to garner more attention.
It seemed as if, at least back then, though those arguments were terrible, he was trying to articulate his point. I'm not blaming the fans. I'm not. Y'all don't have control over what Kanye West says. You aren't going to be the needle. But a lack of engagement, I think, is what's required when you see people doing things like this. Kanye West is incapable. Yes, Kanye West is incapable of making noise musically currently. He has no ideas, nothing thought-provoking, nothing left in the...
Exactly. And when you're like an incredibly influential artist for most of your life, I think that bricks your brain. So you try to hit the lowest common denominator nonsense that garners maximum amounts of attention.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and that's where he is.
It is
that's
my
currently
honor
where
to
he
give
is.
the
Exactly.
person of the
The
year...
Nazi stuff is a weird situation because... On the one hand, it's incredibly dangerous to normalize this kind of rhetoric, okay? That's one. Number two, he does have this ideological leaning for sure. Make no mistake. But the reason why he's coming out like this is not because of mental illness, even though that is a contributing factor. The reason why he's coming out like this is because he wants attention and he doesn't know how to get it with his art. He doesn't have money.
Yeah, it does seem like he has been doing that kind of stuff quite a lot for the last 10 years or so.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to give the Person of the Year award to this year's winner, Pope Francis.
Gracias, gracias. I love my children.
All right, hold up. Hold up. I'm sorry, Pope, but hold up. I just gotta say this. If my fiance is a hobbit, then what, bitch? Oh, yeah. Okay, if she is a hobbit, then how come she don't turn blue when goblins are near? Oh, you didn't think of that. Oh, I guess she's not a hobbit then. She must be a beautiful, sexy woman.
The hobbit doesn't turn blue around goblins, just his sword does.
Man, get the fuck out of here, you hobbit trivia bitch. Who the fuck asked you? Nobody is talking any more shit about my woman, all right? She is gorgeous. If she was here, you could all see for yourself how beautiful she is. But she can't be here because she has a movie coming out on Friday, directed by Peter Jackson, called The Hobbit. Hold up. Bitch, that movie you got coming out is called The Hobbit? Yeah, but it's what? Oh, yeah. Yep, I got it. Yep, let me tell him. Love you too. Kim is not even in that movie. That movie is just loosely based on her television show, Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
I just had to. I couldn't help it. Someone made the reference and I just needed to watch it.
Anymore. He can't fashion trends. He can't dictate music trends. He's completely far removed from rap as a medium. His artistic expression is not up to par. Like, I feel like if you made him listen to like a one Osama song or whatever, he would just he would snap back to reality almost. Like, it would break his brain so hard. Like, a lot of where rap is going right now with, underground artists and underground music. No, not Bin Laden, man. Osama's son. Like one Black Boy Max collaboration stream would just destroy his brain. And it's interesting because he also recognizes that as well to a certain degree, because I saw him tweeting about how he just doesn't listen to rap anymore because it's lame. He only listens to Wagner. He said his favorite rapper is Miles.
Get people talk.
Does Hassan not know how to pronounce Wagner? Has he just seen the word before? I've never heard anybody say Wagner before. Oh, that one kills me.
But he hasn't done so over the last 5 years. People that aren't hardcore fans, his genius, quote unquote, has not been acknowledged to that extent musically. I'm not saying that people don't still like his merchandise, but the allure of Kanye West clothing doesn't seem to be as hype as it was 5-6 years ago. So when no one's talking about Kanye or bro wants some attention,
those are not dog whistles, my guy. He's selling a shirt with a swastika on it. That's blatant. No. I'm saying even I know it's blatant. But I'm saying even when he's talking about music, every aspect of it is just pro-Nazi. Everything he tweets about is about how much he loves Adolf Hitler. I don't know how to explain this to you. It is because he is washed. That's it. He is so washed and so desperate for attention that he knows this is the last thing you can do. The only thing you can do that is worse than this if you actively come out in support of pedophilia or something. Okay,
Jesus Christ.
That's it. That's the last move that he's got in the tank. The one thing he hasn't pulled on yet is
that'll be next. Kanye will buy Epstein's Island and restore it to its former well, not glory, depravity, I guess. Okay, we're gonna move on from the Kanye situation, but before we do, I just want to look at some more of these tweets. I got a few pictures here showing some of the insane things Kanye tweeted that I'm pretty sure, at least some of them, we missed. But here, let's just go back here. Let's look at these. Quote, I am a Nazi. Let's see if y'all give that money back. I love Hitler. Now what, bitches? I mean, this is insane. This is purely insanity. I love Hitler. Now what? How is it that this is acceptable speech on X? Huh? Is it because there is another Nazi who owns and runs the platform? I don't know. Could be. Could be. I don't know. I'm just putting the pieces, the puzzle pieces, the very difficult and intricate puzzle pieces together. Hard to draw the lines, but geez, does feel like that might be the reason. All right, we got more stuff to talk about. Who made this? Who made this list? This is wild. I don't think I've ever seen this many MR videos in one of my streams. It's out of control. I'm out of control. I'm out of control today, chat. Sunday fun day. I just decided to go fully rogue. Let's go here and talk about all these tariffs Donald Trump has been enacting, then unenacting, and starting up new ones. By the way, Donald Trump actually, we'll talk about this. He already came up with some new tariffs over the weekend, which we'll talk about in a second. But let's go here first. See what Kristi Noem had to say about Donald Trump's very stupid trade war.
Here's Kristi Noem with, I'm not sure I fully understand what she's talking about. She may not
dressed
know.
as a cowboy.
Yes, new outfit. She had the Border Patrol outfit on last week on Laura Ingraham.
Oh, this
You can find her dressed as a nurse in a campaign ad.
No, she's doing, Kristi Noem's trying to do everybody in the Village people over the course of her first month in office.
Trump would love that.
Here she is on NBC News with Kirsten Welker.
You know, Madam Secretary, economists all across the board are warning that ultimately tariffs lead to higher prices for consumers, and that these tariffs in particular could see prices increase on food, electronics, and cars. The president himself...
Pause it. Now, we just talked about this. Why does tariffs increase the price of things? Because the tariff is essentially... No, not essential. It's literally a tax. If the thing comes across the border, you need to pay a 25% tax on it, and the consumer pays for that. So it raises prices. But it also is inflationary for every other product in this country that would compete with that. So if Sam's selling tomatoes and tomatoes cost 25 cents more or 25% more coming in from Mexico, I could actually raise the price of my tomatoes by 20%, still be a discount.
Free markets, everybody. Bringing back the free markets.
Immediately.
Eggs will be... Well, they won't be cheaper. You'll have to do Ocean's 11 style heists to get them. But at least Gaza Strip will be owned by the United States. That's more important. Also deporting all the immigrants. That's number 1 and 2 for me. Egg prices, not a big deal really here at the Trump household. So it's kind of at the bottom of the list. I know people, they said they liked it during the presidential election, but who gives a fuck about the people? But yeah, I mean, this is the bare bones truth about all of this that Sam is spitting right now. But yeah, it's just a free market. You see a opportunity as a capitalist. You know, somebody who, say, runs Walmart or one of the other large supermarket chains, and you're like, well, all these tariffed goods coming into the United States are raising those prices. I could just go a few pennies cheaper, and I'll be able to bank, even though it's cost me $0 more to produce it. It's just a market opportunity, the free market.
What's going to happen? But Kristi Noem doesn't seem to understand this.
see prices increase on food, electronics, and cars. The president himself acknowledging this morning these tariffs could cause, quote, some pain. How is this move helping President Trump fulfill his campaign promise to lower prices?
You know, you've seen the president take action already this week with Colombia, and you saw Colombia react in a very positive way that was good for everyone involved. Canada, Mexico, other countries have the opportunity to do exactly the same. So we have a strong leader. He has laid down exactly what he is going to do and what the consequences are. I encourage their leadership teams to get on board and to make sure that they're not pushing up prices. If prices go up, it's because of other people's reactions to America's laws, and that's what President Trump is doing. He is making sure that we're not picking and choosing winners and losers.
He's literally doing that right now.
What? I mean, there is a world where I can imagine we have a top cabinet official who's asked this question, who is just there to be a lapdog for Donald Trump, and comes up with a comprehensible, and I would disagree with it, but arranges her words in such a way that they actually mean something. But he is raising the prices. He is imposing the tax. What another country could do to react to it? I mean, if they did nothing, if they did absolutely nothing, the prices would rise by 25% of those goods coming in. Again, there's domestic inflationary pressure. The only thing that they could do in response that would also be problematic for the U.S. is to say, oh, well, we're no longer going to buy your goods.
You know, when people will say, you know, Donald Trump is a strong leader, I start getting like these sorts of vibes, I guess, in my head. That's why I start singing, you know? He is the strong force that leads Korea. He has our whole people's fate in his hands. He is our hope and dream for high ideals. He makes everything grow beyond anyone's wish. Great comrade Kim Jong-un, we will follow you. No one but you. Great comrade Kim Jong-un, we will be faithful to you. You know, this is the talk that we're getting right now. Dictator worship from Kristi Noem.
Which would then be problematic for the producers of those goods here. The idea that she goes on to say that Donald Trump does not choose winners and losers, it's literally 180 degrees from and I have no problem with the idea of government picking winners and losers, because it does that all the time. But putting a 25% tax on some products in a market and not others is literally the definition of picking winners and losers. Just go back a little bit, because it's just stunning that these people are in charge of anything. Like, I am nervous just at the idea that she may have put that hat on herself with her abilities.
I don't know. Kristi Noem seems to have a lot of experience in cosplaying, so I hear. And, you know, for the last week, she's just been going around, you know, switching outfits, you know, ice baby. You know, she got into that. That border police outfit earlier in the week. Then she switched to cowgirl outfits and whatever else she's got in her closet. Maybe a cute maid at some point will come out, or maybe she'll be like a construction worker. I don't know, something. But she seems dedicated to all of that all that cosplay. I'm fairly certain it's mostly her. I'm gonna keep talking about tariffs.
Let's play number 6.
Oh my God! Two majority. What is happening?
Number that nobody's really.
2 Majority Report videos in a row. Yeah, my God, what? Who makes this list exactly?
Let's play number.
What is it? Sunday
6.
FUNDAY.
She was less impressed.
Number that nobody's really talking about, and here's what it is. U.S. out of our GDP that we have, we spend 3.4% of it on our military. Our military expenditure is the highest in the world. So we spend around $950 billion, give or take, on military expenditure. Mexico is the lowest in the world, 0.7% of their GDP, which is only $12 billion a year, and Canada is only 1.3%, which is around $27 billion. Why am I sharing this number with you?
God.
They have America that's so powerful that who the hell is waking up thinking about attacking Canada or Mexico?
Yeah,
so here's my opinion. I think this 25%.
Pause it for 1 second. In the absence of the United States having the not just the world's largest military budget, but twice as large as the rest of the world combined, I think it is. Who's thinking we need to invade Mexico or Canada?
Besides the
Besides the complete insane, the completely insane. Well, Melanie Mack is a white racist Christian cosplayer. Where's her job? You know what? I think I have the answer for that question. I don't know who you're talking about, but for, you know, white racist Christian cosplayers, you now have a venue for your, I guess you call it art? I mean, the Kennedy Center, right? Donald Trump has now taken over, you know, the Kennedy Center, which is an arts and performing arts institution. Maybe they can go there and put on a little performance of hate-filled cosplay.
The United States.
Besides Trump, who we have this tariff thing and this threats to bomb Mexico, that would violate countless treaties, including a trade deal that Trump signed himself while he was in office. These are 2 of our 3 largest trading partners, and he's openly trying to shake them down. Like, as you're saying, this could really damage our relationships with them going forward. But Ingram at least like expressed some skepticism, I think, here.
Thinking about attacking Canada or Mexico. So here's my opinion. I think this 25% that they're wanting to remove, I think it needs to stay because we're providing you protection. We're providing you safety. There's a reason your military is not that strong. You're using that money to invest into other areas. Why are we doing that? If we're doing that to provide safety to you, I think America should at least have a 25% tax tariff, if you want to call it, regardless of whatever happens, simply for the protection President Trump and the U.S.
It's so stupid. It's almost like PBD. I thought this guy knew finance stuff and like economics. What is going on? I thought this guy doesn't he run his show from a bank vault? Didn't he buy a bank with his millions of dollars that he got from his scam insurance company or whatever it was? Buy that bank and start a podcast inside of the vault? I thought this guy understood economics. Mexico's not going to pay for the tariffs, you dumb fuck.
Pause it for a second. See the sleight of hand here, though? Why are we doing this? Okay, why are we doing this? Why are we spending this money? If it's not for our benefit, why are we doing it? What, like, all right, you want a 25% tariff? How about we just reduce our expenditure in the military by whatever number you think that is going to generate for these countries?
Yeah.
Because we know
yeah, it's a good idea, Sam.
That 25% tariff on these countries is going to end up being a tax, a regressive tax, a sales tax. And it's going to hurt middle and low income Americans more than anybody else. So if that's the theory, but then he just switches over.
The other thing it's going to hurt is the bottom lines of major businesses, right? You know, people start reducing their spending because of increase taxes on purchasing, that's going to lower the profits of these businesses. Oh God, maybe that's why Donald Trump canceled 2 of the tariffs without getting anything from either Mexico or Canada. I don't know. I'm just postulating over here.
Like, well, we just take it for granted that we need this size of a military. Well, who are we protecting whom from what? Good.
Happens simply for the protection President Trump and the U.S. provides Mexico and Canada.
Yeah, I'm not too impressed with the Canadian response, frankly. I mean, the fentanyls are, I don't know what that's going to do. And I guess they'll have a few helicopters flying at the border. I mean, that's not nothing, but they were going to get slapped with 25% tariffs, and now those are gone for at least 30 days. I'm not sure what's going to happen in 30
not
days. Maybe
impressed.
some other concessions, but I
Wait,
think
not Kellyanne.
President Trump saw a huge...
My brain just broke. What is this dumb bitch's name? I cannot remember her name now. Why do I think she's... I mean, she's... They all blend together. Kellyanne Conway. This is the same thing.
Huge negative reaction to this, as I know you predicted, I predicted, from Wall Street, from the markets, from all the establishment types. Do you think he reacted
Ingram,
to
thank
that?
you. Thank you.
Or maybe some of his advisors said, whoa, we gotta rethink this?
Pause it for a second.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
It's my bad. Thank you, chat. Laura fucking Ingram.
Some of his advisors said, whoa, we gotta rethink this?
Pause it for a second. For those of you who don't speak Fox News propaganda having to concede some actual reality.
No.
That is,
I don't want reality.
Trump caved because all his rich benefactors were like, dude, what are you doing?
Give me a joke.
Because this is his shakedown tactic. This is what he learned from his dad. It's essentially threaten them, scare them, get what you need out of them. But his
He
didn't get anything.
He didn't get anything, but it doesn't matter, right? He needs to be flattered. He wants the phone call.
Yeah, but he can also pretend like he got something to his base and be like, you know what? We have the fentanyl czar in Canada. It's going to solve all the problems. Because the fact is, his base is not... They'll spend hours and hours on QAnon boards, on 8chan or whatever, right? BitChute or whatever, like diving deep on, I'm trying to think of this, Pizzagate or whatever, right? Like they will spend, their entire lifetimes going through all that information. But Donald Trump tells them one thing and they just accept it. Whole cloth. No further questions, thank you.
Don't be creepy.
He wants the respect. It's about this black hole in his heart that can never be fulfilled and to look tough.
That's what governs it. Is the Financial Times 2 days ago? Trump faces backlash from business as trade war sounds.
I think what happened was this: is that this idiot actually believed his own dumbness.
Yep.
No one around him said, "Hey, boss,
they don't pay us." Tariffs.
Hey, boss, we're not going to be able to replace the income tax.
The IRS.
You're confusing our budget deficit with the trade deficit. These are two different things.
So true. But I mean, that's what I've been saying similar things this whole time. Donald Trump just genuinely doesn't understand what these things mean. He conflates budget deficit with trade deficit, even though they're completely different measures of the state of the economy, and or trade or the government. And it's just so weird to have somebody in power again who just genuinely just doesn't understand most of what he's talking about, but his followers accept it without any real pushback. But even Fox News has to attempt to recognize tiny parts of reality amidst all of the bullshit. Oh my god. And the fact that it doesn't just open their eyes, maybe not shocking, but I am left just with my, my head in my hands over here trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. because they want to believe. Yeah, it's magical thinking. That's a fair estimation. Yeah. I have faith in Donald Trump, Lord and Savior Trump. All right, how are we doing on the time? Okay, we're 3 hours in. I'm like an hour away from another break. So I guess we could probably get all of this done in that time. Speaking of tariffs, I did mention Donald Trump said he's going to impose more tariffs, even after canceling a couple of them. Now, right now, according to my sources, it's going to be across the board, regardless of country of origin, right? Tariff on all steel and aluminum imports. 25%. And this, to me, is one of maybe and I know the whole thing is a freaking idiotic fiasco, but in my estimation, this might be the dumbest of all of the tariffs, right? Because this, in many ways, negates the potential for the things that he is purporting this is going to do. We'll get into that more in a second, but let's just first go here to the Associated Press with the story. This is from 4 hours ago. Happened right before the stream started.
I'll be announcing probably Tuesday or Wednesday at a news conference reciprocal tariffs, and very simply, it's if they charge us, we charge them. That's all.
When does it go into effect, sir?
Almost immediately.
Almost immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Highly detailed, and it'll be great for everybody, including the other countries. But if they are charging us 130% and we're charging them nothing, it's not.
I just realized what's being held in the background. I didn't even notice it until just now. Do you see what map this guy is holding behind us? Or girl, I have no idea who's holding this shit, but oh my god. Jesus Christ, dude.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
That is a map of the Gulf of Mexico, labeled the Gulf of America. I know I can only see 4 words, but I'm fairly certain that this is exactly what we're looking at. Wow. So glad we have this guy to hold this poster board for us.
Everybody, because there's somewhere we have similar tariffs. But the ones that are taking advantage of the United States, we're going to have it's reciprocity, it's reciprocal. We're going to have reciprocal.
So
we'll also be announcing steel tariffs on Monday.
Tomorrow?
Monday, tomorrow. Everybody, steel.
Including Canada, Mexico,
yeah. Any steel coming into the United States is going to have a 25% tariff.
What about aluminum, sir?
Aluminum too.
10%?
No, 25%.
25 for aluminum.
25 for both. I'm committed to buying and owning Gaza. As far as us rebuilding it, we may give it to other states in the Middle East to build sections of it. Other people may do it through our auspices, but
So this is today, or Sunday. This is Donald Trump saying quadrupling down, maybe quintupling. I don't even know where we're at on this, but Donald Trump seems incredibly dedicated to the ethnic cleansing of Gaza and the rebuild by some sort of multilateral effort in which the United States doesn't pay for any of it. But there you have it. Donald Trump saying that he's going to, starting today, essentially, it's almost Monday for most of the United States. And this, I'm going to get back into what I was saying at the beginning of this. This completely negates any of the purported goals of Donald Trump for the fucking tariffs he's been talking about. Because, people are talking about, Donald Trump has been talking about how this is going to bring back manufacturing to the United States. How do you bring back manufacturing to the United States? How do you get, because this is the thing, right? We have U.S. companies that are abroad producing products, whether it be in China or elsewhere, right? In Mexico, Look, there's tons of different countries where the United States not United States companies have facilities where they're manufacturing whatever products. And these whole tariffs were supposed to make it so that goods from abroad would cost more than American-made goods. Therefore, hypothetically, causing businesses to come back to the United States to manufacture, to build out the infrastructure necessary for that. Of course, was going to require probably hundreds of billions, if not $1 trillion+ to do, right? I'm just saying, like, if you were to replace all foreign manufacturing and bring it back to the US, right? The number of factories, mines, whatever else that would need to be built out, right? It's an insane number. Like, honestly, it's not. I've heard a whole bunch of different numbers. But it's certainly going to be huge if it were to actually take place, right? I'm still speaking hypothetically here. But this completely negates any of that. This will make it so that coming back to the United States to build a factory is going to cost you 25% more than it did yesterday. Well, not maybe 25% more, but a whole bunch more than it would have, right? All the steel that you're going to need to build a factory. Usually there's at least a fair amount of steel and aluminum in the construction of buildings. I don't know if you knew that. That's a little known fact. And this basically just throws all of that out of the fucking, like, out of the plane. To harken back to this image. But like, how exactly does Donald Trump expect manufacturing to come back to the United States for a whole bunch of factories to be created here if the steel costs 25% more? The dumbest trade war just got even dumber. I'm sorry, people. I got ahead of myself when I was calling it the dumbest trade war, when I was talking about the Wall Street Journal calling it the stupidest trade war. So yeah, where are the economists to come out and say, wow, we've actually superseded the previously dumbest trade war for the newest dumbest trade war. We make the steel at home. Do we? We make some. It's also still more expensive than steel from abroad. Yeah. It's going to be a problem. We still definitely get a ton of steel from other places. I'm pretty sure that was a sarcastic comment. I could be wrong. All right. Well, we've got like 50 minutes in this half, which gives us enough time to go over one of the best TV shows available right now on YouTube. That being the deposition of the Louder with Crowder team for their, I guess you call them, journalistic practices.
Give me a joke.
Steven Crowder has come out with a new show that he's doing. It's
Court TV.
It's entitled "The Deposition Testimony of Steven Crowder." And so far, the first episode is fantastic. I can't recommend it enough. You can find it on YouTube, The Deposition Testimony of Steven Crowder. He dispenses with the bells and whistles, and it's just him being probably honest, talking directly into camera and being asked questions about his willingness to just sort of put any slop on his show if it furthers a narrative that in some way seems to dull the impact against Nazis and increases sort of like a suspicion of brown people. He was sued because he misidentified a man as the Allen, Texas shooter. Come on! You'll recall that shooting took place, when was it? In May of 2023.
A little under 2 years ago.
And Crowder was very, very excited because he was like, nobody has the guts to show this picture of the shooter, but I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
Because I've got it from, I've picked up this picture from
Steven Crowder.
The name of the
rogue journalist willing to bring the people the truth, the hard-hitting, well-researched truth. Debate me, bro.
That was
Africa Today.
Africa Today. That's right. Oh, Today Africa.
Today
I'm
Africa.
sorry.
Oh, not to be associated with nude Africa,
Yes,
right?
they're separate.
Okay.
Today Africa. And Crowder, instead of thinking like, I wonder why people aren't showing this picture. Is it possible that it hasn't been verified as the actual shooter? Or is it because the left-wing media wants to censor everybody? Well, it turns out that it was actually that it hadn't been verified. But here's Crowder being asked about that in his deposition under that suit, which apparently Crowder has subsequently has settled. And I imagine that means he paid out money. It's been a rough year.
Definitely not a comedian. That's one thing. Like, that's one thing I've wondered to myself. Do most comedians come on stage armed to the teeth, wearing gun holsters? Like, does that make people want to laugh? Like when you know what I mean? Like, I feel like this is sort of like I can't remember who said it first, but like. Who wants to laugh at a comedian that can kick the shit out of them, right? Who wants to laugh at a comedian who's armed to the teeth, guns a-blazing, who seems to have some sort of, bug up his ass? Like, like, what do you know? How do you know when to laugh and when you'll be shot for laughing and or not? These are questions you don't want to have to answer during a comedy show.
For Crowder in terms of paying out money, I would imagine, being aware of divorce, and I would imagine, Crowder. Well, okay.
All right, I'm going to show you an excerpt that I want to ask you some questions about from your May 8th show. So let's play that now.
Who the shooter was first. Okay. So you're going to hear the media give you some reports. A lot of what they say is bullshit. All right. Shooter was a 33-year-old Hispanic male. His name was Mauricio Garcia. Mauricio Garcia. Now, the reason that we are pulling this, and you're asking yourself because we make the references available, we're pulling this from Today News Africa, is because it's the only...
Now, we looked into Today's News Africa. Their website is at least down at this point, but at the time when I first tried to click the link on it, it was blocked by my browser, and they suggested that this website was a phishing scam of some sort. So it's not the most reputable organization, that much is for sure. But one thing that I love about this is the Crowder in Crowder cam, right? You got the Crowder here watching the Crowder here. It's a fascinating dynamic.
It's the only news outfit showing you the shooter's face. You won't find his face in, here you go, NBC, Wall Street Journal, CNN, CBS, Washington Post. They want to tell you that he was a white supremacist, yes, and not see his very Hispanic-looking face.
Right. And a second ago, I actually signaled you because CNN had that lower kind of chyron.
Pause it for 1 second. Now, this guy, wasn't this guy, Garcia, didn't he have like all sorts of Nazi tattoos on him?
Yes.
And
Death Squad.
Had written a bunch of Nazi stuff. And we played a clip of this great episode of Deposition testimony of Steven Crowder. And you don't have to be a Mug Club member to see this. This is actually, he put out, I don't know if he put it out, but it was released publicly. Where Crowder had a tough time acknowledging this guy was a neo-Nazi. Now, of course, look, we know that right-wing sort of white nationalists or white supremacists or Nazis can be really, they don't necessarily have to be white Europeans. I mean, fascists come in all different stripes. And even amongst the Nazis, you're not going to believe this, but there was probably, the Nazis did not like gay people. Mm-hmm. But you're not going to believe this, but there was probably some gay people.
No, and say it ain't so.
The reason why other Nazis are okay sometimes with like having non-white Nazis is because then they get to say, hey, we're not white supremacists.
Right.
Look at our friend here.
The cultural exchange of international fascism is fascinating because, Vicky Palladino, an NYC council person who's like 70 years old.
This particular thing, I think, brings to light the sort of lack of understanding of just basic history and geography, things like that. It's almost like they forget about the existence of Spain, right? The country that in the... I'm trying to think. When did they start down there? I want to say it was like... Jesus Christ, it's way back. It was like 1300s or something like that. But, Spain was, conquistadoring it up down south, south of America ways. And, it's like they just want to forget all about that, as if, the Spanish weren't white. They were just from Europe, and anybody who speaks Spanish must be, native to, South America or Mexico or whatever else, Latin America, right? But, there was a lot of Spanish transplants from Spain to the region. So there certainly... Was it 1400? God, I'm struggling to remember exactly when the conquistadors hit it up, but I take your word for it right now, Jerry.
A meme about throwing socialists out of helicopters, sort of like a Pinochet appreciation sort of thing. And it's interesting because a lot of these sort of like Proud Boy, which I think Palladino might be.
Incidentally, when you say Proud Boy, you're not allowed to use that anymore because they just lost the lawsuit, and the black church that they harassed apparently now owns the words Proud Boy. So it doesn't mean what you think it does anymore.
Yeah, the little boys
talk about
formerly known as Proud Boys. They always show like the helicopter meme in sort of silhouette because I don't think they're ready to understand that the people throwing people at helicopters were darker complexioned than they're usually willing to invite into the clubhouse to be Nazis.
But this was the shooter that I confronted Tim Pool about. He was also subjected to this, and it seems that he settled prior to having to do a
Tim
deposition.
Pool's lawyer was smart enough to say, hey, man, you should settle before the deposition because you are dead to rights on this. Undoubtedly, Crowder did not listen to a lawyer or pick the wrong one because Crowder sometimes is a little more full of himself, or maybe he was just trying to impress his dad.
So cash flow might not be as easy as it was for Tim Pool after the big con sort of fallout.
Oh, that's true, too.
That's a good point.
That's true, too. Anyways, here's Stephen Crowder. Back to this episode of deposition testimony of Stephen Crowder. And I love the way they did this picture-in-picture thing. You can see Stephen Crowder giving the deposition in the corner and then having to force him to watch his own show. That must be extremely painful.
Yes.
We love reaction shots.
Right, and a second ago, I actually signaled you because CNN had that lower kind of chyron that said basically that this person was influenced by white supremacy. That's the headline that they're running with right now, over.
Yeah.
To make sure they drill it in.
Because it's true, idiot.
Okay, my first question is, in the lead up to that show, you had been reviewing a lot of media coverage about the shooting.
Objection 4.
Yes. Okay. And that review of the media coverage showed that Today News Africa was the only news outfit purporting to show a picture of the shooter's face. Correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, sure. That review of media coverage, that showed that Today News Africa was the only news outfit purported to show the shooter's face.
No.
Okay, so when you said we're pulling this from Today News Africa, it's because it's the only news outfit showing you the shooter's face. That wasn't accurate.
Sorry, what was the last part?
What was the last part?
Wasn't accurate, what you said in the video.
I love how he completely disagrees, but he just got done saying on camera. He just got done watching a clip of himself say this very thing. This lawyer representing his client asks him, so the thing you said, that's what you believe to be true at that point? He's like, he thinks for a little bit. He's like, no. The lawyer's like, wait, let me get this right. You said this, but you didn't believe it? And Steven's like, Could you repeat the question? I wasn't paying attention. School's not exactly my strong suit.
What I was saying was that it was the only place currently with an article including the image of the shooter. Yeah. Okay. At that moment in time, as I believed it.
Here we go.
So when you were making that broadcast, your review of media had shown you that Today News Africa was the only news outfit doing that, showing a purported picture of the shooter's face.
No.
Okay. I'm a little confused.
Pause it for a second. Now, it's unclear here if Crowder just doesn't understand how the questions are being asked of him.
It's quite clear. He's showing us his prowess. All the prowess at intellectual endeavors that Steven Crowder has amassed since deciding not to go to college and instead take little trips to college to ambush students into debates over things that he doesn't understand. God. And I wish I had the soundbite prepared for today. I forgot I was doing this. I should have had the mariachi band prepared for when he said that he had a very Hispanic looking face, because it's just such an insane comment. It needs levity. It's just such a stupid thing. It's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Very, very Hispanic looking face. It's also incredibly racist sounding. He's just such a shitty guy. Wait, why do I keep hitting the same goddamn number? There we go. Now we got a new character. That's right. I saw your messages in chat that you were lacking a support character. You're right. You do have a rollover, Gary. I gave you a free Gary today to increase potential for fun around here. Where are we now? Wow, it's getting crowded on the right side. Jocelyn Bell Burnell all by herself over here on the left side.
Or if he's being purposely evasive, I think it's probably the former, because he's answering the complete opposite in the first and third question, which is a repeat of the question, as he did in the second question. And the question is, when you went on air, you said that the only place that is showing this picture is Today Africa. So I'm asking you, had you surveyed media beforehand and found that the only place showing this picture was Today Africa? Go ahead. Let's see if Crowder can get this.
Today News Africa was the only news outfit doing that, showing a purported picture of the shooter's face.
No.
Okay. I'm a little confused because I thought what you had just said was that at that time, that's why you said that. It's the only news outfit showing you the shooter's face. Mm-hmm. Come on! Is that right or is that not?
He just realized he didn't understand the question.
In time with an active article, including that image. Of course, there are many other places that have created or social media. So at that moment in time,
that image,
because it was a White House press credentialed reporter.
Well, no, that's all I'm asking about is that moment in time. Mm-hmm. And that they're the only news outfit purporting to show the shooter's face. We can agree with that.
I don't.
Can you tell me the news outfits that at that moment in time were showing the shooter's face?
Fascists on Twitter.
No, it'd be difficult to remember. It was everywhere on social media and different articles. So.
Well, look, I understand it was on social.
I know what he's saying.
Yep.
He's saying he saw a bunch of his Nazi followers posting this image without any active article, as he likes to say it. So he saw it on social media. That's what he's being obtuse about.
Exactly.
Yes, all of
his white supremacist friends were like, look, he's Hispanic. He can't be a Nazi. They're mutually exclusive. I thought this guy was Debate Lord. Is he not the Debate Lord? I thought, what happened to all that? I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself, okay? Oh god, it's just so stupid. It's just so fucking stupid. Oh my god.
The identity of the shooter, they had come up with an alternative theory, putting this name out there, putting this photo out there, and what I guess that's Bankston, right? Asking these questions is saying, okay, but did you have another source? Because you can see all the corroborating information for all the other established news sources that were not identifying this person. They were identifying the real person.
Look, Instagram accounts,
social media,
ABC
social
News,
media are not
same level of credibility, okay?
Media outfits, right? Just some random person on social media is not a media outfit. Correct?
No, I disagree.
Okay.
Exactly, yep.
So
You're the media
if you just came across a random account, they, ultra MAGA guy 567, and you saw the picture there, you'd say, well, look, that's a media outlet publishing this photo. Is that right?
No.
Okay. So as far as any other news outlets that were showing you the shooter's face, right now you can't think of any, right?
I don't remember which ones, not that point. All right. I remember that one because it was a credentialed reporter.
So what I'm really trying to get to is this line from the show.
I'm sorry, can you pause this really quickly? He says credentialed reporter there. Do you think he knew that that guy was a credentialed reporter before he posted this, or do you think that he knows now retroactively because it's a part of the litigation and he can't, and he's playing dumb about the fact that like he wouldn't take any social media posts at face value. We just took this because he was a credentialed reporter. I'd be curious if he did that due diligence before posting, whatever the Nude Africa article was publicly. But anyway, keep going.
So what I'm really trying to get to is this line from the show. We're pulling this from Today News Africa. It's because it's the only news outfit showing you the shooter's face. Is that statement true or false at that moment in time?
Could have been poorly worded.
Could have been. What does that
All
mean?
right.
What does that mean?
So there are other news outfits showing the shooter's face at this point in time.
Objection form.
I believe there were.
I love how he's
just
tied
don't know what they
himself.
are.
He's tied himself up in knots. Every social media account is a media outfit, right? But at the time, he was claiming only one news organization was showing this shooter's allegedly face. But if there was a bunch of social media accounts, which according to him are media outfits, also showing it, like his Nazi friends, as Matt put it, like wouldn't it stand to reason that in the moment he'd be saying there's a litany of news organizations, media outlets that are posting this photo, but the mainstream media is not. He could have worded it very differently. He's right. It's almost like he just said everything wrong, and including now he seems to not be struggling to say the right things at all.
Right.
Who are also the other thing is
I can't imagine
there's like 10 tech companies that come out of this for tribal organization,
then,
right? Obviously, there's a mobile social network, there's a crowdfunding of real estate, there is the merchandise, and every.
Oh, was that them?
Oh, they'll probably just go back.
For a second, I thought that was me. I was really trying to stopping the video. I thought I was going crazy.
Okay. You just don't know what they are.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Not at this moment, no.
I can't imagine they played a big role in your decision to use this photo then, right?
Objection form.
They could have.
I mean, you can't testify to that today. You have no idea what they are, right?
Objection form.
They could have. I couldn't testify to, for example, fact checks of the DNC when one primary source is used, other corroborating sources, because I don't remember if we check it once or twice with another source. We provide usually one.
Okay.
So it's of equal importance to have other people who do.
What do you mean by that? It's of equal importance to have other people that do. What does that mean?
Meaning whether it's social media, whether it's other news outlets, there are several sources that we'll often check, but one is made available. So if CNN makes a claim and we check it and then we see that Washington Post makes the same claim, well, in the reference, CNN may be the one that we reference, but Washington Post was very valuable in ensuring that CNN wasn't the only one making that claim.
But would you claim
sure,
that?
Yeah, very different vibes here in Deposition. What happened to all the, the debate lord seems to be broken over here. Sasha G. gifting 5 Galactic News Network memberships. Wow. I really appreciate you. Let's see who got one. Trumpster Fire, 00 Govan, AR, Bo Z, and Pangea. Really appreciate you. That's freaking awesome. More galactic bennies for everybody.
Ensuring that CNN wasn't the only one making that claim.
But would you claim
Sure,
that?
but
One
as
of
we
them
wonder how
discussed,
close
all
we're getting.
sources are not equal, right?
Wonder how close we're getting to a new emote. I gotta check. I feel like we gotta be getting pretty close.
Wasn't the only one making that claim.
But would you claim
Sure,
that one
but
of
as
them
we
was the
discussed,
only
all
one?
sources are not equal, right? Sure, not all sources are equal. I would agree. Okay.
Yeah, and now the lawyer, I don't think he ever says it like in full here, but basically what he has done, right? I'm gonna try and break it down here rhetorically, but during the podcast, he said that the mainstream media was ignoring the social media accounts of his friends and this one very, very weird, maybe even not a real news organization called Today News Africa, who was the only brave journalist out there willing to show a unverified picture of the shooter, which turned out not to be the shooter. But then during the deposition, even though he has no other news outlets covering it, aside from this purported news outlet, TNA, he says that it's important to have multiple sources to confirm these stories. So you're not just putting out whatever willy-nilly. But then admits to the fact, he's essentially admitting to the fact, he also during the same thing, he put up all of the different news organizations reporting the actual news, right? Whatever it was, CNN, ABC, CBS, who were not posting this picture, and juxtaposed it against one source, essentially, right? And then saying, oh, but having multiple sources is important to verify information. It's such an ill-conceived decision here by him to even admit to all of this stuff. Like, dude, you're under oath right now, buddy. You're making yourself look stupid. Hello, anybody home?
So we don't know. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what reasonable basis did you have to believe that this photo was being published or was accurate? And so far I'm hearing Today News Africa, and I'm not sure if I'm hearing anything else.
Oh no, that's not the reason I believe it was accurate. I believe that everything else mentioned in the clip you even just showed was correct. As far as the age, as far as the weapons used, and most importantly, the African-American officer, the black officer who took out said shooter, which wasn't being covered, and the media coverage of it. And then there was the image that was incorrect. But all that other information was correct.
Right, but I'm here because my client was misidentified, right? I don't care too much about this African-American police officer or whatever, right? Like,
that's fascinating to me too. I was just wondering, like,
Stephen Holm, can you come out to play?
Like, Crowder thinks this lawyer is here because he's some type of lib who's like he's in like some type of debate, like change my mind.
He's a social justice warrior.
Dude,
social justice
you're
warrior.
Deposed because you ruined somebody's life because your desperate desire to protect the sort of reputation of this killer as not being a Nazi.
Well, and also to feed his Nazi baby birds in his audience the first photo of a brown guy that they can scapegoat and tell the media is doing, the Lugan press is doing lies against them.
Nazis, because the sequencing is important. I just wanted to get this clear from HuffPost. 2 days after the shooting, May 8th, media reports began to trickle in about the shooter's ties to the neo-Nazi movement, including his tattoos of a swastika and the SS lightning bolt of Hitler's paramilitary paramilitary forces. The shooter had a social media, blah, blah, blah. So that's the sequencing. And Eric Toller, a former researcher and open source research outlet, Bellingcat independently verified the killer's social media website and posted details on Twitter. Following those new details from Toller, prominent right-wing voices, including that of billionaire and ex-owner Elon Musk, floated conspiracies denying the shooter's neo-Nazi background. That sequence...
Squircle. I love that word. I still love the word squircle. It is fantastic. And I have been slacking. I've been meaning to make, like, we had this discussion a while back. I'm not going to get into it. I gotta make a squircle, a square, a squirrel skirkle, a squirrel in a circle. That's what a squircle is. It's a squirrel-shaped circle. Okay, we're not done with this. We gotta go to episode 2. The Sunday Fun Day. We're here to have fun, but you know I don't know what it is today, but I am having to use the galactic bathroom more frequently than usual. So gonna need to take another short break. Me like 30 seconds. Okay. I'm back. I know it took incredibly long. I'm so sorry for making you wait. Episode 2. What do you say?
So we've been just using this Crowder deposition as a bit of levity on in the fun half.
The algorithm put this one on my YouTube front page.
So tell us a little bit about this, Matt. This is the Mug Club CEO, Gerald Morgan.
Yeah, Gerald, people might know him from being like the somehow the most charisma-less member of Louder with Crowder, but he has a lot of airtime now that like half of the people who used to work on Crowder have left under and hate Steven now. Like pick a random person who's not there anymore and look at what he's made. Like Dave Landau.
Yeah.
Landau, not Gay Jared.
I mean, they accused him of like a toxic workplace, including putting his genitalia repeatedly on one of his male employees.
But Gerald is sort of the Ghislaine of the Louder with Crowder.
We had McMahon to Crowder.
He's there to say it's actually funny if Steven puts his balls on your shoulder. This is just how we unwind. It turns out that the Louder with Crowder team as a whole is pretty brain dead when it comes to things like fascism and white supremacy. And they got sued because they do what they always do whenever there's a gun violence in this country. You know, the guy who has a gun on his desk saying it's good that people buy so many guns. They obscure it by saying, oh, are we sure the shooter wasn't trans? Or are we sure the shooter wasn't Latino or something like that? Well, in this case, they saw the name and they picked they saw some other kind of weirdo, like kind of media adjacent person say, oh, it's this Spanish person. And they said, well, clearly they're lying about it being a white supremacist. Come to find that it was someone with from a Latino background who had SS tattoos and right-wing death squad stuff all over. So very clearly a Nazi, because it turns out that even if you're from, say, your ancestors come from Southern Europe and colonized and came over in the United States of America or Latin America, they can still be fascists and white supremacists because it's really about the settler versus the indigenous folks. So anyway, long story short, here's...
well, can I just give a little more context before we do it? Because like the... Crowder's coverage of it, and Tim Pool too, which is what I called him out on about the show that got him so upset with the whoopsie and all, like, or the freak out that he had, was that all of the mainstream press reported this guy's identity for like in a 2-day gap. And it confirmed that he had tattoos of a swastika and the SS lightning bolt, and he was tied to neo-Nazi movements. And he had a social media account where he had rants about women and black people. The New York Times had reported it at the time. But they were looking for an alternative story. And so that's when this came up. And that's why this lawsuit is going forward, because there were already many credible media sources that had identified.
Sasha's right. Sasha's right. No one has ever heard of a Spanish or Portuguese fascist. What was I saying? Excuse me.
But they came up with a different idea.
Well, because their fundamental narrative, which is that the media is lying to make white people look bad, is actually, turns out, massive bullshit by hysterical Nazis like these idiots, and dumb Nazis like these idiots. Here they go.
Okay, so since this all unfolded over the past 15 months, you've seen photos of the actual shooter, correct?
I don't know that I have.
So in preparing for this deposition, you didn't take any time to look up who the actual shooter was?
Come on! Sure.
Okay. So if I were to represent to you that the actual shooter was in fact Hispanic, would you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, the pictures on the ground at the scene show that, I think, as well.
Okay. So you're aware that the actual shooter had tattoos of a swastika and SS lightning bolts?
I saw pictures of that immediately following, but not at the time of publication.
Right.
So at some point after that?
Yes.
Okay. And you understand that those symbols are associated with Nazism and white supremacy?
Yes.
So the company understood that Hispanic people can also be neo-Nazis or white supremacists?
Objection form.
I would disagree. I don't know that we understood that. I think that was part of the confusion.
You understand that now, though?
Objection form.
I still think I would be surprised.
You'd still be surprised. Oh my God. Can't have a Hispanic Nazi.
Okay, so just to summarize real quick, your testimony is that you understand that the actual shooter was Hispanic, correct? And that he also had tattoos of a swastika and SS lightning bolts, correct?
Correct.
And that those symbols are associated with Nazism and white supremacy, right?
Correct.
So
you understand that Hispanic people can also be neo-Nazis.
I love this child level breakdown for this fucking idiot. It's insane. It's like he's speaking to a 5-year-old who's never heard of fascism or Nazis or the concepts around them, and it needs to be broken down for him step by step. Okay, so you know that the swastika was appropriated by the Nazis as a symbol for their organization. Yes, I'm aware of that. Yes, I've just figured that out just now. Also, before I get too carried away talking about this, I just want to say thank you to Mo and Noah for the Galactic memberships. More gifted Galactic membies. Thank you so much. Let's see who got a membership. George Waters, Midas Kevin Anderson, Scott Drake, Nutmeg Ryan, and Dark Sparkle. Everybody getting a Galactic memby today. Wow, we got to be getting really close. I still haven't checked. I'm sucking. I'm really.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
But I need to check how many. We might be able to add another emote right now. I need to check. But while I do that, we'll get back to episode 2. The dumbest deposition ever. Well, I'm sorry. The deposition of the dumbest team ever.
These are white supremacists.
Objection form.
Tattoos. I don't know.
Oh, it's aesthetic. Can you pause it? I'm sorry. This is
He
so
just likes the
good.
way they look. Okay, he doesn't know what they mean.
Okay, so there were
Just a fun
Jewish
vibe.
collaborators with the Nazis.
No.
There were some,
capos, yeah.
Right. And even before, of course, like the extermination began, there were some Jewish people that were on board with the movement because of, say, it's like anti-communism.
Say it ain't so, Emma.
I just mentioned threat from within. Jabotinsky. Yep, they were Einstein and other folks said this is their base. They call them out for partnering with Nazism.
So if you had like kind of any basic understanding of history, you could just draw to that example. Like one of the most extreme examples, and people are very familiar with, rightly so, the incredible, horrific crime of the Holocaust in our country. That's an example right there. But he's basically saying that he doesn't think that that is legitimate. Like, it's almost identical.
These freaks, all of his audience loves Pinochet memes. What complexion do you think Augusto Pinochet was? Like, Americans are so, this is the thing, is Americans are very stupid about how artificial and constructed whiteness is. A lot of these guys think that it's like Northern Europeans or something. So like, even if you come from an Italian background or Spain, for instance, history of fascism there, you're like not really white. You're like kind of pretending
Pretend white.
stealing white valor, and that is just a
White valor.
ridiculous view. That not only is that ridiculous to anybody who understands the history of like racism or settler colonial societies, that's ridiculous to even fascists in South America.
There is a far-right fascist leader of one of the most populous countries on the planet right now, India. If not the most populous.
And they do swastika stuff all the time over there.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yes.
I don't know if it's Modi's specific people, but there's like...
Modi admired the Nazis in many ways. Anyway, I mean, there's so many examples, but they are race essentialists, and so they think about race in an essential way.
But the real thing is whiteness is a political construct.
I understand that they can have the tattoos. I don't know why this person had those tattoos or what other actions they had that would have confirmed that.
Maybe they're faking it.
I see. So is there any other meaning to having a swastika tattoo or SS lightning bolts? Somebody tattoos that on themselves?
No, I don't think so.
I've never heard of anything before.
Deductive reasoning, Gerald.
I've never had to think about it.
We need more critical thinking in schools.
So the possibility that the shooter was actually a Hispanic neo-Nazi or Hispanic white supremacist is not something the company considered before it published my client's photo linking him to the shooting.
I think we were all a little surprised by that.
A little bit surprised by that.
I understand.
Wow. This is just a wild.
Is that something the company considers?
These guys are so dumb. They're playing so dumb right now. It's hard for me to actually figure it out, right? Are they so blinded by their own ideology they can't fathom it? Or is it a tool for them to foment hate? And I think it might be a little bit of both, actually. And lack of critical thinking, like Matt is saying here. But I thought these guys were supposed to be like the debate lords of YouTube. What is going on here? Jesus Christ. And by the way, I just looked up whether or not we have a new emote. We are 3 new memberships away from getting, at least according to YouTube here, from getting another galactic emote. My God, we are banking on galactic emotes like crazy here. We already have 15, and we are so close to getting 16 right now. I can almost taste it.
Before it published the photo.
I don't believe so. I think it surprised us that claim is being made by the media.
What?
Okay. Is it the company's understanding that some Hispanic people consider themselves white, some do not, therefore Hispanic people can also be white supremacists?
Objection form.
I don't know what Hispanic people consider themselves.
I don't know anything about Hispanics.
Potentially, as it relates to this, I'm not sure.
Have you
What's a
ever filled
Hispanic
out
again?
A form somewhere where they ask you to identify your race, and
There we
it'll
go.
say something like Asian, African American, and then it gets to
Ethnicity.
white, and then there's like a subcategory where it says Hispanic or non-Hispanic.
Yes.
You ever seen that?
I have, yes.
Oh, you have.
So you can be a white Hispanic.
Objection form. Mr. Adler, what topic is this following? I'm not sure how the shooter identifies as relevant to any of the topics.
How is it not?
That is the basis of this entire conversation, stupid. Like, that is literally the basis upon which that they created this story, is they believed that only white people can be Nazis. That's what this is about.
I'm happy to let it continue.
I'm sorry?
I said, if you can explain to me how that fits under one of these topics, I'm happy to let it continue. I just don't know how that's relevant here.
Because you're stupid.
Last question anyway. So can you please answer it?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. I gave you an example. You said, yes, you've seen that on a form where a person can check Hispanic and they can check white or non-white.
He's like, wait, you can check multiple boxes?
The white or non-white is a subsection of the Hispanic on the form? Is that how you're laying it out?
No, white or Hispanic, non-Hispanic. So there are Hispanic people who
I don't understand
themselves
forms.
white.
I don't even understand. How do forms work again? I don't get it. What do you do with the boxes? Do you click them? Or you check them? What do you, I don't even know. What do you do with the box? Fill it in?
My God.
Objection form.
That's not what I was saying yes to. I was saying yes to seeing a form that has Hispanic and then white and black. You said non-Hispanic.
Never filled out a
another
form
category. I didn't know if it was a subset of another category. I really don't know if Hispanics consider themselves
He's done
to
a
be white
lot
in some
of
cases or
reflection
not.
on this.
But you just said you know that on the form. Okay. I mean, Jesus, it's painful.
Yeah. No
He's
kidding.
being purposefully obtuse, obviously.
Well, it's an ideological, let's call it ideological retardation, which is that he can't admit that whiteness is malleable. It's not just skin tone. It is actually a political construct of like what's this?
No, this is for something
sorry.
separate. Yeah.
Like I genuinely think he's not trying to just be obtuse. I genuinely think that they don't understand that Hispanic people can also be white supremacists. I think it breaks their brain somehow.
But that's because they're dumb.
No, exactly.
Oh boy. All right. I'm afraid that's the end of episode 2. And I think it's a good time for us to take our second break. And I'm just now putting together some stuff in my head. Trying to do the math here. Yeah. I think we might have to do what I'm thinking about right now. Alright, but I'll do that here. Gotta do it. Got to do it. Alright, chat. Looks like it's time for another space break. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon too, so you can get all the latest galactic notifications. While you're doing that, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways to do that. Super chats, super stickers, memberships. Go to Twitch, you can do bits and subscriptions. Cash Cash App and PayPal if you just want to give us money to ensure the continuation of this spacecast. But one of the best ways, in my opinion, to show your support for the Galactic News Network is to go on to our Patreon website. Become a Galactic patron. Just a few US dollars a month and you get access to a cornucopia of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. I would just recommend you go onto the website and check out all those benefits. Don't forget not to sign up through the Apple Store. Otherwise, we may incur some space problems, as they've been doing some real freaky shit over there. But I will leave those decisions up to you. I'm also going to start a goal so that we can finish all of the content tonight, because I am fairly certain, considering how long it just took me to get through the first 2 halves, and we're going to need a 4th half again tonight. Give us all the content, please. All right, chat. I'm back. You know what that means. It's time for the third half to start. So you better get back in your seats if you don't want to miss any of it. The homeless V Casparian. Oh, that's a good one. I like that. Yes, when will that lawsuit be starting? I'd like to be in the court so I can get a first-hand look at all that. Alright, looks like it's time for some environmental news. And to be honest, it's not all super great right now, though we're going to attempt to be optimistic at a few points during this. Attempt is the operative word in that sentence. But we're going to start here. Discussing... actually, no, you know what? I take it back. Let me do it this way, because I don't want to start off as pessimistic as this. Might be a little much. Or maybe it's fine. I don't know. I'm second guessing myself now. Yeah, fuck it. Doom and gloom. We're gonna start with that. Yeah, you know, because we talk a lot about climate change, about, you know, how fast the Earth seems to be heating up, and you know, we don't always talk about the exact effects that will happen as a result. Maybe enough. So let's go here. The AP archive from 17 hours ago, discussing how large areas of the Earth will be too hot for humans to survive in if we hit 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. And now for the last, I don't know how long, we've been talking about how we've been creeping over the 1.5 degree Celsius mark, which we should not be doing already, but are. We were supposedly supposed to have at least until 2030 for that to happen, but now it's 2025, and we seem to be essentially on the cusp of that. It depends on how you want to measure it, but 2024 was basically a full year of average 1.5 degrees Celsius above that pre-industrial limit. But, of course, it can get even hotter than it is already. And 2 degrees would be utterly catastrophic. What did I just do? Huh? There we go. Rob Skelts getting us started off with the super chatting. We'll also accept super stickers as well. Everybody remember that. Even though the goal counter doesn't count them, I do. So remember, they'll be recognized. Time is cheaps. Buy more. Appreciate you, Rob. Really do. I'm sure chat appreciates you for helping getting us closer to that goal of ours right now, so we can get all the galactic content tonight.
So with just 2 degrees Celsius warming, what we showed that even for young, healthy adults, an area about the landmass of the US would actually become uninhabitable from a heat stress point of view. But when we extend that...
That in itself should be very concerning to everybody, right? Like, let's just hear that one more time.
So with just 2 degrees Celsius warming, what we showed that even for young, healthy adults, an area about the landmass of the US would actually become uninhabitable from a heat stress point of view.
Now, he's not talking about the whole US, but he's talking about an area across the globe on land area, right? Across the globe, the size of the United States, of the continental United States, would suddenly become uninhabitable at 2 degrees. For just everybody, regardless of your health, age, or whatever else.
But when we extend that to elderly individuals who have a lower thermoregulatory capacity to control their body temperature, that extended to over a third of the landmass with just 2 degrees Celsius of warming. So, so some quite alarming data, really.
It's incredibly alarming. And now let me just check, because I think, hold on. The United States only represents approximately 6%, according to Worldometer, of the world's landmass. 6%. To go from 6% to 33%, right? That's 6-fold increase for people who have health conditions. What the fuck?
मीठा पानी नहीं है, नोरस वाला नहीं है।
These types of issues aren't necessarily centered on quite specific areas, because there are some areas like Bangladesh and Pakistan that are much more vulnerable to high levels of humid heat. But then we also have to focus on drier climates, so the Sahara, some parts of Western Europe, which are more prone to extreme levels of dry heating. The cells and the tissues in your body can't survive being at a core temperature of around 41.5 degrees Celsius. If they're exposed to those kinds of temperatures, we start to see issues with proteins and enzymes denaturing, and we see decreases in just normal cellular function. So we see cell death occurring at those types of temperatures that they're exposed to.
And just for the United States viewers, 41 degrees Celsius is about 105 degrees Fahrenheit, for context.
Which would then lead to multiple organ failure.
Maga?
See dead animals. All of their animals have died, and this is the only.
I think that that if we cross these boundaries, it will result in very widespread health issues and potentially mass migration as well. What we really don't know is the level of adaptation that takes place in some of these areas. So the lead author on the paper, Tom Matthews, is actually now doing field work in Pakistan to try and understand, does the body start to adapt to these levels of heat stress, which we just don't see in Western regions? Or are they making adaptations in the built environment as well?
There it is, 42 degrees, 106 degrees Fahrenheit. All right, we're gonna keep talking
the Earth's
about.
Temperature has reached
Settle down, Maya. Okay, we're gonna keep talking about the climate. I'm gonna try and stay a little positive because it's Sunday Funday. Let's talk about why so many power plants are blowing up. Weird. Might not be the way that we're thinking, actually. Let's go to PBS Terra. Talk about all the power plants blowing up. I wonder why that could be. Maybe it's a good reason. Who's to say?
The Earth's temperature has reached the critical warming threshold of 1.5 degrees set by the United Nations Conference on Climate Change for 12 months in a row. And let's just say we're feeling the impacts on our weather.
It's hell on Earth as Hurricane Ian slams into Florida.
We know that greenhouse gases work like a blanket surrounding planet Earth, and we're pumping them into the atmosphere at record rates. But I want to know how warm the world will get, and what the world will look like with all that extra heat energy supercharging our weather. To do that, we'll need one of the most powerful supercomputers in the world. An idea of how greenhouse gases compare to the past.
I am holding 55,000-year-old ice.
And how our emissions of those gases are changing in a surprisingly hopeful way. I'm Maya May, and I'm fascinated by our dynamic planet, our weather, and our climate. What began as a career in broadcast meteorology has become a mission to figure out where we are and where we're going as we leave this long, stable climate period and enter the hockey stick era. So in this episode, we're gonna see what the most advanced climate models say about each region in the US. And we're gonna witness a trend that's happening all over the world, and that's also reshaping those models' predictions for our climate.
Oh, what? Oh my God! Whoa.
That response is hilarious.
Oh my God!
Anybody ever seen a building demolition before?
There's a lot of scary and depressing news about climate right now. And so many people are experiencing extreme weather, heat waves, and flooding firsthand. But I want to talk about why I think our collective understanding of the current situation is wrong. First, I'm going to Oregon State University to try to get a sense of how much carbon dioxide we're emitting by looking at an ancient piece of atmosphere literally frozen in time.
Hi, Maya.
Katie, how you
Welcome.
doing?
Nice to see you. So here at Oregon State University, we study Earth's climate history. We have something like 9 miles of marine sediments that were poured from all over the world. And so using these archives, we can go back in the past, sometimes tens of millions of years, to reconstruct how Earth's climate has changed in the past and evolved over time.
You did this recent study.
Yeah.
I'm really curious to learn more about this particular study. Can you tell me about it?
Yeah, we were interested to know how carbon dioxide concentrations in the atmosphere changed during the last ice age, right? And so we did that by measuring ancient atmosphere that's trapped in ice cores.
The cores were drilled in Antarctica and stored at negative 30 degrees. So to see them, we wore the same suits they wear in the field.
All right, here we go.
Is this how Antarctica feels?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So here's a chunk of an ice core. This ice is 55,000 years old.
Wow. This is how we know what goes into our climate models and what our climate was like in the past. I mean, it's awesome.
It looks a lot different from the ice you find in your freezer.
Yeah.
It's got a bunch of little tiny bubbles that are frozen in the ice, and they contain ancient atmosphere. And so we can bring this into the lab, release that gas, and then measure it to see what the greenhouse gas concentrations were in the past.
Okay.
So we put the piece of ice in a steel container that's frozen, and then we vacuum out all of the modern air, and then we crush.
Science stuff happening. Watch out.
I don't want reality.
Whoops.
It's science.
Guess they both work. Sasha G with the super sweet super sticker. Moo Dang spinning around in a sweet, sweet office chair. Thank you so much. I'm counting that as 2 because that's a higher tier than I was asking for. I was asking for teal tier. That's a golden tier super sticker or whatever tier. I don't know. I don't know what the tiers are, but it's definitely double what I was suggesting. So we're counting that as 2. So we're at 1, 2, 3, which means we only need 2 more teal chats or stickers to get us all the content. We're only 20 minutes into the third half, making it happen so fast.
The ice with some steel pins. We collect that gas to tell us the concentrations of CO2.
And what did you find in your study?
We found that during particular intervals throughout the last ice age, CO2 rose really abruptly. In one interval, for example, it rose over 10 parts per million in just 50 years.
So how does that rate of change compare to today?
So even though it was the fastest natural rise in CO2 that we've observed in the paleo record over the last 100,000 years, still 10 times slower than the CO2 rise that we're observing today.
10 times slow. So that means today CO2 is rising 10 times.
Yes, Maya's right. She understands it. I think I do too. You know, people who say that this is all just a natural earthly change clearly haven't been delving into the science, because even in the last 100,000 years of data, our current rate of CO2 in the atmosphere in terms of its acceleration is 10 times, in terms of its presence, is 10 times higher than it was in any point in the last 100,000 years. And that's bad. I'm just going to say it as simply as possible. That's bad. And it's clearly us who's doing it. Really no way to get around it.
Times faster than at any point in the past.
That's correct.
Over the last 100,000 years, we went into and came out of an ice age. Sea levels dropped as the water was locked away in the ice, then rose dramatically as the ice melted. Temperatures fluctuated by as much as 10 degrees Celsius. Yet through all that major change, we've never seen CO2 levels rise anywhere near as rapidly as we're forcing them to rise now. So I can see why people are pessimistic. Our situation is serious, but I think there's another reason people lose hope. It's a relatively simple misunderstanding about how much greenhouse gas we're really going to emit in the future.
The emission scenarios that we use to run climate models are a little bit old at this point. You know, many of them were developed.
Okay, I'm just going to pause this because, sorry, the reason we're watching this is because I want to instill some amount of optimism in us, but there's a bunch of stuff in here that I'm quite dubious. If you have dubious sort of feelings about, skeptical feelings, perhaps a better word to use. And, while Maya's being optimistic over there saying, the rate at which we're going to be releasing CO2 in the atmosphere may slow, I do feel like it's coming from a place, and I'm fairly certain they did this before Donald Trump came into office. I could be wrong. Actually, no, this was 11 days ago. Donald Trump was definitely in office. And so I don't know. I don't know exactly when this documentary was all put together by PBS, but with Donald Trump in office now, I am fairly certain we're not going to be slowing down how much we're putting into the atmosphere. Right. In fact, we may be, at least in terms of the United States, the largest contributor to greenhouse gases, is just going to go right back, if not to worse sort of modes of energy production than we've seen in the last 20 years. Oh shit, another super chat got past me. Oh, it was a super sticker. Godcat. Game over. Counting that as a half a one. I'm still counting it, which means we're at 3.5, so we're only 1.5 away. So close.
In the early 2010s, when we were in a very different world. Global emissions had increased 30% in the previous decade. China was building a new coal plant every 2 days.
And things felt dire. Major coal mines and export terminals were proposed all over the country, and renewables seemed like they could never offer a meaningful solution.
Now, if you go back to 2014, for example, just before the world signed on to the Paris Agreement, the alternatives that...
Oh, god damn it, Bovine. Why'd you have to point out that to me? Oh, you're making me very sad. You're making me very sad right now. Fuck. You're right. Not only are we going to be drill baby drilling and tapping all of our worst resources, there's not going to be any new research funded like this. I mean, maybe there'll be a tiny amount funded. Any of the ones that don't have any DEI researchers in them, or actually, no, wait, it's going to be climate science. So yeah, you're right. And it's not just DOGE. It's also Donald Trump's very policies on climate. Anything, discussing climate change is basically, I mean, it's not illegal. But federal government's not going to have anything to do with it. And that includes PBS stuff, too, I'm starting to think. Boy, oh boy. You're right, it's a ghostly Mudang, wasn't it? It is a ghost. I just noticed it. It's a ghostly Mudang. Game over. It's actually making me a little sad. I'm pretty sure Mudang's still alive. It's making me think that Mudang is dead. And she is definitely thriving. Still love it, though. Still appreciate it. We have tons of research already. They don't care. That's a fair point, but I guess, it's important for us to keep doing the research so we know exactly where we're at with things. I feel like, it's an important aspect, a barometer, if you will.
world had to fossil fuels were extremely expensive. Far more expensive than fossil fuels. So if you look at solar or wind or batteries or electric cars, they were so expensive that it seemed incredibly unlikely that any country really was going to move away from fossil fuels to those sources of energy.
And the idea that the 21st century could be dominated by coal didn't seem that far-fetched. And so you had scenarios where global emissions tripled by the end of the century, global coal use increased 5-fold, global temperatures hit, between 4 and 5 degrees by 2100.
So the highest greenhouse gas emission scenario used in the climate science community, where the world's emissions skyrocketed for most of the century, was dubbed business as usual. The scenario is often cited in scientific journals, popular media, raising concerns that we're on the fast track towards doomsday. But since those emission scenarios were created, things have changed. For decades, activists, lawyers, and policymakers worked to limit the use of coal. In the United Kingdom, a carbon tax made coal less competitive. In the United States, coal plants were required to reduce pollution, but many opted to shut down instead. Even coal export terminals were rejected by local communities. And now coal plants have begun to shut down.
Now, they don't really bring politics into these discussions, almost ever. I don't think, really, PBS, especially these PBS terror videos, they just talk about environmental issues. But the fact is politics have a direct effect on all of that. Donald Trump being in office, a man who's been talking about clean coal,
Give me a joke.
something which doesn't exist, talking about getting all the coal factories back online. He's been saying it outright, that he plans to undo everything that Maya here is talking about. Why, chat? Why is this where we're at? I'm sorry. I'm trying to be optimistic, but I'm struggling a little bit. I'm sorry. It's my bad. 70. We have 70 likes now. That's a lot.
That's too much, man.
That is so many likes. We're only this was I think we're already at how many likes we got last stream, and we've only been doing this for 4 hours. Pretty crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Who's that, Archer? Yeah. Wow, we are really filling out the board of emotional support characters today, huh?
It's hard to believe that we've reached the end of the fuel that powered nearly all of human industrialization. And I had to see for myself. So I went to an area just south of Detroit, Michigan. Here, the Trenton Channel coal plant went into operation a century ago. All right, so this coal plant that we're going to was shut down a few years ago, and now at 6 a.m. on June 21st, 2024, it will transition away from coal forever. And it's not alone. Half of the coal plants that operated at peak coal use in the U.S. will shut down by 2026. We are about 7 minutes out.
Not if Donald Trump has anything to say.
I feel like this is like a New Year's Eve countdown situation. I'm excited. I mean, we've been hearing about the transition to renewables all over the world. And it's just really cool to be in the place where it's actually happening in less than a minute. So it's about showtime. They said there would be 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. There's going to be 3.
Oh, I gotta pause you here. Thy will be done. Rob Skelts, you're right. This super chat has done it. Fantastic job. Really appreciate you. Everybody who's just contributed to help us getting to this goal in record time. I don't think we've ever completed one of these goals in 30 minutes. But we've done it, which means I'm going to end the goal. And we will have all of our content. There will be no questions about it. No, not taking any more questions.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Just gonna have all the content. Removing goal 30 minutes in. Incredible. That's it. We're done. Goal successfully disabled. Galactic content incoming.
Glass right before it happens. So that should be happening here very soon. Oh, what?
Reaction.
Oh my God! Whoa! Oh my God! I was not expecting that. They said 1 minute. And then all of a sudden, it just exploded.
Mm-hmm.
So that very, very high emission scenario, which leads to very, very severe and very, very alarming climate outcomes, is probably unlikely at this point. The issue is that it's often referred to still as business as usual, when the reality is that we're no longer on that pathway.
It's pretty clear that that world, even if it might have been possible back then, is not really possible today. You know, clean energy is the cheapest new form of energy in most countries.
Utilities are actively moving away from fossil fuels. A new battery storage system will soon.
I just
be
want to
built
stop 1 second.
on the site of the
Because I get what this guy is trying to say here, okay? Saying, look, producing energy without coal, without gas is actually cheaper. Using the sun, using the wind, using, water. But we've talked about, unfortunately, how capitalists, energy producers have been complaining about that fact. About how it's too cheap to produce energy. Spain made leaps and bounds in energy production, renewable energy production. And then I don't know what it was, like 6 months after they hit this like incredible goal, the energy producers started complaining about how they had a surplus of energy and they were having to get rid of energy for even cheaper, and it was causing them capitalist pain in their bank accounts. And so even while he's right about this fact, it is much cheaper to produce the energy. It's still a question of capitalism. We've been talking about the growth paradigm inside of Keynesian economical capitalism that essentially necessitates growth. It requires growth. And in fact, having something that you don't need to do anything to is the opposite of what the system wants, the capitalist system wants, right? Which is why fighting against private ownership of many of these very important things is an important aspect of this, right? Because if we don't address that, people are going to keep doing what they were doing. BP canceled their green energy initiatives. They weren't making enough money from any of that. Went back to drilling for oil. Donald Trump's talking about how we're going to drill, baby, drill, and get back to reopening all the coal plants. He said it multiple times during the fucking presidential election. Clean coal. And I love that people are still saying the term clean coal when it's just not. It's something that exists. But I'm going to continue being a little bit pessimistic throughout all this while they try and lift our spirits. And I'm sorry for that, but it's true. I'm going to do it.
Of energy in most countries.
Utilities are actively moving away from fossil fuels. A new battery storage system will soon be built on the site of the demolished coal plant, and it'll be the largest standalone energy storage site in the Great Lakes region. Coal plants are being demolished all over the U.S. And this trend is happening across much of the world.
There is a reasonable chance that either this year or within the next few years, global coal use will peak.
On our current path, the world is likely to double the warming we've already experienced. And that's pretty terrifying because as the world warms, every fraction of a degree matters. But I think we should be encouraged by the progress we've made in the last decade.
For all of human history, producing energy has been synonymous with burning stuff. Campfires for cooking, burning coal in the early days of the Industrial Revolution, burning oil and gasoline in our gas tanks. And so what we're talking about when we're talking about a clean energy transition is fundamentally moving away from that toward a world of producing electricity without burning stuff.
Solar really transformed what our energy future could look like and has really defied all expectations.
So the International Energy Agency publishes yearly forecasts of what solar uptake will be, and they've been historically exceedingly bad at predicting this.
This is another reason that all of the climate doom people are feeling makes sense. Every year, the world's foremost energy authority told us that solar adoption would plateau. Real-world adoption would jump, and again, they would project a flat line. But it didn't plateau. Solar adoption has increased exponentially, and the reason for this growth can be explained by something called the learning rate.
For solar, the learning rate is 20%. So if you double the amount of solar panel globally installed, that means that solar panels become 20% cheaper. And that happens each doubling. The declining cost for every doubling of capacity has happened for 40 years.
It's so widely accepted that humans don't easily identify this type of change that there's a name for this idea: the exponential growth bias.
They vastly underestimated how quickly the prices would fall, and they vastly underestimated how quickly these technologies could be deployed. Solar has fallen by around 90%. Onshore wind by around 70%, batteries by around 90%, such that they're now undercutting the cost of fossil fuels.
And now they are so cheap that even people who don't care about climate change as an issue are going to be adopting clean energy because it is cheaper than coal. And that fundamentally changes the trajectory of where we're headed.
Okay. I'm gonna cut it off there. You know, and leave it in a place of optimism. You know, I hope that they're right, that this will happen, regardless of, you know, the desire for growth and profits. But we'll see. We'll see what happens with it. I'm sorry, I'm ruining it with my pessimism. All right. Let's move on to some other stuff. We'll start in Hawaii. It's a Sunday fun day after all. We need some optimism, some beauty, maybe even some rainbows.
Well, Hawaii has maybe the best rainbows on the planet. When we see a beautiful rainbow, it just stops us in our tracks mostly. And it makes us forget about the future and the past and brings us to the now.
Hawaii has so many rainbows that they've become a symbol of island life. You can see them painted on the sides of buildings and city buses. They also appear on the state's vehicle license plates. The reason Hawaii has so many rainbows is the weather. Lots of sunshine, short showers, and trade winds. The clean air also helps. All these together combine to create some of the world's best conditions for seeing rainbows. In Native Hawaiian tradition, rainbows are a signal of supernatural or divine power. For some Native Hawaiians, the emergence of a rainbow is a sign that a family deity or a personal god is present. This can be very comforting and a signal that one is being loved and watched over.
I think that for many people, looking at a rainbow is like a wonderful, positive thing. Whereas in ancient Hawaii, looking at a rainbow would be a portent of something. Probably something important and someone important. Maybe a person of extremely high mana is indicated by that rainbow. So that's a distinction that probably is lost to the majority of people that live in Hawaii nowadays.
Scientists say that climate change will likely lead to a decline in rainbows in some parts of the world, like Brazil, while some places like Alaska may see more rainbows. They believe Hawaii will continue to see lots of rainbows, though the drier sides of the islands may have fewer of them. This is an area that needs more study.
No. And if climate change means we see fewer rainbows, I think all that will mean is that people will appreciate them more when they do see them.
Okay. There we go. A little rainbow talk for this Sunday fun day. Trying to keep things light and fun around here. Sometimes we really struggled to do that. It's been a tough week, and I felt like we deserved to have as much fun as I could possibly muster while also still covering some important topics here today. Now let's go to Canada, where unfortunately, due to Donald Trump's threats recently against Canada, Canada is planning to do some stuff. Some stuff that's probably not good. Okay, here we go. Whoops, what did I do?
Finally. Western premiers were pleased to hear a federal minister start a conversation about pipelines.
That is the number one interprovincial regulatory challenge that we have in this nation.
I hope that this has been a wake-up call to Eastern Canada, that they are 100% reliant on oil coming in from foreign sources and gas coming in from foreign sources. Right. And we're a solution.
TransCanada Pipelines had proposed the Energy East project that would have taken Alberta crude to refineries in Montreal and St. John, New Brunswick. But that plan died in 2017 for a number of reasons, one of which was fierce opposition from all sectors of society in Quebec. Some of that opposition, though, may be softening.
I won't have this kind of project without social acceptability, and the situation has changed.
I think Canadian governments, plural, provincial and the federal government, and Canadian industry have realized that we're too dependent on one market, the United States.
Now, something I want to point out to everybody here. while Canada has a tremendous amount of oil, it comes in the worst possible form of it. Okay? Oil sands, tar sands as they're called, is basically the main and almost only source, although they do have some methane. But what they're talking about right now is for oil, right? And tar sands are the fucking worst. Not only does it take a ton more energy to distill the tar sands down to actual oil, right? Therefore, putting more, they have to put out more energy just to produce this energy, right? Now they're gonna pipe it across the country. I'm sure there won't be any sort of spills or, you know, environmental disasters because of that. And really, it's just, you know, the United States' isolationism is now sort of carrying over to other places, shockingly. But this is an idiotic plan. Tar sands should have been shut down a long time ago. It's an incredibly inefficient way to get oil. Takes like I was saying, takes a ton amount of energy, fresh water, and other shit just to make it usable. Just to even not even usable, just to get it to the point where it can be distilled down further to other products like gasoline. And it is just, oh god, this story just really pissed me off. But of course, Alberta's premier had to come out and speak out in favor of all this garbage.
In the event, Western oil and gas producers these days are looking to Pacific customers, not Eastern Canadian ones.
If you're an exporter out of Western Canada, what you want is the shortest route to a high-value market. And right now, the high-value market is Asia. And if you're building a pipeline from Edmonton to St. John, that is in no way the shortest route to market.
Now, a 25% tariff, even a 10% tariff imposed by the U.S. could change that calculation, but then...
Now, of course, the tariffs that Donald Trump made and then flip-flopped on and took away had a carve-out for gas, for oil. So this is just excuses, right? This came out yesterday. This is just excuses from right-wing people who are of the same ilk as Donald Trump, who love the idea of drill, baby, drill, right? It's got nothing. Danielle Smith is the worst. Yeah, no, she is. She's very bad. At least in Canada. I mean, here in the United States, we got much worse. Honestly, I'm sorry to say. But what was I saying just now? I just got distracted by that comment. She really does suck. But this is just excuses for them to do this, right? And that points it out even further. Like, it doesn't get it immediately to market. And, you know, it's just a way for them to do what they've been wanting to do forever. Specifically, people like Danielle Smith. You know, the tariffs don't exist right now. And I get, you know, maybe getting ahead of things and whatnot, but those tariffs are over. At least for now. I guess, was it just a pause? I can't remember. Was it like a 60-day? Oh, god damn it. The freaking news hose has been really fucking me up on keeping track of all the goddamn details of what's happening with everything right now. I think it might have been a temporary tariff pause. Was it 30 days? Can anybody remember this? I should look it up. I'll look it up while we do this. Let's go back down south from Canada to Knoxville, where apparently the oldest rhino in the United States has died at Knoxville Zoo. Are rhinos native to the United States?
We have been caring for Dolly, southern white rhino, here at the zoo for around 50 years. One of the single oldest rhinos under human care in the world. When these animals start to get old, we do focal assessments on them, quality of life assessments, and looking at 5 or 6 different parameters to determine that quality of life so we can quantify it and measure it when we come to that point where we think we need to make the decision to humanely euthanize them. So we came to that decision as a team. We got with the keepers and the vets all in a room and went over the focal scores and made sure it was time. Our guests are attached to her, our volunteers are attached to her, our team members are attached to her. You know, if you got an animal that's been here for 50 years, that's spanned a whole lot of people's time here at the zoo. So we always have to look out for that aspect of this as well. We have to watch out for the emotional wellness of these people that have loved her and cared for her over the years too. Our guests as well, of course.
There you go. Very sad. Sad story. Now, technically, in rhino years, Dolly the rhinoceros was up there. You know, average lifespan of a rhino, somewhere between 40 and 50 years. So she was quite elderly, made it a long time under human care. Unfortunately, the rhino populations are still just incredibly depleted. I think they're still definitely under the endangered species list right now. And if we continue ruining our habitat, I guess all animals will have to live in zoos at this, at some point, including us. All right. You know how I was calling Danielle Smith the worst, but actually not the worst if you talk about America? Well, let's talk about an American who's competing with Danielle Smith. One puppy killer. R.I.P. Cricket. Kristi Noem. Let's see what she had to say about particular federal organization.
A lot of this, as you said, the timeline for how long people are going to be there depends on whether or not anybody's going to take them.
Right.
So it could be that some people are going to be there indefinitely.
You know, what's interesting to me is the previous administration knew who these people were that were committing these crimes. They knew where these...
I forgot. By the way, I should have given you a Dana Bash jump scare. That's my bad. And I'm pretty sure she doesn't start talking about this until around here, maybe? God damn it, Dana. I hate you.
I'm not going to rule that out because we are going to continue to make sure that we're talking with every single country, but it's not an option for us to leave people here illegally anymore. American citizens have been put behind people who have chosen to come and break our laws, and that's not going to happen anymore.
You run a very big agency.
Yes.
Immigration is one of the parts of it, and FEMA is another. Mm-hmm. On X this morning, Elon Musk said, quote, FEMA is broken, and he said so in response to the suggestion that he shut down FEMA entirely. FEMA is, of course, funded by Congress, has repeatedly been authorized in statute, including by laws you voted for when you were in Congress. Can and should Donald Trump shut it down?
He can, and I believe that he will do that evaluation with his team, and he's talking about it, which I'm grateful for. He'll work with Congress, though, to make sure that it's done correctly and that we're still there to help folks who have a terrible disaster or crisis in their life. He's been very clear that he still believes there's a role for the federal government to come in and help people get back up on their feet. But there's a lot of fraud and waste and abuse out there. And since President Trump has taken over and come back into this administration, we've seen incredible changes.
What's your recommendation to him?
You know, he's talked a lot about doing block grants to states and to local officials. I was a governor.
What?
And when I was governor of South Dakota, we saw 12 different natural disasters that hit our state and that were FEMA related, that we had FEMA disasters. So I know it from that level, and I knew every single time that I and the local county emergency management directors, the mayors, the city councils, and the county commissioners, they made way better decisions than the people.
Oh, I see. So yeah. She still wants the U.S. government. This is a fascinating take from Kristi. Very nuanced. She still wants the federal government to pay states to deal with climate-related disasters. But she wants zero federal oversight on the money given out by the federal government. Very, very nuanced take, Kristi. Wow. Let's hear a little bit more of that. What are you saying?
Washington, D.C.
If the president came to you and said, You're my DHS secretary. Do you think I should get rid of FEMA? Excuse me, get rid of FEMA. What would you say?
I would say yes, get rid of FEMA the way it exists today.
Oh yeah, okay, get rid of it.
We still need the resources.
What does that mean, get rid of it as it exists today? What's the difference between getting rid of it and getting rid of it as it exists today? I love these word games that these people play.
Of FEMA, what would you say?
I would say yes, get rid of FEMA the way it exists today. We still need the resources and the funds and the finances to go to people that have these types of disasters like Hurricane Helene and the fires in California. But you need to let the local officials make the decisions on how that is.
You need to let the local officials, like Mayor Karen Bass, Gavin Newsom. Huh. Okay. Weren't you all criticizing the decisions made by officials on the ground? But you think that they're actually capable of dealing with it. This is a very nuanced take. Too nuanced for me, actually. I'm a little confused. So she wants federal funding. She wants to get rid of FEMA as it exists today. Not just get rid of it. She wants the federal funds that are still being appropriated for FEMA to exist. But you would just appropriate them directly to the states, not through FEMA. There'd be zero federal oversight on that, I guess. And then people are just left, to deal with that. It's weird. This is a weird vibe. It seems like a really bad idea, actually. You don't think there's any possibility for fraud and abuse on a state level? Is that, state governments, they're just deities. Everybody in state government. Weird. So weird. All right, now let's go to not necessarily a natural disaster. Certainly not FEMA level. But there's certainly been some storms going on in the Northeast. New York and New Jersey both hit by a big snowstorm over the last day. Actually, the last couple days, depending on where you are in those areas. Let's go here. CBS New York from yesterday.
So scary. Right now at 11, snow, sleet, and ice hitting the tri-state area. What you need to know about this weekend's winter storm. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Jessica Moore. The snow has been falling for several hours now, and as you can see from the radar behind me, it's not done yet. From the city to Bergen County to Long Island, virtually everyone in the tri-state area has seen some snow. And depending on where you live, sleet and ice are also big concerns. We have team coverage of this storm with reporters in New York and New Jersey. But let's begin with meteorologist Vanessa Murdoch, who's been tracking this storm all day long. Vanessa, what's the latest outside?
Well, the latest is we're starting to see that transition from snow to sleet in the city and several locations across the tri-state area. Because of the messy winter weather, we're on a first alert weather day or night through early tomorrow morning. Snow, sleet, and even freezing rain. Yes, we've seen reports of that as well. Should be expected. Total snowfall preceding the messy.
Certainly not as much snow as we saw in Hokkaido earlier, but still quite a lot of snow in honestly, NYC doesn't get a ton of snow anymore. It's never gotten the most snow in New York, as it's got the warm ocean surrounding. But yeah, this is
in Ocean County. As of 1 o'clock, you can see we're really petering out west of the city with just some shower activity. North, though, through the morning hours, we could see some residual snow, hence the bigger numbers to the north. Here's a quick look at our snowfall map, 3 to 5 across the island, the city, northern Jersey. Again, though, we're seeing that mixing starting already, and the bullseye is north at 5 to 8 inches. Ice, biggest challenges will be west of the city, so certainly that makes for especially slick travel. Jess will talk more about this in our next system in my full first alert forecast.
All right. Thanks so much, Vanessa. Our team coverage continues now in Westchester County with Jenna DeAngelis. She's on snow patrol tonight in Bronxville.
Snow
How's
patrol.
it looking out there, Jenna?
Yeah, snow patrol.
Jessica, it's beautiful. It actually looks so scenic here. Now, the snow started falling here around 8 o'clock tonight, and you can get an idea of just a few hours of accumulation by looking at the sidewalk here. But then I want to show you the roads. You can tell that they've been pre-treated in preparation for this, but it is still a slushy mess. This steady Saturday night snowfall is bringing out the shovels
and the spectators.
It's beautiful. It's kind of romantic.
Tanis Krasinski is visiting Bronxville from Chicago.
And it's been a pretty mild winter in Chicago, so this is really fun.
The forecasts were correct, so good job.
The Isleys finished dinner just in time for the snow. Raymond Hernandez works at a restaurant and was let out early.
This weather is a little too crazy. You gotta go home safe.
Well before the snow's arrival, Yonkers DPW crews were hard at work.
Actually started yesterday. We have a brine solution that we put down. Now we'll continue to salt throughout the night. We'll get the streets cleaned as soon as possible so you can go out shopping and you can get ready for Super Bowl Sunday.
If you haven't already, this long line of cars leading to Stu Leonard Drive Saturday afternoon is a clear indication many have.
Never seen.
Okay. Whoever gifted you a membership, thank you. That was incredibly kind. Yeah, I'm trying to remember, multiple people gifted memberships today. I want to say, if I recall correctly, because I read them out whenever people get gifted Galactic memberships, I think it was Mo and Noah. But Rob Skelts also definitely donated some, and Sasha G also donated some Galactic memberships. So I don't know. I really couldn't say for sure. So yeah, Bad Lefty is sort of reiterating what I'm saying. Thank you. All right, let's keep talking about that snowstorm. Move away from CBS New York, go to ABC News from 17 hours ago.
That fast-moving winter storm that has millions of Americans on alert this morning for snow, sleet, and freezing rain. Samara Theodore has made her way to Danbury, Connecticut with the latest now. Good morning, Samara.
Good morning, Gio. Here in Danbury, we've picked up at least 3 to 4 inches of snow. You can see the crews are hard at work this morning, making sure these roads are clear for a lot of the drivers. That wasn't the case, though, last night. For drivers who hit the road during the thick of this storm, we saw road conditions deteriorate very quickly. Overnight, a dangerous winter storm sweeping through the Northeast, bringing heavy snow, sleet, and ice. Millions now waking up to treacherous travel conditions on Super Bowl Sunday. 15 million Americans under winter weather alerts across the Northeast this morning. New York City blanketed in snow, 3 inches dumped on the area in 6 hours. North of the city, the snow quickly piling up overnight on highways, traffic moving slowly along I-87 in Orange County. In Bergen County, New Jersey, 2.5 inches of snow falling on Hackensack's Main Street before turning to sleet and rain overnight. In Paramus, slow going on busy Route 17 as few drivers venture outside. Farther south in South Plainfield, freezing rain and sleet falling, drivers taking it slow. The system quickly moving across the Northeast overnight after sweeping through the Midwest. The city of Minneapolis declaring a snow emergency. Some areas hit with more than half a foot of snow. The storm wreaking havoc on Minnesota's roads. Snow creating dangerous conditions. Cars.
All right. That's enough of the snowstorm. That's enough. By the way, I just checked it. Maybe I already checked it. Yeah, I think I did. I'm getting things mixed up. But yeah, we're only 3 memberships away right now from getting another galactic emote. Bring us to what would be 16 emotes. And I've still got a bunch of emotes sitting. And we still haven't... Oh, God, I keep forgetting to do this because I've been trying to do the regular streams. But we got to do a Galactic UN vote, a live stream, so we can all vote on emotes. Starting to feel like it might be superfluous because of how many emotes we're getting. But if 3 more people become members before we lose members, because unfortunately gifted memberships fall off every 30 days, I'll be able to add another emote in there, slip it in, and we'll have that forever. And that will be good. That will be a good thing. I'm super excited. We have so many. I've been holding on to emotes. I started the vote, I don't know, what was it? Like a few weeks ago or something. And in that time, we've increased our emotes by at least 3, I think. We already had a pretty sizable number. All right, let's go south to somewhere warmer. But unfortunately, we're not doing it for the warmth. We're doing it for this very, very strange, potentially problematic story here in Argentina, which we covered yesterday. That's right, we covered this yesterday, and that being this river, which had turned blood red. Over a short period of time, locals sounding the alarm. And no, I don't think this one's biblical. In fact, we have a little bit more information on it, which is why we're going to talk about this again today. Oh my god, is this the hockey cat? Yeah, I believe so, if I'm not mistaken. I think I know what you're talking about. It's your favorite internet cat ever, I'm glad. That makes me happy. Alright. This is so creepy. It genuinely does look like it turned to blood. Like, that is exactly the color of blood. Now, one thing you might be noticing while we go through these images here, it seems like there's a bunch of factories. I think these might be oil it might be an oil refinery, I think, directly next to this blood red river. Alright, they weren't joking about the no comment. Now let's go to USA Today, who does have a comment on what this might be. A river in Buenos Aires suburb turned red after a suspected toxic spill from a nearby, whoopsies, moving too fast for me, a nearby depot, according to local reports. Residents raised alarms after the river showed a sudden change in color. Authorities have taken samples to determine the source of the contamination. There we go. Now, we don't know the exact source still, but it does seem like it was definitely, almost definitely, some sort of a chemical spill or dumping, perhaps. Something that we had postulated it being the last stream. Alright. Now, let's go all the way across the Atlantic to Africa, where in Kenya, people are attempting to save the environment and save us from more waste by upcycling. The vast quantities of thrown out clothes by companies, things like that, which get sold off on pallets for next to nothing in multiple African countries. But Kenya here, they seem to have come up with perhaps a solution. As we talked about in the past, people have been struggling to resell these clothes, oftentimes as they're poorly made, and lacking, what do you call it? Like relevance. Like, people just don't want them, right? For multiple reasons. And so reselling them has been next to impossible. Which is essentially what they were doing. They were thinking that that's what would happen when they dropped off all these pallets in Africa, I guess. But that has not really been playing out. And so Kenya, at least some people in Kenya, are trying to come up with a solution.
Since our goal is to extend fabric life, we have created a reseller program outside Nairobi where these clothes can still go ahead in circularity by vendors who would want cheaper options of bales rather than the more expensive ones in Gikomba. Then for our non-wearables, we have repurposed them through upcycling. Upcycling involves getting a cloth that is worn out and then transforming it into a better product where it can survive longer.
Oh, those are some cute pillows.
What we don't know is after your relative or the child at the children's home has worn this cloth, they're still going to find a way to dispose them, and those are landfills. And when these clothes reach the landfills, they're either burnt to reduce their volumes or they're left to decay. And what we don't know is some of the clothes that are being made right now take to almost 200 years to decompose. The solution ACT is providing is one that rather provides a zero waste solution, low carbon emissions, but also kickstarts a circular ecosystem for textile in the world.
Ooh, that's a fun bag. The inside is wild. Look at that. Oh my god. Rugs. Smart use of this clothing. Certainly won't mind walking on that. Ooh, fun tapestry.
Or when
Loving that.
my clients are in the store and we're able to tell people that this is not just a basket or it's not just a carpet, but it is actually made from jeans material, it immediately invokes a sense of a more conscious buying decision and a purchase decision that holds a lot more value than just a carpet or just a basket that they may have seen around in the same type of technique, but they're drawn towards knowing that their purchase has made a difference to the environment. It has taught them something that they didn't know existed. They suddenly know that, oh, if I have, footwear or textiles lying in the house, I can come and donate it and it's going to be rebirthed into a beautiful product that others can buy.
Yeah, there we go. People thanking me for playing positive stories. It's Sunday Funday, okay? I am trying to put in as many positive stories throughout all of this as I possibly can. Even though it's incredibly difficult with the torrent of horrifying news that I am presented with on a daily basis. So much that I can't fit it all into a 6-hour stream, and I've been having to extend these streams to 8 hours practically every day to get through it all. Thankfully, you all are also interested in making sure we hear all of the news and other things that we got going on around the world, and we're at least getting through it. But boy, oh boy, it can be tough to stay positive. So I appreciate that people appreciate the effort. It's Sunday Funday after all. It's been a tough week. Every one of these weeks, the last few weeks have been pretty terrible. So, while we try and keep things value-taining every day, Sunday Funday is peak value-tainment, in my opinion. At least I try to make it that way. Where are we? Oh, good. Not fun. Not fun. A not fun story. I'm sorry. Here I was going on about how great a job I was doing at making things fun on this Sunday. And now we gotta go to China for this one.
Chinese rescuers worked on Sunday to locate dozens of missing people after a landslide in southwestern Sichuan killed one person and buried homes. 2 people were pulled out alive with injuries, and about 360 others were evacuated, according to the state broadcaster. Authorities said the disaster was caused by
Holy
recent heavy
shit.
rainfall and geological conditions.
On my phone, it did not. I could not quite get the. Oh my god.
Were evacuated, according to the state broadcaster. Authorities said the disaster was.
That is insane. Now, China's been seeing an incredible amount of rain in the last year or so. We've watched all the massive rainstorms that have hit during monsoon and all that. Likely that it has some effect on this situation. But that is like... That's an entire chunk of a mountain. That's a fucking mountain right there. It just collapsed onto what is essentially a rice paddy village beneath it. Holy fuck, dude. I did not quite get the scope of this when I was watching it earlier. Wow. I'm struggling to quantify how much of the mountain there just decided to collapse, but that's a huge chunk of a mountain. Usually we don't talk in mountain chunks, but that's exactly what the fuck we're looking at. Holy shit. The entire side of that mountain just completely gone. And I assume there were trees all throughout that. Oh my god, I cannot imagine the amount of power. If you think avalanches are scary, mountain lanch. Oh.
By recent heavy rainfall and geological conditions. President Xi Jinping expressed his concern and urged authorities to make every effort to search for the missing people and minimize casualties.
Woof. Oh, boy. Alright, that's it on environmental stories. Let's go to space. It's not time for a break, so we're just going to have to go straight into the space news. Apparently, there's some space news happening right now as we speak, because apparently, the Earth is now crossing Saturn's plane, starting in February 10th and going all the way to February 16th. You might be asking yourself, StreamLord, what the fuck does that mean? Well, let's go to this video to discuss.
Howdy, Planeteers. When at its best, Saturn is gorgeous through a telescope. However, over time, those famous rings are disappearing from our perspective. Before we get too far, let's do some astronomy. Hit the darkness after sunset this week and look west. You'll see Venus, the evening star, shining super brightly. If you catch it early enough in the week, between Venus and the horizon, you'll see Saturn. Saturn's rings are incredible, but every 15 years or so, the wobble of the planet means those rings are seen edge on. On March 23rd, we'll pass that plane, but the planet will only get harder to see for a while. Saturn tilts about 27 degrees relative to the ecliptic. Earth tilts about 23, meaning we both have seasons. But unlike us, Saturn's rings can cast shadows on its cloudy surface. If only, am I right? Rings would be so cool. Don't you love space? Keep looking up.
Well, there you go. As Saturn and Earth shift their axes throughout their rotation around the sun in this next week, Saturn's rings will be essentially at sort of a flat plane as a relative to not the United States, but to the Earth, making it so that it is much less visible than it normally would be. Sort of a cool little space fact. Now, since it's Sunday Funday, I figured we'd go with a little bit of fun space talk. Let's talk abductions.
What?
Who knew aliens charged for alien abductions? That's shocking to me. The thing that I honestly find incredibly funny about it is they use a bunch of just regular everyday objects to do the tests. You know, he's got like a barbell handle and a Bunsen burner and a fidget spinner to check on, you know, whatever they're checking on. He uses one of those, what do you call it? I can't remember what they're called. The frisbees with the hole in it to just, it's all of it's just fucking hilarious, dude. Who knew the alien abductions were out of network costs though, for your health insurance? That's shocking.
That's too much, man!
And $8 billion or whatever it was. That's too much. That's much too much. Alrighty then. On to the Earth news in full. A whisk? It wasn't I don't think that was a whisk. I think that was I believe that was a brush. It's a what's it called? A jazz drum, like a brush. There's like a word, specific word. But I believe that's what it was. I can see the confusion. It does look kind of like a whisk. All right, to South America first. Let's go to Peru.
China has set its sights on South America. A new megaport on Peru's coastline that's part of China's Belt and Road Initiative will increase the frequency of trips to Asia this month, with a direct route to China that cuts sailing time by some 10 days. Ritika Gupta went to the megaport in Peru to find out more.
Huge unmanned cranes loom over Peru's Chinese-funded Chancay port, a symbol of Beijing's growing influence in South America. Situated on the edge of Peru's coastal desert, some 50 miles north of the capital, Chancay, a small fishing town, looks set to become a major hub for trade in a region the US has long considered its own backyard.
This giant new port is a game changer, not just for Peru, but for the wider Latin American region. And at a time when the newly elected President Donald Trump is looking to clamp down on trade with China, China has set its eyes on Peru, making Peru a strategic piece on the global geopolitical chessboard.
The man overseeing the port's operations, Mario de las Casas, says the port will dramatically speed up trade that will bypass North America entirely.
You're going to have an express, Chancay, directly to Shanghai. It's a huge opportunity for South America because right now all the materials that you export to Asia, you have to go to Mexico or Long Beach, and then you cross the Pacific Ocean.
But despite the promises of growth, some in the local community feel left behind. The fully automated port has so far offered few jobs. William Wallace, a local fisherman, is struggling to make a living.
We used to row out, fish in the morning, sell our catch, rest in the afternoon, and return to fish again in the evening. That was our daily routine, but not anymore.
The nearly $1.5 billion port, majority owned by China's COSCO Shipping, is China's latest Belt and Road project. China has overtaken the US as Peru's main trading partner, a trend that could widen across Latin American countries as Donald Trump threatens tariffs under his America First policy.
If Trump finds out, he'll be livid. Yeah, Geo Dragon, probably true. Because this does, I mean, it doesn't circumvent what they're trying to do with Panama, but it certainly makes some amount of trade not need American ports at all, right? Like on the West Coast. And, you know, the fact is I'm fine with a faceted, what do you call it? Or, my brain is slowly deteriorating as it always does in these streams. But having China doing the Belt and Road Initiative, as long as they're not doing exploitative things and are, you know, coming through with their promises that are being made to the locals and the government, I'm all for it, right? Now, some people are clearly being affected by this, and I think that needs to be addressed, but this seems like a good thing, and if anything, it is probably going to make Donald Trump upset. That's not why I like it, but it's, you know, it's a fringe benefit, if you will. You know, write that down. You know, just a sort of a little surprise treat.
Warn of over-reliance on China and jeopardizing the existing relationship with the US, with some of Trump's aides already pushing for huge tariffs on all merchandise coming through the port. But for Peru's Minister for Foreign Trade, Ursula Leon, it's not a cause for concern.
Cada una tiene una estrategia de comercio particular.
Our agreements with China enhance our competitiveness without compromising other markets.
Could Peru's partnership with China undermine its existing relationship with the US?
Not at all. Our relationships with both China and the US are strong and mutually beneficial.
I feel like a lot of people are trying to get away from the United States' involvement in their countries at this point. Especially with Donald Trump as president. You know, his completely sort of bipolar, I don't mean that in the personality disorder way, but just the sort of, you know, I mean, if you want to describe it in personality disorders, it's more like BPD than it is bipolar. Or not BPD, what's it called? No, my brain is not functioning properly. What's it called? But the fact is, like, he's changing his mind on a dime right now, and, you know, waging trade wars against anybody who doesn't do what he wants. And I feel like this is going to be a trend over the next 4 years if he continues on the path that he's been on. Yeah, BPD, sorry, borderline personality disorder. I was right. It's more borderline personality disorder than anything. Donald Trump, you know, he has one reality in his brain. When anybody challenges it, he loses it. You know, he changes his mind like the wind, and it's terrifying. And I can understand why countries would be more interested in maybe dealing with China, who's at least been more consistent, if anything. Oh yeah, Godcat. You see what? Yeah, okay, you get what I'm saying. All right. Let's go to Sao Paulo. It's Sunday Fun Day, so we're keeping it fun, and I'm going to remind you all that it's still Lunar New Year's. At least the celebrations are still going on for another 5 whole days. So let's see what was going on here in Brazil.
Podem ofertar, preparem os bombos e os tambores.
Esse ano acho que foi um dos maiores que teve, já faz parte aqui de São Paulo, o Ano Novo Chinês, né? E a cada ano a gente vê que assim cresce mais e mais e mais.
Sorry, I don't speak Portuguese.
Eu acho muito legal quando eu venho para São Paulo.
Little red notes. That looks good right now. That's making me hungry. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh god. I didn't even eat when I woke up today. Alright. Now, I have to move away from the fun and go north to Greenland, where if you missed this, the Prime Minister of Denmark made a comment about Donald Trump's expressed desire to buy and or invade Greenland. Let's see what she had to say. This is Tuesday.
Everybody has to respect the sovereignty of all national states in the world, and that Greenland is today a part of the Kingdom of Denmark. It's a part of our territory, and it's not for sale. The chairman, the leader of Greenland, has been very clear that they are not for sale. I totally agree with the Americans that the High North, that the Arctic region is becoming more and more important when we're talking about defense and security and deterrence. And it is possible to find a way to ensure stronger footprints in Greenland. They are already there, and they can have more possibilities. And at the same time,
okay, whoever's holding this K24 microphone, oh my god, they need to work out a little bit more, because that thing is a shaking. Watch it. It's just all the other microphones are going up and down. This one is just violently shaking left to right. I don't know how far out they're holding this microphone, but it's I don't know why it's amusing me so much.
To find a way to ensure stronger footprints in Greenland. They are already there, and they can have more possibilities. And at the same time, we are willing to scale up from the Kingdom of Denmark. And I think NATO is the same. So if this is about securing our part of the world, we can find a way forward.
Whoa, what the hell was that? Don't do that. Okay, there we go. Denmark's Prime Minister reminding Donald Trump that actually Greenland is sovereign territory and that it's not for sale. That Greenland's head official also had reiterated that it's not for sale. And you know, I'm I'm still thinking about whoever it was holding that microphone, just shaking, just like, they must have been holding that thing for a long time. All right. Let's move on from Greenland and go to Europe, all the way to Serbia, where things have been pretty tense. We've been covering this pretty regularly in recent weeks over the protests that have been going on there and are still going on. I keep thinking that they're going to end, but they seem to just be going further and further with all these things. Let's go. This is from 19 hours ago. Associated Press showing Serbian protesters blocking bridges, roads to mark 100 days. Has it been 3 months already? My God. 100 days since the collapse of that railway station. All right. Now let's before we leave the region, let's go right next door to Kosovo, where things have been pretty tense as well. Honestly, I've been kind of worried about this particular region with some of the things going on. There's a lot of frustration and anger, and I'm just concerned about, people like ginning up ethnic hate once again, whomever it might be. And certainly relations between Kosovo and Serbia have not been good. Let's be real, it's never been super good. Certainly not in the recent past. But recent developments have been keeping me pretty concerned. Kosovo's having elections right now in parliament. Let's talk about that.
There are many factors. It's very important to understand that Kosovo is currently at odds with the international community, especially because of Albin Kurti policy. So Kurti is facing off historical parties from the War of Independence, but no, these parties, which ones were very important, are no opposition. Why? Because first, Kurti is very popular. He leads the poll by a wide margin, from over 40%, maybe even over 50%, according to some surveys, because he has a record that appeals to the population. He fought corruption. He had decisive actions for youth employment. He raised the minimum wage. He reformed the education system, but he's handicapped by his loss of international support, especially because of the policy he had towards the Serbian minority in the north of Kosovo and against Serbia in general. For example, the US administration has been very vocal against Albin Kurti. In the very last day, Richard Grenell, the special envoy for special missions of President Trump, stated on X, for example, that Kurti has been condemned by the first Trump administration, the Biden administration, the European Union, the US Embassy, and Antony Blinken. Grenell says that Kurti is an unfair partner for the United States. So this is unclear how much this American diplomatic offensive can have an effect on the election results.
Yeah, Laurent, the tensions with Serbia, the tensions within Kosovo with the ethnic minority Serbs. So what's the situation today?
Well, the government's hardline policy towards the Serbian minority is the reason it has been criticized and sanctioned by the international community. And the latest example occurred just days ago, weeks ago. It was on January the 15th, during the election campaign. The Kosovo police closed some administrative buildings used by the Serbian community, including post offices. And let's recall that last year, the government shut down banks used by the Serb. They banned the use of the Serbian dinar currency.
Yeah. So these sorts of things are bad, right? I can say this hands down. It is bad that Kosovo is leaning into this sort of, what do I want to call it? Sort of rubber band hate and sort of intentional oppression of Serbians. Now, I understand the reasons for it, okay? Ethnic Albanians, which make up the majority of Kosovo, were, of course, ethnically cleansed, murdered, and a number of, there was, I'm not going to get into the horrifying details of what happened in the 90s, but my point is that regardless of what may have happened to Albanians and Bosnians within Kosovo during all of that, which was carried out by Serbs, does not justify what they're trying to do here and sort of leaning into the hatred rather than trying to create, multicultural, multifaceted, a welcoming country. They are leading into this horrifying trend, and it really disturbs me because I know sure, maybe what happened in the last war won't happen again, but it's it's the sort of stuff that perks my ears up in a way I don't appreciate.
in wide use in the Serbian community. They banned Serbian newspapers, Serbian consumer goods. So all this policy has made daily life increasingly difficult for the Serbian minority. And many of them permanently relocate to Serbia. And this is very much criticized by the EU and the US. And when speaking about the relation with Serbia, no, they are non-existent. The European-led normalization negotiation are a standstill, and this is very important for Brussels.
Okay. There we go. All right. Move on from this part of the world. Well, not really. We're not going to be going very far. Let's go on to different elections that have been going on in Europe. Let's go to Germany. France 24 from 22 hours ago, discussing what's been going on there. In particular, there's been hundreds of thousands of people going to the streets to protest the AfD and the far right, the resurgence of Nazi ideology in Germany. Seems like there's quite a lot of people who come out to voice
Shame
their
on you,
dissent.
Mr. Merz. That's the message these protesters have for Friedrich
Holy
Merz,
shit,
the man
that
who
is a
leads
lot
the
of
main
people.
CDU party and who could be Germany's next leader.
Looks like
In Munich, more than 200,000 people took to the streets, protesting against both the extreme right and what they view as Merz's attempts to gain their support. With 2 weeks to go before the general election, voters are not giving up. They don't want the anti-immigrant, extreme right Alternative for Germany, or AfD party, in government.
I am really worried about things, and I simply want to do something to stand up for a colourful coexistence, that people can live together, be happy with each other, and that we don't continue to be negative and against minorities, but instead appreciate there is a diverse society and that we can also benefit from it.
Wertschätzen, dass es eben eine vielfältige Gesellschaft gibt und dass uns außerdem wir davon profitieren können.
The massive crowds and anti-racist placards are also on display here in Bremen and other German cities. The movement has been...
Dark Sparkle, that is a fair point. And, you know, we've talked about this, how the centrist party in Germany has been attempting to work with the AfD to ameliorate, you know, some of the AfD's, you know, concerns, if you can call it that. And, you know, the most recent attempt by the CDU was that they tried to pass through a bill in Parliament which was incredibly anti-immigrant, but it just wasn't even anti-immigrant enough for the AfD, which, you know, in my estimation, suggests maybe they should stop trying to work with them. But, you know, I guess we'll see what happens here. But, you know, it's about time that the centrists, liberals, whatever you want to call them, stop trying to what's the word? Coalesce around right-wing things. We saw it in the election here in the United States, right? Like, I know it feels like it's so long ago, but I mean, you know, like, are there not enough examples of this being a bad idea? Can we just be like, you know, like, why can't we just exclude them?
Gaining momentum ever since Merz, who had until then been the favourite in the polls, pushed through a non-binding motion on tougher immigration rules. He relied on votes from the AfD. He insisted there'd been no direct collaboration with the extreme right party. Faced with mounting protests, his coalition is trying to reassure voters. At a rally in Nuremberg on Saturday, Merz reaffirmed he would not betray his country by working with the AfD.
They want to find their salvation and peace on Putin's lap. That is not our policy. And for these reasons alone, there will be no form of cooperation and even government participation or toleration of any form whatsoever.
Oh, okay.
Despite the protests and the CDU's perceived involvement with the extreme right, it doesn't appear to have dented their chances in the upcoming election.
Well, there's your Germany update for the day. Thank you, France24. Now, let's move it along. Wait, how are we doing on time? Oh boy, we're getting close to a fourth. My brain just broke. Third break. Oh my god. Alright, now let's go to the Middle East. Got some stuff to talk here. Still got a little bit more time left in this half. See what we can get done. Let's start in Lebanon before we get talking about Israel too much. Because there's things happening in Lebanon unrelated to, well, I don't know if it's completely unrelated to Israel, but at least more Lebanon-centric, as they have finally, after a 2-year deadlock, managed to form a new government. Let's go here. TRT World from 19 hours ago.
After Lebanon formed a new government, its new Prime Minister Nawaf Salam wasted no time, vowing sweeping reforms to fix the country's economy and foster greater harmony for his people and country.
The top of my priorities, the government must ensure security and stability in Lebanon by fully implementing Resolution 1701, enforcing the ceasefire agreement, and pursuing Israel's withdrawal from every last inch of Lebanese territory. This must go hand in hand with reconstruction.
Salam was president of the International Court of Justice and was appointed Prime Minister last month. Thus, on Saturday, President Joseph Aoun announced he had accepted the resignation of the former caretaker Prime Minister Najib Mikati and that he had signed a decree for Salam to form the new government, which is made up of 24 ministers split evenly from the Christian and Muslim faiths.
Thank God that government has been formed, but we need to monitor external influences because there are a lot of regional intervention. We saw the American envoy and her statements. I hope the government will make independent decisions.
Not only did we face a war, but also a financial crisis and many other large crises. Now everyone should be working together to build the country.
It came days after negotiations with rival parties in Lebanon over who will take the Shia Muslim seats. But as per Lebanon's political power sharing system, the new Prime Minister, who was not endorsed by Hezbollah, did negotiate with the group over the positions, marking an end to a 2-year political standoff with opposition forces and a shift away from leaders close to Hezbollah.
I've set my sights on establishing a state based on the rule of law and institutions. Therefore, I am determined to lay the necessary foundations for reform and salvation. My great hope is that we will together launch the process of building a new Lebanon.
The new government will need a vote of confidence from Parliament to be fully empowered. But for now, its focus will be drafting a policy statement and a broader outline of its approach to a better future.
Yeah, it looks like they have the ICC chief prosecutor now in government. Kind of a fan of that guy. All right, now let's move away from Lebanon. We're not going to go to Israel. We're not going to go to Gaza. Not going to go to Syria. We're going to go to the United States to talk about this. Been meaning to watch this story for a while. Let's see what CNN has put together here from a few days ago. Title of this video: Hear what voters who didn't vote for Harris because of Gaza are saying now. Okay. What are they saying, CNN?
At the top of the program, we laid out the administration's rewriting of what the president said last night about taking over Gaza and remaking it as a Riviera of the Middle East, his words. Regardless of what the people around him say he said it all on camera, and millions of people saw it, including Arab Americans, many of whom voted for him. More from CNN's Jason Carroll now in Dearborn, Michigan.
Days before the last presidential election, Donald Trump was the invited guest at the Great Commoner restaurant in Dearborn, Michigan. Albert Abbas says he extended that invitation, a decision he is now reflecting on, given all that has happened in the last 24 hours.
Many in the community are at a loss for words. Last night was a very rough night for most of us.
Abbas is Arab American and one of a number of Democrats who voted for Trump. Abbas says he hoped Trump would do more than President Joe Biden did to help Palestinians suffering in.
He didn't just hope. I mean, he came out and made that statement right here, endorsing Donald Trump.
American and one of a number of Democrats who voted for Trump. Abbas says he hoped Trump would do more than President Joe Biden did to help Palestinians suffering in Gaza.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip.
But after Trump said Palestinians should leave Gaza so it can be redeveloped, Abbas says not only does he feel betrayed, he's hearing from a number of people angered over his past support of Trump.
People were really, really frustrated, and I don't think there's anyone to blame. At the end of the day, as Arab Americans or Muslims, we really didn't have much of a choice.
Dearborn, a Detroit suburb, is home to the largest Arab American population in the United States, a community which helped Trump carry the critical swing state. He won 42% of the vote in Dearborn versus Vice President Harris with 36% and Jill Stein with 18%. In 2020, Biden handily carried the city with 69%. Faye Nimmer voted for Trump in 2024 out of frustration over the previous administration's support of Israel. Now, she is troubled by the president's proposal to move Palestinians out of Gaza.
I mean, it's very concerning and it's infuriating.
Personal feelings, you're infuriated, but standing by your decision for now to have voted for Trump.
Correct.
And what would move that needle for you to say, you know what, I made a mistake?
Palestine is the red line for this community.
Nimmer says she suspects.
If Palestine is the red line, I mean, everything Donald Trump has said up to this point seems to fly in the face of what she's saying right now. Donald Trump very much just crossed it. What do you have to wait until U.S. soldiers hit the ground and then we'll leave Trump's side? And this is one thing that for me is very frustrating. Right? Because in my estimation, I knew that this was going to happen, right? Donald Trump, when he won, would embrace all of the worst ideas around this region because he only has the worst people in his ear about it, and he doesn't have any opinions of his own. Aside from maybe, like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of what actual opinions of his own that he actually has that aren't just complete nonsense. It's hard to even, but this is, it's a frustrating story, just generally speaking. Because I just don't see how people could have thought that Donald Trump was going to be better than Kamala Harris. I'm sticking by it. It just never made sense to me why anybody would look at Donald Trump, listen to any of the things that he had said, ever. Look at who he's getting money from, and think that he was going to be better. He hasn't even met with any Palestinian leadership, but he had Benjamin Netanyahu come to the United States, a fucking war criminal, right? He's unilaterally meeting with one side of this conflict while ignoring the rest of the people involved. And it's just, could have predicted that. I think I might have, actually. But point is just, oh god, this story is just pissing me off. Sorry, we're going back to it. I needed a break. I'm going back. We're going back.
is bluffing and is using his proposal
he's bluffing.
as some sort of negotiating
He's doing 5D
tactic.
chess.
That's the same sentiment
He's doing
shared
5D
by
chess. I get
Amar
it.
Zar.
First, this is clearly not going to happen, right?
And real estate broker
clearly.
Ali Al-Farajala.
A lot of people are calling me and texting me saying, hey, how did your vote work out? How was that third party vote?
Both were so-called protest voters. Neither supported Trump or Harris.
Are there any sort of second thoughts now about having supported a third-party candidate?
Absolutely not. And I'll still do it again and again and again.
I didn't vote for Trump. So a protest vote, I don't know. I would say it was a targeted vote of conscience to say that the children of Gaza have to mean something. Their death has to mean something.
And while Arab Americans here were divided...
Unfortunately, I have criticisms for that take. It's not an art project. Just isn't. A vote of conscience does not do shit. Sorry to say. And, it's just incredibly frustrating for me. And, absolutely. And anti-corporist, you make a fair point. If Harris could have just, said one good thing or met with a Palestinian during her time, maybe that would have helped. Absolutely. And I'm not blaming the voters outright for this, situation. I'm just trying to point out that doing some of these things are, while they might feel better, right? When you make that vote, you might have a sense of hope while doing it, right? But it's my opinion, it's a misplaced sense of hope. It is naive optimism. And, sometimes as humans we need that, but it doesn't actually address the situations that people may be trying to address, right? It's like it's a mirage, if you will. And, you might feel better about the vote that you cast, but you have to think about the actual fucking downstream effects of that vote.
In the past, going forward, one point is uniting them: opposition to Trump's proposal to move Palestinians out of Gaza.
The community will be unified. I will tell you this. The Palestinian people would rather die and live in a demolition site than to be ethnically cleansed and being sent out of Gaza to Egypt or Jordan.
Okay, moving on from this incredibly frustrating story for me. It's breaking me. It's breaking me down. Breaking me down inside. Okay, we need it. We need our final break. Alright, chat. Well, here we are. Final break. Hope you've all been enjoying the stream so far. If you have been, hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. If you're one of the people sitting, lurking in your chair, not chatting, get in there. Use your finger or thumb. Clicky, clicky, click. And while you're doing those things, do consider, since you seem to be enjoying the show, donating to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways we have available for you to do just that. YouTube, Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, and of course, Patreon, where you can get access to the most space benefits available in the entire Milky Way galaxy. Only $3 a month. Get you all of that. Go to the website. Don't use the Apple App Store. Of course, you can use the Apple app, but to sign up, I am requesting people go onto the website by the link to sign up. Otherwise, YouTube will attempt to hold payment for 3 months because the Apple App Store is a monopolistic garbage place. So help keep us alive. Donate to the GNN. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short galactic intermission. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. You know, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. You know what that means? It's time for the final half. Where to next? Ah, yes. To Gaza. Alright, chat. Start here. The AP archive. We saw a tiny number of trucks headed into Gaza last stream. This is a video of more trucks now entering Gaza via the Rafah corridor. Oh my god. Does it say petroleum? Fuel? Entering Gaza? Holy shit. Multiple fuel tankers entering Gaza. Something that is desperately, desperately fucking needed, as well as all this food. I'm not sure sitting on top of a truck is OSHA safe. Oh god, that's not... Oh my god. It's not into it. Oh, holy shit. Oh my god. We almost just witnessed a fucking disaster just now. Jesus Christ. Trying to get the aid there so goddamn fast, almost just taking out 2 cars in the process. Wow. Look, I'm here for the valuetainment, okay, Geode? Okay, can't I make OSHA jokes? Alright, it's all I've got. It's all I've got. It's to attempt the comedy from time to time. To bring the valuetainment to all of you. That comment made me very sad, Donald. Rocks need fuel too, to fuel the rubble. Come on, they need the fuel for other things, right? And it's still winter in Gaza, still cold, and you need fuel for cars to get around. You need fuel for, you know, whatever sort of construction equipment that still exists in Gaza. There must be at least a little bit, because I've seen a few still functioning in recent videos. Those need fuel to help clear the rubble, at least. Yeah, I get what you're saying, though. But it is desperately needed, regardless of devastation. Maybe not even regardless. Just it is needed. Full stop. Generators, yes, bad lefty. See, that's why we need our full space crew here. I'm always capable of remembering every instance of or examples, and thankfully I've got you people. Alright, now this is something I've been complaining about for 3 weeks, I think. Trying to do the math on it. At least 3 weeks. Yeah, almost to the day. But since the ceasefire happened, Israel was supposed to pull out of the Netzarim corridor in sort of central-ish, northern-y Gaza. But no, they sat there all the last 3 weeks. Even though U.S. Blackwater-type private security military forces have showed up on the ground. And I'm counting that as boots on the ground already in Gaza. But they didn't leave. But apparently, according to BBC News from about 22 hours ago, Israel has now finally done so. Let's get some details. All right, BBC.
Start this hour with breaking
Don't
news
fail us
from
now.
the Middle East. Israeli forces say they've completed their withdrawal from the Netzarim corridor in central Gaza. Now, that is the road which separates North and South Gaza and was controlled by Israeli troops. You can see it marked here on the map with that red line. Now, the move
Yes, we know
was
where
a
it is.
condition of the ceasefire deal with Hamas. And I want to take you to the live pictures from Gaza City, where you can see that there are queues of vehicles on that road. Now, we've seen them moving along the Salah al-Din road after the Israeli forces pull out of the Netzarim corridor. We've also seen people walking along that road. Others have been on donkeys, and you can see how that traffic has built up in that area, with people trying to move from the south back into the north, many of them trying to get back to see what is left of their homes. Here's another angle that we have where you can see those vehicles are moving. Now, our correspondent in Jerusalem, Joe Inwood, has more on the significance of the withdrawal of the troops from that road.
We had it reported yesterday that this was going to happen, and then those pictures that we can see, Nikki, that shows that the Israeli forces have withdrawn back. Just to give people a sense of the geography, if the Gaza Strip runs like that, the Salah al-Din road runs alongside, kind of parallel with the coast, and the Netzarim corridor, this is the bit that the Israeli forces...
These pictures are pretty fucking wild. You know, I feel like we've been getting more and more imagery of the landscape in Gaza since the ceasefire started, and it has been shocking, even with everything I've seen. Just the level of the devastation. And I know I see these pictures all the time, so it probably doesn't make sense to most people, but stuff like this, where there once stood buildings all over the place, as you can tell, not even roofs, you know, just not even scraps of buildings practically. It's just rubble from one side of the picture to the other. It looks like a garbage dump. I mean, I'm not trying to be cold and callous here, but it's the only thing that comes to mind when I look at this fucking picture.
withdrawn from, that cuts it in half, basically separating the north from the south. And so them withdrawing is not just about their forces pulling back. It should allow increased access, increased freedom of movement for the people of Gaza. Now, we should say that's one of the conditions. There's another road that runs north to south that is in between Gaza
freedom
and
of movement.
the Philadelphia corridor. They are still there, and they're not moving at this point. But this is an important moment, and I think, and it shows that the ceasefire, which has been feeling increasingly fragile. We had both the condition of the hostages that we saw yesterday and the anger around that, but I think more the suggestion by President Donald Trump that Gaza should be depopulated has led to a sense of increasing fragility of this deal. But I think this is don't want to overstate it, but this is another sign that the ceasefire is holding and is continuing.
Yeah, on the ceasefire deal, of course, there are talks set to take place in Qatar with both Israel and Hamas saying they will continue the negotiations. What do we know about what's going to go on in Qatar?
So both sides say they will be sending delegations. I think the Hamas delegation has been there already, and the Israelis will be turning up over the next few days. We don't have precise timelines. But what we know the Israelis want to talk about first is technical matters surrounding phase 1. Just to remind people, the ceasefire deal is split into 3 phases. Phase 1 is where we are now. It's 42 days long, sees 33 hostages released in exchange for a large number of Palestinian prisoners and detainees.
Prisoners.
Phase 2, this is the most consequential one in many ways.
I'm so sick of the Western media insisting on making this distinction. Palestinians are prisoners. Israelis are hostages. Oh, God, it's so annoying to...
Precision of language. Please.
So annoying to have to do this over and over again. It's an onslaught of horrifying language choice by the mainstream press. You know, and I do get bogged down in details from time to time. But this is one of those details that I just feel like this is the hill I want to fucking die on at this point. Like, can we please stop using this sort of language that it makes it so that Palestinians are the enemy, right? Like, they're prisoners. The use of the word prisoner assumes that they've committed a crime, right? But Israel hasn't given them fair trials. They've only been in military tribunals, right? And if they're in a military tribunal, then they would sort of necessitate that they're involved in a war. But many of them have been sitting in these jails for years and years and years, right? And so we're either going to call everybody prisoners of war, or we're going to call everybody hostages. But we're not going to fucking make these unnecessary and just honestly on their face just wrong distinctions. I'm not going to let it go on. I'm going to keep doing this. I'm going to keep saying it. Fucking precision of language, please. All right, let's go to Al Jazeera.
The Israeli military has finished its withdrawal from the Netzarim corridor. The move was agreed as part of the ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Private security contractors are now monitoring the crossing, which divides North and South Gaza. The change now allows for Palestinians and aid trucks to move freely through the crossing in both directions. The Netzarim corridor is a military zone about 6 kilometers wide, created by the Israeli military that splits the Gaza Strip in two. They built bases there after taking over buildings and destroying homes. Let's get an update now on the ground from Hani Mahmoud, who's on the Netzarim corridor in northern Gaza. So, Hani, what's the scene like there, and what has the Israeli withdrawal meant for people on the ground?
Well, fall is definitely getting really busy here. We're seeing more vehicles and trucks are pulling up into the area. And as you can see, there is a large queue now of vehicle here. The movement at the inspection point is very, very slow. And we were told from the other side, we happened also to go around the security post around this inspection point, and we've seen a long queue of vehicles still waiting to move. The slow is moved in. The inspection process is quite slow right now, and definitely people are taking advantage of the moment of the movement between southern part of the strip and the northern part. They want to move between the two parts of the Gaza Strip freely without any restrictions, without any unnecessary delays as it was imposed in the past. 15 months of complete restrictions of movement here at Netzarim corridor, an area that has largely turned from agricultural land, from residential buildings, public facilities, universities, colleges compound here into more of a wasteland. And it's amazing just to see that a few weeks ago this whole area was a military base for the Israeli military. It served as a center of operations, launching military operations on the ground, offensive across the Gaza Strip in the central area. Notorious among them, the repeated attacks on the northern part of a Nusayrat refugee camp, as well as attacking Jabalia refugee camp from this point. Someone who's very close to the matter described how artillery shelling, or heavy artillery, were fired from this military base, as used to be a military base, all the way to Jabalia refugee camp. And as per the agreement now of the ceasefire between Hamas and Israel, the Deposition corridor is open now for people to move between the two parts, the southern part and the northern part, with the complete withdrawal of the Israeli military that has repositioned itself right at the buffer zone in the eastern part of the Gaza Strip.
Okay, so yeah, Israel hasn't completely left the Gaza Strip, just the Netzarim corridor. As you can see, the lines are very, very long and slow moving as people try and make their way back home, or to wherever it is that they're trying to get to, since most of the population has been displaced internally multiple times. Everybody is moving around, trying to find their family, find their homes, which are most likely now rubble. Not everybody, but, you know, I don't know the percentage of buildings that have been destroyed in Gaza, but it's got to be a high number. You know, you see a few of them still standing, but needing a ton of work. But I don't think there's a single building in Gaza that hasn't been at all affected by all this. You see them, you know, windows missing, doors missing, right? Anything that wasn't cement, you know, gone. Oh, God. All right. Is it 2/3? Yeah, that makes sense. I was gonna guess somewhere between 60 and 70%. Are just gone. That statistic you just threw in there really at least checks out in my brain there, Ducky. Okay, let's go to the Associated Press, where Israelis and a cousin of a recently released hostage are calling on Donald Trump to do what? Oh, to put pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu to bring the hostages home. Oh, let's see how that's gonna. Let's talk about that. Yeah.
We've got offer home. I want that every family will close her story. Everybody, all the families got to have an end to this terrible year. It's not a year. It's for her story, for her hostage, for herself. We can't move on with our life if they're not going to be here in Israel. We can't heal the society if they're not going to be all back home, all the hostages. I'm calling to Trump. Please do everything. Put any pressure that you need to put on Netanyahu. He got to bring them back
so
home
misguided.
With this hostage deal. We've got to have the second step. We've got to have all back home. The alive hostages and the dead.
You know, I hate to, but it's just misguided. It's completely misguided. That Donald Trump is going to put pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu. There's in no timeline do I see Donald Trump pressuring Benjamin Netanyahu. He's going to pressure everyone else but Benjamin Netanyahu. You know, he's going to try and pressure Hamas, pressure Jordan to take the Palestinians, pressure Egypt for the same thing. Maybe invade Gaza. But he's certainly not going to pressure Benjamin Netanyahu. It's just not going to happen. And it's stupid. It's stupid to think that that's what he's going to do. Like, did you see the meeting that he had with Benjamin Netanyahu? I mean, are we talking about the same guy? He was beaming, hanging out with Benny, little Bibi.
Need to be back home. We can't allow to have any more Ron Arad. There is no situation that we'll have. Please do everything.
We need help. It's in your hands, President Trump. We need your help. We need to bring them back and start and finish this war. We can't keep this war anymore. We have no power anymore, and we have no future just in wars. We need a way to finish it. And please do it for us.
I don't see how what Donald Trump is doing is going to do that. I mean, we already heard recently a bunch of stuff that's going to probably make that difficult. Actually, we're going to touch on that again today, just because I feel like it's worth it. Before we do that, though, let's go to the West Bank. You know, it seems like every time Israel lets up on Gaza or lets up on Lebanon or whatever else, they switch their attention back to the West Bank and they start bombing the West Bank, start arresting people in not their country, right? Doing illegal things. And they're still doing it. This is AP from 17 hours ago. And you know what they Israel titled this? They called this "Explosions Rocking the West Bank Refugee Camp Amid Ongoing Israeli Operation." It's an operation, everybody, okay? So calm down. All right? This isn't war crimes. This isn't, you know, Israel attacking the West Bank. They're just running a goddamn operation. All right? Stop asking so many questions about this.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
So it just makes me so mad. It just makes me so fucking mad. How the press uses language to force a narrative down our throats rather than just, you know, using consistent language to describe the same events, similar events, right? They're always trying to, you know, twist and wrangle these words into being more pro-Israeli. How can we make it sound okay? How can we make it? Oh, it's just an operation. This is an official thing they're doing. It's not, you know, it's not bad. This is an operation against criminal West Bank civilians. It's not them attacking a sovereign, well, not really a nation state. They don't actually, but you get what I'm saying. Like it's. And that's the other thing about all this that really makes all of this so much more obvious. Like, this is Israel essentially attacking its own prisoners, right? They have not allowed the West Bank or Gaza to be, you know, sovereign in any way. They run both places like they own them, like they are, like, you know, wardens in a jail. And yet and so, you know, we're left with the news acting like this is, you know, like, I don't know, the FBI, like, taking out a drug lord in Florida or something. I don't know. It just feels wrong. All of it. And it's just been pissing me off. Getting to my limit on, on the sort of propagandistic use of words by the media. All right, let's go to this. We talked about this earlier, but I figured we'd talk about this again because this is an important aspect of what we're talking about here. October 7th was an IDF operation. Wow. Precision of language. All right. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. All right. So we were just talking about that. This cousin of a released Israeli hostage. You know, she was out there saying that she needed Donald Trump to put pressure on Benjamin Netanyahu to end the war. Well, you know what Donald Trump has done? He's in fact increased the potential for further war. Not with Gaza or with Lebanon, but with Jordan.
US President Donald Trump's plan to resettle Palestinians from Gaza in Jordan is a recipe for radicalism. That's the stark warning Jordan's King Abdullah plans to deliver when he meets Trump in Washington on February 11th, according to 3 senior Jordanian officials. Relocating the Palestinians will spread chaos through the Middle East, he'll warn, threatening Jordan's peace treaty with Israel and even the kingdom's existence. Trump's plan sparked protests in the Jordanian capital Amman on Friday. Abdullah said this week he rejected any attempts to annex land and displace Palestinians. One source said he'd made a flurry of calls to regional heavyweights Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar to muster support. Jordan absorbed more Palestinians than any other state after Israel's creation in 1948. By some estimates, they make up more than half of its population of 11 million. Trump announced a plan on Monday for the United States to take over Gaza after resettling the Palestinians in neighbouring countries. A White House briefing on Monday modified that idea, saying instead that Palestinians would be temporarily relocated for the rebuilding process. Trump's plan evokes Jordan's nightmare of being turned into an alternative home for the Palestinians, a vision long promoted by right-wing Israelis. Amman fears it would pave the way for the expulsion of 3 million Palestinians from the neighbouring...
By the way, AP called this, what we're looking at here, this sort of strip bombing here that Israel did, they called that an operation too, here in the West Bank. That's what this picture is. Everything's an operation that Israel does. Everything that Hamas does is terrorism.
Israeli-occupied West Bank, where violence has surged. Jordan has been a close Western ally since independence from Britain in 1946 and hosts US forces. It signed a peace treaty with Israel in 1994. According to Marwan Muasher, a former foreign minister who helped negotiate that deal, the main justification for doing so was to prevent a Palestinian state being set up in Jordan. Even Jordan's establishment is now questioning that reasoning, he said. The officials said Jordan is preparing for worst-case scenarios, drawing up plans including declaring a state of war with Israel, abrogating the peace treaty, and declaring a state of emergency.
Yeah, so if you missed that yesterday, there was your second chance to find out that Jordan's king said that they were preparing for war with Israel. So it seems to me like, if anything, Donald Trump has more than anyone else encouraged more war in the Middle East at this point. Or maybe not more than anybody else, but at least in this particular time period that we're in right now, he seems to be doing anything but that. Causing one of Israel's neighbors to start drawing up war plans against Israel. Probably not what a lot of people were hoping for, I'm sure. Let's go here to this protest that was happening earlier in Amman, Jordan. This was yesterday. Sorry, I forgot that this has subtitles. I gotta turn the volume down here, and then... Alright, try this again.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
We say to Trump, there is no place for you on Jordanian soil. Take your aid assistance, we don't need it. And take your military bases, we have no need for an alliance with America. We have no need for your aid, stop your aid, and remove your military bases. We say to you now, there will be no more deportation or Nakba for the Palestinian people. These Zionists, take these Zionists to America. This is hilarious. Oh my God. Donald Trump being spanked by a Palestinian woman. Okay, this is amazing. I need this. I need this photo. Okay, sorry. Oh damn, I didn't even read this title. Jerusalem is the capital of Palestine. Donald Trump crying. Illegal.
Illegal.
It is no place for them in Palestine. No place for them in Jordan. And no place for them on Arab soil. This is Arab soil. There is no place for Zionists in it. If you care about the Zionists, take them to America and unite them with the Jews on American soil. You, Trump, are the pharaoh of this era. The justice will... Wait. Sorry, what was it? The justice will stand before you. And you will retreat, despite your will. You are trying to cover up for Netanyahu, for his defeat. Through this nonsense, but defeat will befall him, and victory will be for our people in Gaza, and the resistance is victorious. And its existence and management of Gaza will continue. It will remain there. And Jordan will never be a place for settlement. So yeah, it seems like people are real extra pissed off right now in Jordan over Donald Trump. Saying that he was going to unilaterally just displace Palestinians to Jordan. And that they would have to accept him. They will. They'll accept them. They know why. Because I am the boss of the world. America runs the entire planet. But yeah, Donald Trump getting people very upset. You know, Jordan's king drawing up war plans, people in the streets screaming, saying to take the Israelites, Israelis, excuse me, biblical, my bad, take the Israelis back to America, you know, and a lot of, seems like if anything, Donald Trump is just stirring up more anger in the Middle East. I thought he was going to bring peace. Remember that? He was saying, oh, I'm going to, peace in the Middle East, day one.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Doesn't seem like that's happening. Now let's go far south from Amman, about as far south as you can get without going all the way to Antarctica, to South Africa, where more Donald Trump stuff is. See, this is what I've been saying. The Earth News has been infected by America ever since Donald Trump got into office. Every single story has some element of the United States in it, beyond what we've ever experienced here at the Galactic News Network. Okay, South Africa. I wonder what's going on there. Let's find out. Reuters from 11 hours ago.
U.S. President Donald Trump's offer to take in white South Africans as refugees fleeing persecution may not spur quite the rush he anticipated.
Somehow I missed this. I've been talking about so many things. But, you know, when you're drinking from a fire hose, sometimes some water doesn't get in your mouth. And that's what's happened here. I somehow completely missed Donald Trump. Like, I heard him talk about some stuff regarding South Africa and all that. But I did not know that he actually extended this insane, stupid fucking offer to white, specifically white South Africans. It's like, you know, he's like projecting like the white aggrievement of American fascists onto South Africans. It's just fascinating.
An executive order he signed on Friday provided for resettlement in the U.S. of, quote, Afrikaners in South Africa who are victims of unjust racial discrimination as refugees. Afrikaners are mostly white South African descendants of Dutch and French settlers, some tracing back their roots in the country to the 17th century, but it's not clear they want to flee the place they've called home for hundreds of years.
Why would you want to go? Hasn't been any really bad taking over of land. The people are carrying on like normal. And
oh God, wait, this appears to be a white South African. He's saying that it's not that bad. Didn't Donald Trump say that whites were being horrifyingly repressed?
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
What is happening?
You know, what are you going to do over there?
That was the response from Neville van der Merwe, a white 78-year-old pensioner living in Cape Town. And he had this to say about Trump cutting off aid to his country.
We all know how Mr. Trump behaves, you know, so it's not, why should they do that? It is being spiteful.
Yes,
Trump
that's
is
right.
Back against a
This guy should be a
by
political
President Cyril
analyst. I don't know what this guy's job is, but he has a future in political analysis. That's hilarious. It's exactly what it is. It's a fucking spiteful attempt. The sort of incredibly cynical and idiotic move of spite from Donald Trump.
Aimed at addressing the country's unequal land ownership. White South Africans make up less than a tenth of the country's population, but a legacy of the racist apartheid government left 3/4 of privately owned land in the hands of the white minority, after 3.5 million black people were forced from their homes. The new law makes it easier for the state to expropriate land for what it says is the public interest.
And we will not be bullied.
Ramaphosa's governing African National Congress, or ANC, has defended the measure and accused Trump of amplifying misinformation propagated by AfriForum, an Afrikaner-led group. And even that group, which lobbied Trump's previous administration on their cause, said it was not taking up his offer.
We have to state categorically, we don't want to move elsewhere.
That's AfriForum CEO Callie Creel speaking on Saturday. Alongside Creel was Philip Buys, who chairs the Solidarity Trade Union, a group that says,
wow, I wonder if Donald Trump was expecting this one. Even the Afrikaners, the AfriForum here, denying Donald Trump's request, or not even request, his offer. Shocking.
Illegal.
Doesn't seem like Donald Trump's efforts here are really coming to the fruition which he was hoping for. All right. Now let's go east to Thailand, where the Thai hostages who were held in Gaza have now been returned and arrived in Bangkok yesterday. Here's BBC.
And there have also been emotional scenes in Thailand after 5 farm workers who were abducted during the 7th of October attacks have returned home 10 days after they were released. All the 5 men were greeted by relatives at Bangkok airport, and they spent nearly 500 days in captivity. Nearly all of the foreign workers abducted during the attack were Thais. Israel employs some 30,000 of them as farm labourers, making them one of the largest migrant groups in the country. Thai's foreign minister thanked all of those involved in securing their release, saying that Thailand had never given up hope. Our Southeast Asia correspondent Jonathan Head was there as the hostages arrived home in Bangkok.
So the long ordeal of the 5 Thai farm workers is now over after they arrived back this morning here at Bangkok's main international airport, giving a traditional Thai greeting to waiting reporters. For some, there was then an emotional reunion with their families. They have been held for the past 10 days in an Israeli hospital while their health has been checked. But it does appear to be remarkably good, unlike many of the Israeli hostages, after their 480 days being held by Hamas and under that intense Israeli bombardment of Gaza. Now, until the agreement between Israel and Hamas last month, the Thai government had no idea that these men were still alive. Thailand had been negotiating from the start, using intermediaries like Iran and Qatar for the release of the 31 Thais who were abducted in that Hamas attack. 23 were freed within just a few weeks, but there have been almost no news about the remaining 6 who are still alive or believed to be alive in the past year, until last month that they heard that these 5 were going to be freed along with the first groups of Israeli hostages.
All right. There we go. People returning home in Thailand after what I assume is an incredibly harrowing experience in Gaza and Israel. How we're doing here? What have we got left? Oh boy, we are getting close, so close to the end. Wow. Jerry is giving us food tips for Bangkok, huh? Wow, Jerry. Jerry, very knowledgeable, foodie, worldly. All right. Let's go on to Hong Kong. Talk about someone you may not be familiar with, but his name is Jimmy Lai, a businessman and I believe the owner of a media, like a news organization, who has now been in prison for about almost 5 years, I think. Trying to do the math on it. Yeah, I think it's close. All right, Channel 4 from yesterday.
When Jimmy Lai was marched out of Apple Daily's offices, it marked the end of an era for Hong Kong. The billionaire newspaper owner had been a key figure in the Umbrella movement, the protests for freedom and democracy against China's increasingly authoritarian control of the territory. It made him a celebrity, even meeting key American leaders. But it also made him a target. And after the passage of Hong Kong's controversial national security law, he was one of hundreds of activists arrested and charged with collusion with foreign powers. Now languishing in jail as his trial continues, his friends and allies have not given up the hope that one day Jimmy Lai might walk free.
Jimmy Lai is China's best-known political prisoner now. And I think what Jimmy exemplifies is the freedom that was the promise of Hong Kong, and Hong Kong is a British colony, and that's been destroyed by China. And I think that's a warning to Taiwan and to...
Now, Hong Kong is a pretty complicated situation, right? The British took it over long time ago, in the 90s. They gave it back. I think it was 99, if I'm not mistaken. There was like a agreement which they came to with the PRC at the time. And, you know, unfortunately, for everybody who was living there, much of that, you know, that deal did include some, like a transition, right? Where it would eventually be not completely ruled by China, but it'd be under, you know, it would be Chinese territory. It would be, it's complicated, but like, it's, you know, it's one of these sort of, honestly, it's a creation of colonialism, if anything, right? And the fact that people set up their lives in Hong Kong expecting one thing and then it drastically changed. Certainly China holds some responsibility for what's been going on in Hong Kong and the repression of certain things that they don't appreciate. And so, you know, stuff like this I think was very much foreseeable. It wasn't like some sort of, like, it didn't come out of nowhere. I think most people could have probably, you know, foreseen this coming, this kind of stuff.
Rest of the world.
Bring us up to date with where Jimmy Lai is
right now. What is happening to him?
Jimmy Lai has just passed 1,500 days in prison. He's been in solitary confinement most of that time. He's also on trial. It's the trial of his life. He's been sentenced on some minor charges, but now it's the big one, the national security law trial. He's almost certain to get a minimum of 10 years. He could get life. He's already 77 years old and in poor health, so a 10-year sentence really would be tantamount to a life in prison for him, unless we can get a political deal to get him out.
And the charges that he faces then are some of the most serious you could possibly face.
Collusion with foreign powers. What does that mean? It means that he met Western officials. It means that he asked for sanctions against Hong Kong officials who violated human rights. It's also important to remember he's a British citizen. He's been a full British citizen since 1992. He's never had a Chinese passport, and yet the UK government hasn't even managed to meet him in a consular facility in the last couple of years.
Chloe, can you tell me your story? Like, how are you sitting here and not in Hong Kong, presumably where you want to be?
In 2019, a pro-democracy movement broke out because the Hong Kong government was trying to push an extradition bill with China.
Yes, the two-party system. That's right, Rob. And, you know, I think that agreement was reached technically, like I think it was like the late 80s when it was first reached. The actual handover, I think, happened in, like I was saying, like 99. But there was always this sort of opaque agreement inside of it regarding the two-party system, the potential for full autonomy for Hong Kong, but it's never been achieved, and it's left this entire island in limbo.
I was 14 years old at that time. I was not interested in politics at all. As a Hong Konger who grew up in Hong Kong, who loved Hong Kong, it's time for us to step out on the street to go to protest against the bill. And at that time, which is my first time to be in the protest. Also, it's my first time to try tear gas, and I also witnessed a policeman who stepped on a protester's neck, which is like shocking for me when I was 14. And in 2020, the national security law has passed. I think it's unsafe to stay in Hong Kong, and I discussed with my family. We all agreed to move to the UK since then.
There is a bounty on your head, right?
Yes, so there is about a 1 million Hong Kong dollar bounty on my head from the Hong Kong government under the national security law. So
they want you back and they want to throw you in jail alongside Jimmy Lai.
Yeah, so I think I did not commit a single crime. What I basically do is talk to journalists, talk to politicians, and they say that it's colluding with foreign forces. It's
Talking to journalists, that's illegal.
Illegal.
Can't do it. That's certainly one of my objections to China's form of government. God. All right. We are getting very, very, very close to the end now. 3 videos left, 7 hours in. But we are going to keep this going until it's all done. Let's go to Korea. So North Korea first. Although we will be making an appearance in South Korea as well throughout all this. Let's go to the Associated Press. This is from 20 hours ago. Kim Jong-un marking an anniversary here. All right, one object. All right, Bovine, settle down. Is one of my main objections. I say a lot of words around here. Sometimes maybe the wording isn't perfect. Certainly object to what's happening to the Uyghurs, some of the other stuff, but this is just talking about China in a vacuum, not talking too much about other people. That's what I try to do rather than doing comparative analysis. What about the United States or whatever else? It's like, okay, let's settle down. What am I doing? Oh, right. Kim Jong-un.
국가 수반을 영접하는 엄숙한 의식이 있었습니다. 조선인민군 대연합부대 군종 간부들이 정중히 맞이했습니다. 전체 장병들은 조선인민군을 국가의 주권 사수, 국위 선양을 믿음직하게 담보하는 강대 무비한 혁명 무장력.
Oh, he didn't like that guy. He didn't get a very good handshake there. Whenever people march like that, always get weird vibes.
백전백승으로 불멸할 영광의 군기들을 혁혁히 휘날리며 조국 땅 방방곡곡에 격동적인 사변과 기적들마다의
Sweet bomber jacket, bro. I was gonna make a comment about the goddamn leather. He's got so many leather jackets. He's always wearing one, I feel like. Loves those things. I don't know how many cows have died so that Kim Jong-un could have another leather jacket, but my God. Really got a thing for them. All right, let's go to South Korea. We've been talking about what's been going on in South Korea for what feels like months now. Ever since the president of South Korea decided to declare martial law very suddenly, without warning, over something that he did not have a whole lot of evidence for. The protests that happened afterwards and the impeachment process that's been going on ever since. Here's the AP archive from yesterday, showing Yoon Suk-yeol attending his his impeachment trial as the court is deliberating on his formal dismissal. Oh, by the way, I have to stop this right now. Gotta stop it. You all deserve this. For having made it to the penultimate video of the evening. Great job, all of you. You're stalwart and strong. Your fortitude, your strength and fortitude. It's all noted. Okay, I'm making a mental note of it right now. I'm impressed. Who is that guy? Must be a judge. Must be a judge.
내란의 죄를 저질렀다면
shit.
그에 합당한 벌을 받아야 합니다.
God damn you, AP Archive. Please tell me that you've... Hold on, I gotta do something. So sometimes they give subtitles in these AP Archive videos, but they're like... they're hidden in the video, like information, rather than just spending the time to type it out. You know, I've said it before, but the AP Archive is where stories go to die. All of these videos from the AP Archive get like 100 views from like every newscaster around the world or something like that. And then everybody else, nobody watches them. Where is it? Where's this video? Oh, it's here. Okay, yeah. Get all the way to the bottom of the list. I'm gonna try and give us some translations. Let's see. Ah, yeah, we do. We have translations. You know, you guys typed it out here. Why can't you just put it into the goddamn closed captioning? So stupid. Yoon has to be properly punished for committing a crime of rebellion. For the protection of the Constitution and judicial justice, we will do our best to bring a fair judgment in the impeachment trial for our citizens so that they can rest easy at night. Okay, final video here. We're gonna leave Korea. Please hold. Please hold. All right, now we watched this yesterday, but this one deserves to. This little badass right here is incredibly impressive. Gotta say, and that's why we're watching it twice. I was just so impressed by her. I don't know how old she is. She's like 7 or 8 years old, I would guess. Let's go here to Australia, where this young lady led a pro-Palestine march with the ferocity of 10,000 men. Let's see some of this. Look at the ferocity, it's so fierce. So fierce. And walking backwards simultaneously is that level of confidence I respect just to no end. Okay, it's fantastic. She's my new hero. Well, chat, I'm afraid that's gonna do it for us here tonight. Hope you all enjoyed the stream. Oh, I just realized I had the volume down for that video, son of a bitch. Who's in charge of this goddamn stream? Well, that's gonna wrap it up for us here tonight. It's quite a long and difficult stream to get through, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. However, that's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. You didn't think I forgot this, did you? These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Gonthox, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, D-Cypher, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noab, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too, for just a few US dollars a month. What are you waiting for? Countdown to Galactic Chill Stream initiated in 3, 2, 1. Food. Oh my god. I just realized I did something very silly. How did I do this? I have to do something. Oh my god. It's Sunday. I forgot it was Sunday FUNDAY. It was such a long stream. I just completely blanked on this. But this is an important part of our stream. And I just noticed one of our patrons upgraded to Galactic Philanthropist. Rob Skelts, thank you very much. Unfortunately, your name isn't going to be on this, so for that I apologize. But I must do this. This is obligatory galactic responsibilities, which I have completely shirked. So we must pause the chill stream to do this. Thank our galactic benefactors, people who've helped to make this stream possible. Done so much, pretty much as they can. People like PB. Wait, did I miss one? PB's not first, is she? I guess she is. Huh. I could have sworn it was Mono first. I'm wrong. I was wrong. Okay. What was I saying? Ah, yes. Galactic Benefactors. One of the Patreon tiers. Slightly more expensive, but get some more benefits as well as these shout-outs we do on Sunday FUNDAYs. PB, one of our fantastic chatters who just showed up out of the blue in chat. Good to see you, PB. Nadia, who flits in and out of our chats with her great commentary, strong opinions. Mo and Noep, one of our fantastic lady mods, always here to help us with our galactic modding. Why am I doing this? What's happening? What is happening to the benefactor thing? Oh my god, what just happened? What the hell just happened? What was I saying? I just broke myself. Nadia, Mo and Oep, one of our fantastic mods. Always great to have in a chat. Tracy Eva, one of our new galactic benefactors. Donald James X, longtime benefactor, and a great guitarist and guy. Omega Star. I miss you, Omega Star. I don't feel like I see enough of these chats, but truly appreciate your patronage, your benefactoring. Minnie, who was just here a moment ago. Fantastic man, mod, and benefactor. Mrs. Jen. Disco Wolf. Oh, so many great people in the benefactor list. Really love you all. Oh, Technopoc is still on the list? I'm sorry, Technopoc. I've got nothing to say because your membership has lapsed. It's very sad. Narwhal by nature, one of our whale-based benefactors of the sea. Love you all. That was a bungled space responsibility of mine. I'm so sorry, everyone. I should be better than that. I should be better.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Blame the galactic gremlins. Ooh, that's a good option. I'd never thought of blaming the gremlins for that, but that seems like it's right up my alley. Where is Omega? Good question. I think Omega's been in a lot of NCC chats lately. Fairly certain. You know, our schedules kind of butt up against each other a lot. Although I've seen Omega Star in here. I definitely have. But it's usually a dip in and dip out situation. Honestly, it's hard for me to keep track of who's here more and more lately because of how many people we've had in these streams. There was a time where it was very easy for me to keep track of how many people or who was showing up to the streams on the regular. But now, a megastar pops out of nowhere with a... She's been lurking. Lurking. You've been on Twitch? Oh no, I need to start watching the Twitch chats. I stopped doing it because it's been bothering me and also causing unintended lag on my computer. I should be better at my job. I'm the worst. I am actually the worst, as it turns out. Aw, that's a cute little pair. Thanks, Bibi, for the late night super sticker. Really appreciate that.
Gosh, it's beautiful here. Just look at that yellow sky. And way off in the distance, those lovely little white clouds.
Get a drink, have a good time now. Over to paradise,
Hey, member for one whole month. Indeed, Omega. Actually, 2 months, right? You're on a dark blue. That's weird. You're on your second month, technically. Because you got the dark blue badge. Me too. I'm joking. You're all so cute, celebrating your membies. You're all so great, you know, gotta say. The Space Fams is maybe the best family in the entire Milky Way galaxy. And I think I have the authority to declare that. It kind of looks like the pair is dancing to the music. It's so cute. Je ne sais quoi? What is that? I don't quack. I don't quack. I don't self quack. You're not a self quacker. Of all people, or I mean all birds, I would assume there'd be some amount of quacking. Omega! Look at that dancing pair. Feeling it. Feeling it. Feeling the groove. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. That Joe Biden counter keeps going up and up. 156 years old. That sounds accurate. That sounds accurate. There you go, Duck. You get one rim shot for that one. All this food talk is making me very hungry. I did not make food before the stream. I need to eat. My stomach is getting angry at me. But I've been trying to cut down on expenses, and so I've been making all of my food, not buying anything pre-made, which makes snacking very difficult, and I'm a big snacker. I love snacking. Ah, god damn it. What do I have to make right now? God, I'm going to have to take down the winter decorations soon, I feel like. When's spring again? It's coming up. Like a month. Month and a half or something. Wait, is it? Wait, hold on.
full of Pepe.